Call the committee to order. Welcome to the last of the 4 public hearings the Joint Committee on Finance will conduct to hear input on the 2025-2027 Wisconsin State budget. Thank you to North Central Technical College for hosting us for this public hearing. We'll begin with the call of the roll.
Senator Markline.
Here.
Teston.
Here.
Winberger. Here. Staffschulte. Here. Bradley. Here. Quinn. Here. Johnson. Here. Royce. Here. Representative Bourne. Here. Kurtz. Here. Zimmerman. Here. Rodriguez. Here. Dahlman. Here. Hurd. Here. McGuire. Here. Andraka. Here. All members are present.
We have 16 members present, and quorum is present. Before we begin, I'd like to lay out a few ground rules. Our job today is to listen. We have 2 microphones in the front where people will be able to speak. We'll go back and forth between the 2 microphones. We will call people up ahead of time so they can line up behind the microphones. As a reminder, individuals will be given 2 minutes to speak. Groups of 3 or more will be given 5 minutes. The committee clerk, Joe Malkasian, will have a timer and will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. Please be respectful of the time limit. Please, no applause, silent applause, or jazz hands only, and no signs are allowed. So we're going to begin with the introduction of the committee members. My name is Howard Markline, State Senator from Southwest Wisconsin, 17th Senate District. I'm the Senate co-chair of the Joint Finance Committee. My district borders Iowa and borders Illinois.
I'm Patrick Teston, represent the 24th Senate District, which is just south of here in the Stevens Point, Wisconsin Rapids area and covers a good portion of central and western Wisconsin, and appreciate everyone making the drive, and this is a tremendous turnout, so thank you.
Eric Winberger, State Senator, the 2nd District, from Oconto to just past Shawano and south of Kaukauna.
Rob Staffschulte, 10th Senate District, over on the west side, bordering Minnesota, St. Croix, Pierce, Pepin, Buffalo, and Trempealeau County.
Julian Bradley, 28th Senate District, which is southeastern Wisconsin, Waukesha County area. Happy to see so many people here.
Good morning, Senator Romaine Quinn, 25th District Senator. My district runs from Polk County all the way to the UP and along the whole North Shore.
Senator LaTanya Johnson, I represent the 6th Senate District, which is Milwaukee's north and west sides, and I also have parts of Wauwatosa.
Good morning, I'm State Senator Kelda Royce. I represent Dane County, including our state capital, but I grew up in Taylor County.
State Representative Mark Bourne, representing the 37th Assembly District from Beaver Dam, representing parts of Dodge and Fond du Lac County.
State Representative Tony Kurtz, very proud to represent the 41st Assembly District, which is parts of Juneau County, Sauk County, Richland County, Columbia County, and Adams County, and very happy to be here today. Thank you.
I'm State Representative Shannon Zimmerman. I represent the 30th Assembly District. That includes St. Croix County and parts of Pierce County, cities of Hudson and River Falls.
Good morning, I'm Jessie Rodriguez. I represent the 21st Assembly District, which consists of the cities of Oak Creek, parts of Milwaukee, and Greenfield.
State Representative Alex Dahlman, 39th Assembly District, parts of Adams County, Marquette, Green Lake, Fond du Lac, Columbia, and Winnebago counties.
Hello, I'm State Representative Karen Hurd, and I represent the 69th District Assembly, which is just right next door to where we are here. And that's Clark County, and then parts of all of northwestern Marathon County, parts of Taylor, and Chippewa County.
Good morning, I'm State Representative Tip McGuire, and I represent northeastern Kenosha County from I-94 to the shore.
Good morning, thank you all for being here. I'm State Representative Deb Andraka. I represent the northern Milwaukee and southern Ozaukee County suburbs.
Thank you. So we'll now hear from Dr. Jeannie Warden, President of the North Central, I'm sorry, got ahead of my script here. So we've got a couple of non-JFC representatives and senators that are here today. To my left is Senator Jesse James and Senator Corey Tomczyk, so welcome.
And we have state representatives from this region as well as other parts of the state. Representatives Snyder, Jacobson, Moresi, Phelps, and Stubbs.
All righty. Now we will hear from Dr. Jeannie Warden, the president of North Central Technical College, as well as Wausau Mayor Doug Denny. You can use one of the microphones here.
If that's okay. Good morning and welcome to North Central Technical College. My name is Jeannie Warden and I'm president of the college. On behalf of our Board of Trustees and our entire campus community, we thank you for allowing us to be this host site for today's hearing. Thank you to the Joint Finance Committee for your leadership and the support you've shown to Wisconsin's technical colleges. Together, we are shaping the future of education and workforce development while strengthening our communities and our state. We look forward to working together to ensure the budget continues to support the work that we're doing. And as you walk through the building today, you may have noticed our dental therapy area, a beautiful new community dental clinic, and we're proud to be the first technical college in Wisconsin to offer a new dental therapy program, which will expand access to rural dental care with the goal to expand to other technical colleges later on. Thank you to the Joint Finance Committee and the legislature for their investment into the Wisconsin Technical College system to make that happen, and to Senator Veskowski, who really championed this work for our rural communities. Your investments over the years have ensured we're able to remain nimble and responsive to our local businesses and workforce needs. Most recently, we were able to use the state investment in Wisconsin technical colleges to add a respiratory therapy program in direct response to the needs of our local employers. Marshfield Clinic, Aspirus are a few examples. This is just one example. With your support, we will be able to continue the work of our strategic plan to support student success, foster leading edge academics in direct response to local needs, and continue to build collaborative partnerships and support in our community, all of which ensures our graduates are able to stay and thrive within Wisconsin. In the technical college system, graduates, 95% stay within the state to work and raise their families. As your local technical college, we also want to extend a warm welcome to all of you, all of today's guests who have taken time to come and share their perspectives with the committee. Thank you again for being here, and we're proud to serve as today's host. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Bourne, Chairman Markline. What a great and glorious day it is to be in Wausau, and what could make it better is to host today's Joint Finance Committee field hearing here in our community. The heart of central Wisconsin, the crossroads of commerce, the gateway to the north. I want to thank the members of the committee for taking time to travel, to listen, and engage directly with the people of this region. Wausau is a city defined by hard work, resilience, and innovation. From our thriving manufacturing base to our growing healthcare and education sectors, and our $60 million ginseng grower industry right here in central Wisconsin. We are proud of the contributions we make to the state's economy and our culture. Today's hearing provides an important opportunity for our residents, business leaders, and local governments to share their voices on the state budget and the issues that matter the most: infrastructure, education, workforce development, public safety, and more. Your presence here underscores the importance of collaboration between state and local government, and we are grateful for your attention and your commitment to building a stronger Wisconsin together. On behalf of the city of Wausau, thank you for being here, and we wish you a productive and insightful hearing.
Thank you. All righty, we will now begin. The committee clerk will read off the first group of people.
Last time butchering everybody's name, so good day today. So, Vanessa A. Guilera. Brian Forst. Got a group, Create Wisconsin. I believe it's Melinda Chads, Nick Pierce, and Tiffany, I think it's Rodriguez. We have another group, Kennedy Park Project, Sarah Olfson, Jamie Whelan, and Jamie Gerb, Gebert. Another group, Oneida County Board.
Please start coming up if your name's been called.
Oneida County Board Group, Colette Sorgel, Sorgel. John Humphreys. We have another group, Action Wisconsin. I think it's Nathan Deeman. I think it's Deming. Tim Schrogel, Schugel. There's a lot of people within this group. Zach Stratter. Nathan Ugoretz. We have the Wisconsin Library Association group with Chris Adams Went. Anna Brown. We have UW La Crosse Chancellor Beebe. Dallas Panskowski, P-A-N-K, I think it's O-W-S-K-I, UW Stout.
Thank you, senators, representatives, and committee members for your time. My name is Colette Sorgel, and I'm here with two other committee members from Oneida County Conservation Committee. We are here today to ask for your support, increasing county conservation staff funding to $20.2 million. We are local leaders that work side by side with lake associations, invasive species groups, nonprofit organizations, the DNR, and other government bodies. We can quickly get boots on the ground, have strong local relationships, and can easily tap into diverse regional support systems when needed. On average, for every DCAP dollar we receive through the staffing grant program, we are able to leverage 2 additional dollars for other sources. Please consider supporting Wisconsin farmers and landowners, the environment, our economy, by allocating the $20.2 million in base funding for county land and water departments. Thank you.
One of the advantages of getting here at 4:45 in the morning is you get to go first. And then, as my friend with the emotional therapy dog, who's coming up later, mentioned, every time she walked past me, she would ask me if I was nervous yet. And I wasn't until she started asking, and I'm thinking, just because of that, she ought to bring the emotional therapy dog up here to relax me a little bit, because it is nerve-wracking. This is not what we do for a living, but it's important. And I'm going to start out with a question for you all. What's green and has 4 wheels? Well, this is a really horrible joke. It's grass. I lied about the wheels. But green does have an effect on us every day as we look about the disposable dollars we have to spend. And you get to look at that all day today, and you get to hear it over and over again. We're asking for a greater amount of base staff salaries for our conservation committee. And it's not just that we want more money. We want to leverage that money, because every dollar is leveraged to bring in $2 more to our county. and that means a lot to us. We're not a big farming county, but we do a lot of shoreline restoration on our 1,100 lakes, and we do a lot of economic growth. The invasive species that have invaded lakes would decimate our tourism industry if we didn't have lake districts watching over them on a continual basis. So it's important to us, it's important to every one of our citizens, and it makes a big difference in the green that amounts to the dollars we have to spend in our communities.
My name is Lenore Lopez, and I'm also a member of the Oneida County Conservation Committee. Our team in Oneida County works diligently to ensure the protection of our lakes and forests as the popularity of our region continues to attract tourists, demonstrated by the 4.3% increase in tourism revenue over 2023. The increase in tourism, as positive as that is, results in a strain on our natural resources and conservation department budgets. These departments provide programs such as aquatic invasive species with clean boats, clean waters, Citizens Lake Monitoring Network, which trains residents to gather data and track lake health and water quality. It assists landowners in obtaining shared funding for conservation efforts, and it provides conservation education and outreach to local landowners and interested parties. Again, we are requesting your support of $20.2 million in conservation staff funding. Thank you for your time and support of this important department.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Markland, Chairperson Bourne, and distinguished members of the Joint Finance Committee. I represent the American Hispanic Association. I'm the director, and the young lady there in the camera is Vanessa. She's part of our team right here. There are many issues that could be addressed, but the reason for me being here is because the governor, again, in his budget, put something related to safe roads and extended a driving privilege for those that, despite their status in the country, have been essential workers and worked in the state, and from whose work we have every single one of us here benefited through many years. I understand the hangups that exist with this proposal being on the budget. Nonetheless, this is an opportunity to plant the seeds for a future standalone bill. Many of you here in the committee have voted along party lines and the direction of leadership dealing with this issue. Well, today I have the honor to bring some of these constituents to you that represent not only farms, but they also speak for hospitality and construction and many of the areas where many of our workers are at, who will advocate for this driving privilege. Right, Senator Snyder, Representative Snyder? AHA, the American Hispanic Association, is very grateful for their resolve to be here and taking the time to show that a driving privilege is not an immigration issue, which we hope that the federal government takes care of as a nation of laws. It is not a partisan football either. It is an issue that impacts our state economy and all Wisconsinites that share roads for safe roads. So with that said, I want to present to you Brian Forrest, David Trimmer, and David Higg.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to be here. My name is David Trimner. I'm co-owner of Mealtrim Farms. We're over in Athens, Wisconsin. We employ 50 full-time employees. Over half of them are immigrant Hispanic labor. And we create, with the help of our employees and our cows, over 30,000 gallons of milk every day. So they are a critical part to our business, and they have the challenge every day to figure out how they're going to get to work. And sometimes that challenge means just taking that risk and driving themselves to the farm without that license. And having the opportunity to have that is really something that will make their lives easier and allow them to continue to provide what they do to the Wisconsin economy, particularly in the dairy industry. It's a very critical thing, and we feel that it's very important.
Good morning. I'm Jay Haig from Haig Brothers Dairy in Colby, Wisconsin. We milk 1,700 cows. We have 23 employees. I appreciate the opportunity to stand in front of you here this morning and represent the dairy industry in Wisconsin. I mean, America's dairyland is what we are. I believe we're at $48 billion industry in Wisconsin. And we do depend on these workers. The Hispanic labor are essential workers to us. And I feel like if we could, if they'd have a driver's license, I mean, then they could feel safe to be driving to work and going to school, going to businesses, supporting local economy. I mean, they're going to school, they got families, they're going to school and dropping kids off, picking kids up. So I mean, very critical, I think, to be just safe on the roads. We all can agree we want safe roads, and I believe that would be one advantage for them to be educated and have a driver's license so they could be safe on the roads. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Forrest, owner of Maple Ridge Dairy in Stratford, Wisconsin, western Marathon County. We milk 2,000 cows. We have about 32 full-time employees. A little over half are immigrant, doing the hard work, milking and everything else with the animals, taking care of the animals. Very, very critical to our industry, and $48 billion, it's with a B, $billion a year for the state of Wisconsin. I would just like to say, again, some of our people have been here since the late 90s. Tell you a little, well, I don't have time, 30 seconds, 25 seconds. I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think we need that. I know we need this for our local law enforcement alone. Need something, a piece of paper. Thank you.
And I just want to add, we're working on the narrative, not a license, a privilege because of what that entails. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you to the committee for allowing us to speak in front of you today. My name is Nick Tyson, and I'm an arts management student at the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. I am also the student manager of programming. I'm a direct witness to the dramatic influence artistic experiences have on our Wisconsin students and communities. Creative and arts programs throughout the state enrich Wisconsin residents. In fact, our studies found a dramatic increase in academic performance with students that participate in artistic programs. And it doesn't stop there. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, half of Wisconsin adults participate in live music, theater, and dance performances. These are experiences that unite Wisconsin communities, create 95,000 jobs, and have $12.5 billion in economic impact. Our school is a performing arts campus that has 3 major national accreditations for arts administration, theater, and dance. Many students, like me, are forced to contemplate leaving the state to pursue creative endeavors. I'm here today to ask you to make the arts and creative sector a priority in the 2025-2027 state budget by supporting these legislative agendas. Supporting the Wisconsin Arts Board. We have a goal of 68 cents per capita funding for a sum of $2.95 million, and supporting the Senate Bill 173 and Assembly Bill 159 for rural creative economy development. We'd also like to establish an Office of Film and Creative Industries. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tiffany Rodriguez-Lee. I'm part of this group with Create Wisconsin. I'm the executive director of the Center for Visual Arts, located right here in downtown Wausau. Thank you for being here today and listening. I'm here also to urge you to support the prioritization of the arts and creative economy in the 25-27 budget through 3 key funding recommendations. And while I'd love to stand up here and stress the importance of art in a community's well-being, we're here to talk facts and figures and numbers and cents, so let's get to it. In Marathon County, like many parts of Wisconsin, we're seeing young people leave in droves for more creative opportunities and places. Many assume our young people are leaving for big cities like New York City or LA, and that's not true. They're leaving for Minnesota. In fact, Wisconsin ranks a concerning 49th nationally in per capita arts funding at just 18 cents, compared to Minnesota's over $10 per capita. People outside of the industry often view art as something that isn't for them, and they couldn't be more wrong. Art is your favorite song on the radio, the play you attend at the Grand Theater, or your child's choir concert. Here in the industry, we know that we can do a lot with a little. Wisconsin's creative industries are a major economic driver, generating $11.9 billion and supporting over 89,000 jobs in the state. The Wisconsin Arts Board is crucial to supporting arts and culture through grants to organizations just like mine, who employs 5 people locally. However, with their limited resources, ranking 49th, their impact is hindered, therefore we're hindered. To retain our young people, attract talent, and revitalize our wonderful communities, we need to invest in the creative sector. I'm asking you to support the increased Wisconsin Arts Board funding. We're looking for an increase of 50 cents, bringing us to 68 cents per capita, nothing crazy like $10. The Rural Creative Economy Development Grant, that's supporting Senate Bill 173 and Assembly Bill 159, and of course the Office for Film and Creative Industries. Investing in our creative economy is investing in our future, and it helps us compete, retain our workforce, and build better communities.
Hello, I am Melinda Childs. I'm here from Art Start Rhinelander. Like my colleagues here, I'm asking you to support the arts and creative economy in the upcoming budget, the same 3 initiatives, supporting the Wisconsin Arts Board, the mentioned Senate bills, and the Office of Film and Creative Industries. I have a slightly different perspective on the impacts of the arts. Over the last 2 years, Rhinelander was one of 18 communities nationally to participate in the One Nation, One Project cohort, in an initiative led by the National League of Cities and the University of Florida Research Institute, which focused on the impact of the arts on health and wellness. So this work has inspired our partnerships with our county health department, our school district, Nicolay College, and healthcare professionals in our area to integrate the arts into their plans to address social determinants of health. We are building integrative approaches to our community's greatest challenges. Specifically in Rhinelander, we're using the art to address mental wellness. We are learning that the arts can play a role in preventative care by creating opportunities for social cohesion, mindfulness, and offering outlets for complex emotions. The research done by One Nation, One Project shows that the health benefits of the arts participation are equivalent to the benefits of weekly exercise. Participating in the arts reduces stress and loneliness, which are risk factors in a wide combination of ailments, including hypertension and heart disease. Good investment.
Good morning. My name is Sarah, and I am representing a collaborative effort to expand the Kennedy Park project. This park is located in the heart of Weston, adjacent to the Greenheck-Turner Community Center and the Weston Aquatic Center, within walking distance for kids and families of schools. Our ask is a one-time support to help make this a year-round recreational center that supports youth sports, health, accessibility, and economic growth. It's more than just a park project. It's where our communities grow together. It's where a child hits their first home run and grandparents watch from the sidelines. Kids put down their screens to lace up their cleats. With your support, we can expand Kennedy Park to include walking paths, shade picnic areas, an expanded skate park, and 5 new softball and baseball fields with turf and concession stands and lights. Right now, we rely on Mother Nature for sunshine, with no lights and limited availability when it rains. We have more than 1,300 kids from around the region, ages 4 to 18, both boys and girls, that use our park. Thousands of visitors bring tourism dollars to the area for hotels, restaurants, and impact the economy. An expanded park means the potential of summer baseball, 10 possible tournaments every weekend, and hockey games all winter long. We have a strong partnership with the Village of Weston, DC Everest Youth Baseball, softball, hockey, and the Community Foundation of North Central Wisconsin. I'm here before you with representatives from the Village of Weston. Baseball teaches kids how to win gracefully, strike out and try again. Softball shows girls how to be athletes and grow with confidence. Hockey creates lifelong teammates, and skateboarding lets those kids fly high. Our kids teach us, and our volunteers are role models. Collectively, we're on the path to build our own field of dreams. The park is a place where youth come to play and dream big. Youth sports teach children how to stand in line, respect authority, try when it's really hard, and these characteristics lead to productive adults that come back to work and coach in our community. Area legislators are in support of this expansion for our community, along with private and public supporters. We've uploaded additional photos to the portal and village websites. The park will expand playground equipment and create more walking paths for the community members to enjoy. Family time is important. Because it's in a central location, the park is in walking distance to area restaurants, shopping, hotels, and schools. The renovation project also allows kids to be a part of the project. Kids are learning to help rake the fields, hang up banners, clean up after themselves, and create a comprehensive plan for an expansion. Youth programs that take advantage of the park are also a big part of this. Not only do we have competitive tournament-style ball, but we have rec baseball and softball and hockey. We accept kids from any demographic, any mailing address, and any ability. We scholarship kids who can't afford a program, and we encourage sandlot practice on the weekends. If you've ever watched a t-ball game, it's both a joy and an hour of humor. Teaching opportunity for everybody involved. Kids are running left, kids are building sandcastles and picking dandelions. The park renovation will make a significant impact on kids in all of central Wisconsin area. I'm also a mom. I'm here as a mom of 3 kids who play baseball and softball and hockey and enjoy the park. I'm also a coach and a volunteer and a former athlete. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Nathan Ugeritz. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of WEAC, Wisconsin's largest labor union, which represents public educators. Through his latest budget proposal, Governor Evers has made a commitment to our students. Every educator I know stands firmly behind it, and it doesn't meet all of our needs, but it marks a significant step forward, and I'm here to represent those educators today. With a $4 billion surplus and more than a decade of school funding that's fallen over 20% below inflation, it's time to act. The resources are there. The only question is the will there? 2 years ago, we faced a similar moment, a large surplus and years of chronic underfunding. Instead of correcting course, the state gave record increases to unaccountable voucher schools, while public schools, where most Wisconsin students learn, were again shortchanged. Today, public schools are reimbursed just under 30% of special education costs, and voucher schools, 90%. That's not a misstatement, it's an injustice. Private schools are getting 3 times the reimbursement, even though 95% of those students attend public schools. This is indefensible. Local referendums have become a stopgap, and they've become deeply inequitable. I've been part of voting teams across the state, from big cities to small towns, and one thing is clear. This system doesn't fail equally, but it certainly fails universally. It was built to ratchet down funding and keep districts behind, and it's doing exactly that. Wisconsinites are clear-eyed about what's happening. We're united, and we won't accept another budget that leaves our students behind. This moment demands bold action, and if you haven't yet joined us advocating for fair and adequate school budgets, now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
No applause, please.
I want to start by thanking all of the members of the Joint Finance Committee, all of your staff members who I see here, many of whom I've been able to meet with. Thank you to our clerk and all the folks who are doing all the work on our budget. What a great process. We live in a wonderful state. Driving here from Hayward yesterday, we went through a number of low-revenue school districts, a couple dozen of them. We also went through Rice Lake, where the revenue limit is $12,277. We went through Chautauqua and Marathon City and New Auburn, where the revenue limits are above $12,500 per school district. We passed through Cadott, where the revenue limit is $13,351, over $2,000 more per pupil in that school district than where we are in this vicinity. We also passed some other small school districts that have not been able to pass referenda or choose not to go to referendum. Gilman, or Granton and Cornell come to mind. I want to encourage you to reconsider your plans for consolidation. It should be done carefully and with local control and through incentives. Perhaps a summer study commission would be a great way to identify some strategies for that. But please don't starve our very small school districts. Of course, equalization aid is going to be critical to offsetting the impact of these huge operational referenda that have passed in certain areas of the state. You put $550 million in equalization aid in the last budget. It's going to be important to do at least that much in the next budget to keep local taxes down. In special education, we're working hard to tighten our belts. We spend thousands of dollars, or transfer thousands of dollars per non-disabled student into special education to cover underfunded special education costs. In my district, we're working together with our neighbors to work around our local CISA with their very high overhead costs. It's time-consuming and challenging. If you do $12,650 on the low revenue amount, about $750 million in equalization aid, and about $250 million in special education additional reimbursement, you'd cover a lot of ground. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, committee. My name is Nathan Deming. I'm a filmmaker originally from Tomah, Wisconsin, and today I'm here with 9 other filmmakers with Action Wisconsin. We're a statewide coalition of filmmakers, small business owners, and city governments working to create jobs, grow our economy, and promote tourism through the addition of film incentives and a film office under the Department of Tourism. So right now, Wisconsin is only one of 13 states without tax incentives for filmmaking, and we're one of 3 without a film office. So supporting film incentives isn't just about Hollywood coming in here, it's about creating jobs for Wisconsinites, retaining talent, and keeping that money right here in Wisconsin. Given the current changes that are going on in Hollywood right now, we're seeing, I believe, that now is the time to invest in a thriving film economy right here in the Dairy State.
Hi, I'm Tim Schweigel, a writer and director living and working in Eau Claire. States with film incentives see proven economic results. Minnesota gets $6 back for every $1 invested, and Illinois gets $7 back. There are guardrails to guarantee that only money spent in the state with Wisconsin-based businesses and wages for state residents qualify. Out-of-state productions will be encouraged to hire local crew members at fair and higher wages, spend money with local vendors, and boost local economies. And we already know Wisconsin has the talent. Movies like Green and Gold and Hundreds of Beavers are finding national success, the latter of which became the first film to show at the Library of Congress in the year of its theatrical release. That's proof Wisconsin has a real cultural capital, and with incentives and infrastructure, we could build something even bigger.
Hi, I'm Zach Stodds, a producer with New Neighbor Productions in Eau Claire. We already have examples of what even small investments can do. Top Chef recently filmed all over Wisconsin, bringing millions in local spending while promoting Wisconsin nationally. In Door County this month, a Christmas movie was filmed, and it spent more than $600,000 over a 3-week period in the area during their off-season, a drop in the national spending budget. With incentives in place, we could maintain even more control over where that money goes. And personally, I've had the opportunity repeatedly to relocate to Los Angeles and produce films there, but I want to be in Wisconsin, making Wisconsin stories and work here.
Hi, I'm Jordan Ennis, and I studied filmmaking at USC before I moved here to central Wisconsin. I now lead the video production program at NTC, where you're sitting. I want to speak specifically about how a lack of incentives is causing brain drain. Every year, more than 500 students graduate from Wisconsin colleges with training in film, television, and media, and almost all of them have to leave the state to find work. We're educating a workforce that other states are benefiting from, and I see it happening firsthand.
Hi, I'm Erica Ammon. I'm from Hawkins, Wisconsin, and I'm majoring in video production here at NTC. I'm one of the students Jordan mentioned, and honestly, I am afraid of graduating and not finding a job near my friends and family. I want to stay here, live here, work here, but without a stronger film economy, it's hard to see a future.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Armstrong. I'm also a student at NTC, and I'm from Wausau. Like Nathan said, we're one of 3 states without a film office. a modest investment that makes it easy for productions to hire local crews, rent businesses, and work with communities quickly and efficiently. Without a state film office, productions looking to come here face confusion, higher costs, and delays, and often don't end up filming here at all.
Hi, I'm Riley, and this is Sam. Also both students at NTC majoring in video production. A lot of people think film and TV production benefit big cities only, but rural communities have a lot more to gain from them.
Film shoots rent farms, use local businesses, book hotels, and hire crews in small towns all across the state. Just one production in a rural area can mean real income for dozens of businesses.
Good morning, my name is Nate Shepard, and I'm an independent filmmaker based in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, about an hour north of us, and I am also the founder of the Northwoods Filmmaking Society, which is a film group of over 100 members that meets monthly to connect and learn about filmmaking. I also own the Hilgerman Center for Community, which is a multi-business commercial building where the Filmmaking Society holds its meetings. I'm passionate about building into the growing interest in infrastructure to make films in the northern part of the state, as it would benefit our local economy for all of the reasons just listed. There's interest in resources, even in Rhinelander. It's just a matter of making it happen with some incentives.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, a proud Wisconsin native, and the creator of one of the oldest film-related YouTube channels still around, where I review movies, talk about films, and interviews. Film and TV are the main way of how we tell stories, preserve our history, and show the world who Wisconsin is. If we don't invest in a film economy now, we lose not just jobs, but also our voice, our culture, and our future to storytellers. It's time to bring Wisconsin filmmaking back home.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Erica Christensen. I'm a mother, military spouse, educator, and active community member, but today I am representing the Wisconsin Congress of Parents and Teachers, the Wisconsin PTA, where I have served on the board for the last 4 years. I represent today the thousands of members that we have, but along with hundreds of thousands of students, families, teachers, and the communities that we also serve. I have seen firsthand how insufficient funding is affecting students and staff within my district. My advocacy began when my son was in first grade, and shortly after the school year started, we were told as parents that they did not have an educator for his classroom. Day after day, I saw my son, who always loved school, walk off the bus, rapidly losing interest in going to school at all. He would spend the day in the library, or the gym, or the floor of another teacher's classroom, but not a single one of these placeholders supported him or any of the other students in his class. This was not an equitable learning experience, and the problem that I was told, staffing shortages and low compensation rates had depleted the list of eligible substitute teachers. This is something of a symptom for something bigger. Now, Wisconsin has passionate educators, but they need funding and they need support to provide for our kids. My district, along with hundreds of others across the state, went to referendum last year. The operational referendum was on top of an already expensive capital referendum from 2 years prior. Our communities cannot afford to keep doing this. This current funding model is egregiously unsustainable. And without urgent action to allocate increased funding in the state budget, we risk further damage to our education system. I think that we have one thing that we can agree on here. The funding model in education is broken. And in Wisconsin, education is a right, not a privilege. This is not a partisan issue, but it is about ensuring that every child in Wisconsin has access to a future, especially through their education. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Anna Brown, and I went to UW Stout from 2014 to 2018. And while there, I was a proud 4-year student athlete playing women's basketball. I'm here today to testify in favor of the UW Stout Recreation Complex renovation project and respectfully ask for your support in the 25-27 capital budget. Stout means a lot to me. It's where I grew personally, professionally, academically, athletically, and I'm here today because I want future students to have even better opportunities than I did. While at Stout, I also worked on the admissions staff, gaining firsthand insight into what students and families look for when choosing a university. Since graduating, I've spent the past 7 years working for a local manufacturing company in town as a college recruiter, where I interact with college students daily and hear directly what matters to them during their college experience. Modern, welcoming, recreational, and athletic facilities are a big factor in where students choose to stay and enroll in. The current complex was built in the 60s, and today its infrastructure and equipment are outdated and no longer meet student needs. In a competitive environment, outdated facilities are a clear enrollment liability. Other UW schools are investing in their athletic and recreational facilities. Improving Stout's facilities will not only strengthen the university, but help keep talented students here in Wisconsin, rather than seeing them pursue opportunities in other states. Importantly, this $31.7 million renovation would be funded entirely through donor support and student-approved fees. No taxpayer dollars are being requested. I'm proud to be a UW Stout graduate and hope you'll help ensure that future students can be just as proud of the facilities that support their growth and success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm James Beebe. I have the honor of serving as the Chancellor for the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I just want to say thank you very much to the committee for listening to me today and making a request for support for our completion of our Prairie Springs Science Building and also for investments in public higher education in this great state. The legislature enumerated the first half of the Prairie Springs building, which opened in 2018, but our work is not finished. The completion of Prairie Springs Science Center will provide thousands of current and future UWL students with a world-class facility designed to support cutting-edge research, impactful teaching practices, and career-ready skills. This building will feature innovative learning spaces for students, labs, and classrooms that will really prepare them for great work ahead. Over 4,200 of our students at UWL are in the College of Science and Health. Our current facilities do not meet the demand that we have. To complete the building, we will demolish the current Cowley building that lacks fire suppression, does not meet ADA standards, has leaking water, and basically, as one student said, it sucks the soul out of their lives every day they're in there. The needs of students can today no longer be met in Cowley. Now we are asking the legislature to finish the project. This completion is long overdue, but it's more than just a building. It is a future scientist researching clean drinking water. It is a future physical therapist learning a therapy regimen for a patient recovering from surgery. It is a future chemist or engineer creating new technological breakthroughs. It is the future workforce of this great state. And 87% of our students in the College of Science and Health stay in Wisconsin. For example, 550 students are currently attending UWL from assembly districts of members on this committee. 1,600 students are currently attending from Senate members' districts, and they will return to your districts and be great members of your communities. Investing in Prairie Springs will make a huge difference. We have support from our local businesses such as Mayo Clinic Health System, Gunderson, and others. I ask you to support us. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dallas Pankuski. I'm here to testify for the Stout Rec Facility renovation. I'm a fan of university sports. I'm familiar with many facilities, and I can tell you the Stout facility needs to be upgraded. I believe that university athletics are not an add-on. They're not a frill. They're an integral part of the university student and town experience. As the architects redesigned the building, they came up with an idea for an add-on atrium. This would enrich the building and add a needed facility. I was told that there was no money available for this add-on, and a donor had to be found. My wife and I stepped up, and we are funding this add-on contingent upon the remodeling. We have made the largest contribution in Stout's history. The rec center will also be available to the townspeople, as Menominee has no YMCA. As my wife and I have stepped up, I ask that you, as the committee and representatives of the state, also support this worthy project.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Markline, Representative Bourne, and committee members. I am Chris Adams-Wendt, a constituent of Senator Felskowski and Representative Swearingen, two wonderful library supporters. My friends standing up for libraries, and I represent the Wisconsin Library Association, whose members have met with you at the Capitol in recent months. Thank you for your past support of state library aid to 15 regional library systems like the Wisconsin Valley Library Service here in Wausau and the local public libraries, helping individuals and communities stay healthy, connected, productive, and well-informed. At this time, we invite audience members who visit and value libraries to also stand, if able, and join us for the next 4 minutes. And here are Janae and Jim to tell you more.
Good morning. I am Janae Zabel, the Neillsville Public Library Director in Clark County, and a constituent of Representative Karen Hurd and Senator Jesse James. Our library is among many small libraries that serve rural areas across Wisconsin. Thanks to your ongoing support for state aid to public library systems, my library benefits from that aid by the use of interlibrary loan system, reference databases, staff training, and technology assistance. Neillsville Public Library is much more than a building full of books. Like many libraries, it has become a third space besides the home and workplace, where community residents learn, live, connect with each other. We provide library programs for all ages and interests to bring people together within our walls. Homeschool families have embraced us as their school libraries, circulating hundreds of items, as well as meeting in our children's department for weekly social gatherings. The library is a welcoming place for anybody seeking free Wi-Fi and computer stations, a warming and cooling space, an opportunity to browse our free book cart for reading materials. Social and human service agency staff are invited to make new contacts and meet existing clients using our library study rooms as a neutral space. Adults mentoring youth meet for shared computer time, games, and creative projects. In the summer, the Neillsville Saturday morning farmers market occupies a nearby parking lot. Farmers market attendees visit the library for various reasons after purchasing their produce, borrowing weekend movies, or perhaps browsing for a cookbook for information on canning fruits and vegetables. Every person welcomed into our library is an opportunity for us to raise awareness of the educational, literary, and cultural services available in our community. Thanks for your continuing support.
Good morning. My name is Jim Mildbrand. I live in Loyal, Wisconsin, located in Representative Hurd's and Senator James's districts. I'm also currently a triple trustee, serving on the Loyal Public Library Board, Clark County Library Board, and Regional Wisconsin Valley Library Service Board. Because of that service, I appreciate how the financial infrastructure supports local library service to small rural Wisconsin communities. The state library system aid is crucial for those of us who oversee and support Wisconsin's 467 public libraries and branches. It enables shared online library catalog, statewide interlibrary loan delivery service, skilled technology support, equipment buying pools, continuing education opportunities for local library staff and trustees, and much more. I can testify that librarians and library trustees squeeze value from every penny until it squeaks. Yet it is impossible to put a price on all the ways public libraries touch people's lives from early childhood through retirement. My favorite library story is witnessing an exchange between a middle school boy and the librarian who just added his name to the next new book in his favorite series, due to arrive in 6 weeks. The entire library heard the young man shout, "You are the best librarian ever!" I could show you the smiling faces of proud children holding 1,000 books before kindergarten certificates, or Amish school teachers borrowing books for their classrooms, or workers or librarians help submit successful job applications. Thank you for your previous strong financial support for Wisconsin libraries. Please give serious support and consideration for our request for the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. I am here to testify in favor of the UW Stout Recreation Complex renovation project. Please support this in the 2025-27 capital budget. My name is John Selinsky, and I earned a Bachelor of Science degree from Stout. While attending Stout, I was a student athlete. I cherish the friendships and memories made on and off the football field. Bleed blue. The $31.7 million renovation will be funded entirely through donor support and student-approved fees. The students first voted to financially support the project in 2019 and reaffirmed their support in 2022. The project also has strong support from the Board of Regents and donors. You already heard how the largest donor in history supports the project. Built in the 60s, the rec complex's current infrastructure systems, equipment, and controls are inadequate to meet the needs and expectations of today's students. With prospective students, including NCAA Division III student athletes, choosing universities based on their recreational resources, inferior facilities present a clear and significant enrollment liability, as well as retention concerns. Stouts Recreation Complex remains one of the last recreation facilities owed of the universities of Wisconsin to be renovated. The existing space has a decommissioned pool that cannot support the increased demand of the facility, nor the current flexibility to meet the needs of the community. The renovation will expand the locker room space, add multi-use courts, add a new donor-funded entrance and community space, and the renovated facility will support the local economy through an increase in sporting events, youth camps, and other community activities. I hope you will support UW Stouts Recreation Complex renovation. Please support this in the 2025-27 capital budget. In addition to the UW Stouts Recreation Complex renovation, I hope you will support the entire UW budget request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Yvetovich. I'm the Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. And I just want to say, Chairman Bourne, Chairman Markline, the rest of the committee, thank you for everything you do for the universities of Wisconsin, for University of Wisconsin-Platteville, and for this state. I've met with many of you over the last couple of weeks, and I know how very hard you work. So I wanted to start with a thank you. If you'll recall, some of you may recall, I stood in front of you 2 years ago, and I didn't ask for anything. I just thanked you because I knew I needed to get our house in order. And what I've talked to many of you about is that I've done that. We have done that. We've done some really hard work over the last couple of years to balance our budget. We have a strategic plan that we've newly developed, and we have a long-term plan for our campus, for our facilities, for our campus footprint that I think will launch us into the future. So I am in front of you today asking for your support for the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. I've talked to you about a couple of capital projects that we have that I'd like to bring back to your attention. One of them is Carmen Library, which I consider an access and success facility for us. And the other is Ottensman Hall, which is another facility that we would like some planning money around so that we can make some well-informed decisions around what we need to do with that building. And let me just convey to you once again that we are going to be stewards of your resources. So when I say we want planning money, part of that plan is to take a couple of buildings offline. We have them slated to be demolished in the summer. And then we want to plan really well around this building as we decant into this building and make sure that our campus footprint represents what we need for the future. At the end of our long-term plan, we will probably take 165,000 square feet offline. So I ask you to support us. We are doing what we need to do, and we ask you to do what you need to do, and that's to invest in higher education. Our students are scrappy. They want their degree to mean something. We may not always be pretty and sophisticated, but we will fight for what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we begin, we're going to call the next group up, please.
Bell, L-A-B-E-L-L-E, Disabled American Veterans. Bruce Chop, Ron Alexander, Chancellor UW Parkside, Brandon Connett, C-O-N-E-T-T, Brian, I think it's Gelsey, I think it's G-E-L-S-E-Y, Peninsula Players Theater, Harlan Richards, Dewey Natz, N-A-A-T-Z, Julie, oh, yep, UW Stevens Point Chancellor, Melissa Sullivan, Dr. Chris Thompson, and also Dr. Matthew Peterson, Unified School District of De Pere, Ben Lee, Melissa Jablonski, Jablonski, Freshwater Collaborative. We have a group, Special Olympics, Chad Hirschner. And then we have another group, Learn in My Shoes, Tiffany Shano, Melissa Custer, and Melanie Gross. and they registered at 7:37.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Phil Velichka. I'm a lifelong resident of the state. I live here in Wausau, and I have a few things to offer to you for your consideration. And before I speak, I just want to thank you. I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate your coming out to Wausau and getting out into the state to hear from folks who have some things to say. The points I'd like to make for your consideration are extending postpartum coverage for pregnant women in Medicaid. I know that we have some support in the room for that topic. And others, funding for community dental health coordinators, funding for removing lead hazards, funding for family resource centers, a state investment in childcare, funding to expand home visiting, funding early childhood health consultation. And I offer these in the spirit of this being the year of the child in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Al Bell with Disabled American Veterans, or DAV. Thank you for allowing DAV this opportunity to present our views on the 2025-2027 state budget. Last Tuesday, DAV, along with the American Legion and VFW, held Veterans Day at the Capitol. Over 400 veterans attended and urged their state senators, including many JFC members, to support our two priorities. They are eligibility expansion for the Wisconsin veteran and surviving spouses property tax credit, funding for the UW MIA Recovery and Identification Project to repatriate Wisconsin Missing in Action Service members. On the Wisconsin Veteran Property Tax Credit, currently only veterans rated 100% are eligible. The submitted budget provision expands eligibility to veterans with a 70, 80, and 90% service-connected disability rating as determined by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The property tax credit will be prorated. Enactment of these important provisions will bring financial tax relief to qualified Wisconsin disabled veterans, most of whom live on limited resources, and a degree of hope to Wisconsin's grieving MIA families who have suffered for years, in some cases for decades. We urge the committee to seriously consider including funding for these provisions in the final version of the state budget. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, co-chairs and committee members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Kelsey, and I'm the Managing Director of Peninsula Players Theater in Door County, and I currently serve as the chair of the Wisconsin Arts Board. I am here to speak on behalf of Wisconsin's creative sector and the countless communities it touches, including each of the areas you represent. The arts are not a luxury nor a frill. They are a powerful economic driver, a magnet for tourism, and a cornerstone of community identity and vitality. In 2023 alone, arts and culture added $12.4 billion to Wisconsin's economy, supporting more than 95,000 jobs. And when visitors decide to come to Wisconsin, they don't just come for our natural beauty. They come for our film festivals, concerts, theaters, galleries, and cultural events. And when they do, they spend on lodging, dining, and local shops, generating tax revenue and sustaining main streets. We currently rank not 49th, but 48th in the nation and dead last in the Midwest for arts funding. Iowa, our closest neighbor, spends twice the amount of Wisconsin. But beyond economics, the arts are about belonging. They enrich our schools, energize our downtowns, and foster civic pride. A vibrant arts ecosystem attracts new visitors, helps retain talent, and signals to businesses that this is a place where creativity and innovation are valued. I have an essential trimmer, I am sorry. Young people today are making decisions about where to build their lives based on more than just jobs. They want community, expression, and opportunity. States that invest in the arts are keeping the next generation. We cannot afford to be left behind. An investment in the arts is an investment in Wisconsin's future, economically and culturally. The arts are nonpartisan, and I urge you to increase funding for the arts through the Wisconsin Arts Board in this budget and help secure a vibrant, competitive Wisconsin for years to come. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Brandon Condit, and I serve as a development officer at UW Stout, and I'm a proud alumnus of the university. I'm here today to express my strong support to the UW Stout Recreation Complex renovation project and respectfully ask for your support to the 2025 to 2027 capital budget. In my role, I work closely with our student and campus community. Students have consistently identified the need for more open recreation space, expanded fitness areas, modern locker rooms. In fact, students, including myself, voted to approve this, financially support this project in 2019, and reaffirmed the vote in 2022. This $31.7 million project will be funded entirely through student-approved fees and private donations without using taxpayer dollars. It has a strong backing from UW's System Board of Regents and has already attracted the largest gift in UW Stout's history. Built in the 1960s, the current rec complex no longer meets the expectations of today's students. The quality recreational facilities are critical for recruiting and retaining students, which includes NCAA Division III athletes. Without updated spaces, UW Stout risks falling behind, especially as one of the last universities of Wisconsin campuses are awaiting renovation. The renovated facility will deliver exactly what students have asked for: expanded locker rooms, more fitness and court space, and new donor-funded entrance. In addition to supporting this important project, I respectfully urge you to support the Universities of Wisconsin's overall budget request to help our campuses stay competitive and vital to the state's future. Thank you all for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Lynn Akey, and I serve the state of Wisconsin as the Chancellor at the University of Wisconsin-Parkside. At the University of Wisconsin-Parkside, as a regional university serving over 4,000 students each year, it is a university where students can pursue and achieve big dreams and goals for their lives and careers. But to make that dream of success possible, access to educational opportunities must be possible. The current level of funding for the universities of Wisconsin jeopardizes the access to higher education that Wisconsin deserves. Let's be clear, education unlocks opportunity, and it is that opportunity that supplies and develops the talent the state of Wisconsin needs for its future. At the University of Wisconsin-Parkside, the current budget request provides funding to support access to enrollment. Without support, enrollment opportunities such as dual enrollment, so high school students can earn college credit towards degree and shorten time and cost to completion, for transfer pathways that streamline the transition from a 2-year institution and experience to a 4-year program that enable a student to upskill and expand career potential, or partnership programs with business and industry to expand workforce talent to meet critical regional needs will not be possible without additional funding and support. A state university like the University of Wisconsin-Parkside offers the best return on investment for developing talent for Wisconsin's future. Access to education transforms lives, the lives of individuals, families, and communities. Think about it. How many of you, your family members, your community members, your neighbors earned an access to their future through a University of Wisconsin institution? Thank you for your investment in the Universities of Wisconsin and the University of Wisconsin-Parkside.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing in Wausau. My name is Harlan Richards, and I'd like to request that you close Green Bay Prison without opening a new prison. This can be done by reducing the overall prison population and saving the taxpayers millions of dollars without jeopardizing public safety. It is done by ending crimeless revocations. In 2024, over 2,400 citizens were sent to prison without having committed a new crime. These citizens were on supervision, the process used to transition people convicted of a crime back into society. They violated a rule which resulted in their return to prison. No crime was committed, no one was threatened or put in danger. Persons on supervision must follow a set of burdensome rules which require permission to do things that everybody else takes for granted. They can be sent back to prison for failing to obtain permission to borrow money, buy on credit, drive a car, quit a job, or move to a new residence. It is devastating for a person who has served his or her sentence and who is trying to return to being a productive member of society to end up back in prison for breaking a rule. No new crime is committed, no one is put in danger. There is currently a program called Alternatives to Revocation, which permits addressing rule violations by keeping the person within the community and helping them to readjust to life in free society. Governor Evers has proposed $8.9 million to expand this program, which will save millions of dollars in prison costs. By ending imprisonment for rule violations, we can save taxpayer dollars, reduce the overall prison population, and allow us to close Green Bay Prison without having to build a new prison. As a person who spent decades in prison, I can assure you that crimeless revocations are unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Chop. I represent Naomi, North Central Area congregations organized to make an impact. I'm here as an advocate for public transit. Transit is an essential service. Transit is not a choice for many people. Public transit is an essential service that all people need. All people, regardless of race, ability, age, income, or identity, have the right to transit mobility and transit accessibility. Public transit infrastructure is vital to the social and economic livelihood of all people. We must protect the right to transit by first ensuring that all individuals have access to convenient, affordable, and equitable transit services. Public transit remains essential to millions of Americans who lack access to other modes of transportation or for whom owning a car doesn't make financial sense. I first started using Wausau's bus service known as Metro Ride about 2 years ago, teaching refugees how to use the bus system so they could go to ELL classes, get jobs, or go to the grocery store. In doing so, I found the Metro Ride was not a bad way to get around, except when I found out I could not go to Target in Weston, I couldn't go to the many businesses in Rib Mountain, or if I needed to, I couldn't go to the Veterans Outpatient Clinic in Rothschild because Metro Ride no longer goes there. When one municipality dropped Metro Ride, 2 other municipalities could not afford to continue having Metro Ride service. In order for our transit system to achieve its essential mission, it needs state funding. We ask that at least 1% of the proposed $2.6 billion transportation budget go towards public transportation options.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. I'm here to testify in favor of the UW Stout Recreation Complex renovation project and ask for your support of this project and others in the 25-27 capital budget. In my role as Director of Athletics and Recreation, I've been personally involved in this project on behalf of our students for quite a while. Students have repeatedly asked for more access to open recreation, more strength and fitness space, and new and improved showers and locker rooms. Multiple student surveys continue to identify these needs and wants, and students supported this and voted to financially support this project in 2019 and reaffirmed that again in 2022. As you've heard already today, the $31.7 million renovation is funded entirely through donor support and student-supported fees that they voted in on themselves. This project also has strong support from the Board of Regents and donors. As you heard from the Pankowskis today, we also received our largest gift in university history to support this project. Built before I was born, which is in the 60s, right? The rec complex's infrastructure is in dire need of support and needs to be fixed. At UW Stout, the Polytechnic learning experience is also distinct from comprehensive and research universities. 99% of our courses are taught by faculty and academic staff, most of whom have industry experience. We are not competing with other universities, not only competing with other universities, but also competing with industry to retain our faculty. I ask that you support the overall budget on behalf of the Universities of Wisconsin, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Ron Alexander from Naomi, an affiliate of Wisdom. There seems to be consensus that the Green Bay prison needs to be closed, but we support the closure without building a new replacement prison. I think it's fair to say that the Wisconsin prison system is broken and needs reform, and this is an ideal opportunity to take a look at some options that might be able to lead us to that necessary reform. The Treatment Alternative and Diversion Program, TAD, which is a popular bipartisan program, gives people an opportunity with accountability to stay out of prison. Increased funding for the Earn Release Program is necessary. As of February this year, there were 2,535 inmates on the waiting list for this program. Completion leads to an early release. And increased funding for the Community-Based Alternatives to Revocation, or ATR program mentioned earlier. About 20% of the people in Wisconsin prisons are there for revocation or violation of supervision rules without a new conviction. ATRs offer accountability options, allowing a person to maintain employment and lead to less family disruptions. Implementation of these options would allow for redistribution of the remaining inmates to existing slots, maintaining security levels, and would not increase the threat to public safety. And more importantly, it would give the state an option to look at some reform measures that are needed for this broken system. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, we're here to discuss special ed funding in our public schools. My name is Dr. Matt Peterson. I'm a member of the Board of Education at the Unified School District of De Pere. At De Pere, as in I'm sure every district in the state, we seek to help all of our kids succeed. This, of course, includes our learners with disabilities. Of course, special ed is legally mandated, but that's not why we do it. We do it because it's the right thing. It's the right thing for the learners, their families, and our community. But it comes at high cost. In our district, we use 7.5% of our general funds each year to cover unreimbursed costs for special ed services. That amount almost completely consumes the operational referendum our taxpayers just approved. In our growing district, these funds should be used to cover building costs, retaining excellent staff, and delivering the best instruction we can. We ask the state to help close this funding gap by reimbursing 90% of special ed costs. This is a change that will benefit every district, every community, and every property taxpayer in Wisconsin.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Good morning. I'm Dr. Chris Thompson, Superintendent at the Unified School District of De Pere. Special education services, not including transportation costs, for 7 high-need students in our district annually exceed $440,000. Serving individual education plans for the 12% of our district student population requiring disability-related support greatly weighs on our school district's budget. De Pere significantly exceeds expectations on the state report card, yet a 49% meeting or exceeding expectations performance gap exists in De Pere for students with versus those without a disability. Students with special needs require additional staffing-based instruction supports to close the achievement gap. American poet Ralph Waldo Emerson said it best in regard to achieving powerful results. The secret in education lies in respecting the student. Please respect our most vulnerable students and adequately fund special education in our schools. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ben Lee. I'm the Director of Community Impact here at the United Way of Marathon County in the community that you're in. I'm here to advocate for the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, which is otherwise known as LFPA, and it's administered by the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection Department. You may know that the federal government recently terminated a $5 million contract that it had with Wisconsin to provide this program. And so it's left our community and our farmers who are already planning for the farming season high and dry. They've already invested the money in seeds. They've put the seeds in the ground, and now there's no one to purchase it from them. And so When we think of the program, it's a really simple concept. Wisconsin DATCAP pays farmers to give me food. I give that food to single moms and elderly folks in our community. And when the federal government terminates programs like that, there's no good logical reason for it. Who ends up suffering in our community are single moms and elderly folks that we're moving this food through. So you hear a lot of great things today, about a lot of great public projects, and I'm of the opinion that when we don't take care of the people in our community, they can't benefit from these other great projects. Wausau, the community you're in, has a 42% ALICE rate. That means half of this room is living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to get by. And so we're asking you to step in and support the $80 million that are allocated to the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture and Trade and Consumer Protection in the budget, so we can keep meeting the basic needs of the people in our community, and all these other great public projects can keep making communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Julie McCann, and I am a Title I reading teacher here in North Central Wisconsin. I'm here to express my strong support for Wisconsin Act 20, particularly because of the urgent need to improve reading outcomes for our students. Currently, more than half of Wisconsin students are not reading at grade level. According to the DPI, only about 1/3 of fourth graders are proficient in reading. From conversations with colleagues across central Wisconsin and reviewing preliminary Act 20 assessment data, we are seeing the same troubling trend continue. Districts in the area are showing anywhere between 40 to 50% of students in 4K through third grade scoring at risk. This is not just an educational crisis, it's a crisis of opportunity, workforce development, and the long-term well-being of our state. We cannot allow Wisconsin to become an illiterate state. Act 20 is a critical step forward. It acknowledges that our approaches to teaching reading were not working, and that without bold reform, we are failing far too many children. I regularly attend monthly webinars with reading specialists across the state, and I can assure you that districts are working diligently to implement the requirements of Act 20. From my perspective, funding should focus on two key areas: supporting districts in purchasing curriculum and materials grounded in the science of reading, and hiring reading coaches across the state to help classroom teachers implement effective strategies for our most struggling readers. Act 20 equips us to reverse years of stagnation. It provides teachers with the tools, training, and support they need, ensuring that students master foundational skills instead of being passed along without them. Literacy unlocks everything. It unlocks every subject: math, science, history, and even civic engagement. If we don't act now, we risk leaving yet another generation behind. Act 20 is just more than policy. It's a commitment to every Wisconsin child's success. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, co-chairs Mark Line and Board, for the opportunity to testify today. We've enjoyed following you around the state, sharing the stories of our Special Olympics Wisconsin athletes. I also want to thank Senator Jesse James for being one of our champions and supporting the work that we do. My name is Chad Hirschner, and I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of Special Olympics Wisconsin. We are here to ask for your support of the $300,000 per year increase to Special Olympics Wisconsin in the governor's DPI budget, and to ask you to provide $1 million per year to support our work in the DHS budget. Annually, we have 220 events that serve more than 14,000 athletes. Here in Wausau, annually we host our state bowling tournament, which brings more than 2,500 athletes, coaches, and volunteers to this community to compete at their best. Since 2022, we have increased the number of Unified Champion schools from 71 to 138, and we've trained more than 300 athlete leaders. Special Olympics is also the world's largest public health organization for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Annually, we provide more than 1,800 free screenings in 8 different disciplines with referrals to follow-up care. Thanks to a one-time grant from DHS, we were able to expand our trainings last year from 3 to 65. As a result, more than 1,300 healthcare providers and med students now know how to work with individuals with ID. The governor's proposed DPI budget provides the additional $300,000 per year, and we will use this funding to expand and deepen our Unified Champion schools, as you heard about from our De Pere Unified School District, invest in sports training, support and deepen our athlete leadership program, and invest in technology. We're also asking for a $1 million investment for the DHS budget to expand our health programming so our athletes can live healthier lives and have access to the care they deserve. Did you know that Special Olympics Wisconsin reduces Medicaid spend in our state? According to a public study by the Weissman Center, Special Olympics Wisconsin athletes who participate in our Healthy Athletes programs cost Medicaid 3 times less. So now to share their personal stories, I'd like to introduce you to my friends Heather and Deb.
My name is Heather Holland, and I'm a Special Olympics Wisconsin athlete from Marshfield. I currently serve on the Special Olympics Wisconsin Statewide Athlete Leadership Council representing North Central Wisconsin and serve in many athlete leadership roles, including sharing my inclusive health story, my favorite. I live with bipolar disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I have experienced sexual abuse. I have been competing in Special Olympics Wisconsin for 17 years, and basketball is my favorite sport. When I first started, I would only play defense and was always afraid to shoot the ball. I would be extremely quiet and always hung out with the same 2 friends. Through the encouragement of coaches, volunteers, and my fellow teammates, I would get better and better every year. My confidence and skills grew, and I would eventually earn a spot on the A team. When I play basketball now, it is competitive, and I am no longer afraid. I'm smiling when I play and have stepped out to play point guard and shoot the ball. Because I trust my teammates and my coaches, I can be vulnerable and honest. Through Special Olympics Wisconsin, I have competed all over the state in sports competition, and I have made many friends. We know and respect each other, and all of this builds my confidence, and from that, I feel joy and acceptance. I hope you are seeing the significance of my involvement in Special Olympics Wisconsin and how it has affected my overall health and made me an active member of my community. Therefore, please vote for Special Olympics Wisconsin programs.
Good morning. My name is Deb Moore Greenlow, and I live in Rudolph. And I am a retired special education teacher of 34 years, and I have been served many roles in Special Olympics Wisconsin since 1987. This has given me a front row seat to watch how Special Olympics Wisconsin has broken down stereotypes and prejudice for people with intellectual disabilities, both on the playing field and in their communities. It has created a culture of understanding and acceptance where they're seen for their abilities and skills. As a trainer of athlete leadership, I teach free Special Olympics Wisconsin athlete leadership classes. I've watched athletes like Heather, who just spoke, who have never been given a seat at the table, find their voice and change the hearts and minds of people they meet. I've witnessed athletes achieve their personal best and overcome obstacles both on and off the playing field. In Special Olympics Wisconsin, winning is truly more than coming in first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tom Gibson, Chancellor of UW-Stevens Point. Honorable members of the Wisconsin Legislature, Joint Committee on Finance, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today in strong support of the UW-Stevens Point Century Hall renovation and modernization capital project, which is number 8 on the list of capital priorities for the universities of Wisconsin. This project is critical to the continued success and growth of the UW-Stevens Point Century School of Business and Economics, which has seen a dramatic 51% enrollment growth since 2019. This remarkable expansion demonstrates the high demand for the career-ready graduates that our Century School produces, feeding directly into the Wisconsin workforce. In fact, 92% of Century School graduates report finding careers right here in Wisconsin. This is a prime example of how UW-Stevens Point is a brain gain for Wisconsin. Our longstanding partnership with Century has been nothing short of transformative. Their generous gift of $10 million, which matches state project funds, underscores their confidence in our program and its impact on the state's economy. This collaboration has elevated the Century School, and this project will further enhance its ability to serve our students, community partners, and the entire state. This project will address urgent infrastructure issues, ensuring a safe and functional learning environment. The primary mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems are 60 years old and have exceeded their life expectancy. Furthermore, most primary building systems do not comply with modern building codes and standards. Beyond essential upgrades, this project will allow us to expand our capacity to engage with business and community partners through modernized spaces. The planned Entrepreneurship Center will provide crucial new services to launch student businesses and offer expanded space for the Small Business Development Center, enabling them to serve even more entrepreneurs. The new multi-purpose community event space will create a welcoming venue for expanded student business connections, workshops, and seminars. Supporting the Century Hall renovation project is an investment in a proven model of success. It will allow us to continue producing highly skilled, career-ready graduates who contribute directly to Wisconsin's economy. We urge your favorable consideration and approval of this vital project, and I thank each of you for your leadership and service.
Good morning, committee members. Century joins our partners at UW-Stevens Point in requesting enumeration of the Century Hall addition and renovation project within the 2025-2027 capital budget. We're incredibly proud to have called Wisconsin home for over 120 years and equally proud of what we've accomplished in that time. Century earned the industry's highest rating for financial strength and stability in 1992 and has maintained it for 33 consecutive years. We're consistently ranked among America's best midsize employers, best workplaces, and best in-state employers in national publications. The common denominator for our success is our workforce, powered by over 6,000 associates across the country. However, more than half work in Wisconsin, and the vast majority of them are employed at our headquarters in Stevens Point. We rely heavily on UWSP to fulfill our human capital needs, and it should come as no surprise that Century has employed thousands of pointers throughout our history. Through the Century Foundation, we've worked hard to maintain this pipeline through the years through apprenticeships, internships, scholarships, professorships, and creation of a new data analytics program at UWSP. In 2022, we announced our largest gift ever to create the Century School of Business and Economics and partially fund the Century Hall addition and renovation at UWSP. We'd like to thank you for your consideration today.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee, and thank you for holding a public hearing here in central Wisconsin. My name is Yang Zhang, and I'm a Wausau resident. I'm also a UW-Stevens Point alum and a senior HR business consultant, serving the national accounts, transportation, regional and specialty business units at Century Insurance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I want to start by asking you to picture one child. A child full of wonder, full of questions, full of potential. But instead of soaring, this child is stalled, not because they can't learn, but because the very system that is meant to support them is falling short. That child, he's mine, and he's not alone. The real obstacle to providing our children with the education they deserve lies not in the dedication of their educational teams, but an outdated funding model that no longer meets today's standards. Before I go any further into this issue, I want to highlight the reality that many families, my own included, are facing. My husband is working overtime so I can be fully available to advocate for our child's education, therapies, and essential resources. Today, I am here to speak on behalf of all families who may not have the support or resources they need. because no family should have to be forced to choose between economic stability and being present in their child's development. My name is Melanie Gross. I am a coalition leader with the Learn in My Shoes campaign, a partner in Partners in Policymaking, and most importantly, I am a very proud mother of a brilliant, funny, and curious autistic child in special education. I'm here today not just as a mom, but as a voice for him and for thousands of other Wisconsin children who are being left behind by a system that's underfunded, overstretched, and under attack. I'm here with a simple and urgent request: invest in our kids. Specifically, I urge you to raise Wisconsin special education funding and reimbursement rate to no less than 60%, some sufficient. Every child deserves a high-quality education. For students with disabilities, that means more than just textbooks and classrooms. It means trained, compassionate staff who understand their needs, individualized support that meets them where they are, and specialized services that doesn't just help them learn, but thrive. Investing in special education isn't just the right thing to do, it's a smart investment in Wisconsin's future. When we give children with disabilities the tools to succeed, they grow up to become skilled workers, responsible citizens, and contributors to our economy and communities. This strengthens our workforce, reduces long-term dependency, and builds a stronger, more self-reliant Wisconsin. This is not a handout, it's a hand up. It's a promise kept to our children, to our families, and to the values that we all claim to hold dear. It's the kind of investment that pays off not just in dollars, but in dignity, opportunity, and hope. When we fund special education properly, we do more than support students. We support the families who fight for them. We strengthen the communities that surround them. We build a Wisconsin that lifts every child, not just the easiest to teach. You have the power and the responsibility to do better. No more next sessions. No more excuses. It's time to invest in a special education system that empowers children with the tools to seize opportunities and gives families the freedom to choose the best educational path for their children. A system that stands for fairness, for opportunity, and for the right of every child in every district to reach their full potential and drive Wisconsin's future forward. I want to live in a state that says you belong, you matter, and we will fight for you. So let's be the state that leads. Let's be the lawmakers, the leaders, the neighbors who stood up and said, we will not leave a single child behind. Let's make this the moment we look back on and say, that's when it changed. That's when we choose courage over comfort, compassion over convenience, and our kids over politics. Let's rise to the occasion, let's rise for our children, and let's rise together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we begin, I'm not done. Excuse me. Hi, it's Melissa Custer again. Being from Grafton, my district has increasing enrollment, unlike much of our state, and we are fiscally responsible. Still, in the last school year, we had to transfer $3.6 million from our general education fund to pay for our special education services for children with IEPs. Wisconsin state aid was only $1.5 million. We need a blue ribbon budget.
Thank you. Okay, before we begin, we're going to read off the next group.
Do you want to pronounce it?
Tanya Kalowski.
Cindy Protrowski, Piotrowski. We have the AARP group with Rachel Helt. We have a group from the city of Schofield. I think it's Mark, I think it's THUOT, Bill Bertman, and Craig Hohen. We have another group, I think it's Feeding Wisconsin, Matt Stensta, Stiensta, R.A., Jackie Anderson, and Donna Ambrose. Jen, it's Viergutz with ADRC. We have Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs. We have Jay Heckel and Craig Olson. Kaylin Pempek, P-E-M-P-E-K. Carrie Dickinson. Will, I think it's HSU. Sue? Will Sue? Travis Grubbs. Rob Mansky, I think it's M-A-N-Z-K-E, UW Stevens Point. Aaron Engel. John Brook. It looks like we have a group. It's the Mountain Bay Metro Police Department. We have with Chief Jeremy Hunt. And they signed in at 7:41.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chairs Borman and Markland and Joint Finance Committee members. My name is Melissa Sullivan. I'm originally from West Bend, but I've lived here in the Wausau area for the last 20 years. My husband, Sean, and I are both proud first-generation college graduates of the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh. And we're very proud parents of our daughter, Emma, who will graduate from UWO on, May 17th. As a graduate, parent, and member of UWO's alumni board, I want to preview the remarks that will be coming from UWO Provost Ed Martini and encourage you to support greater state investment in UWO and our universities of Wisconsin. My family is just one of the thousands and thousands in Wisconsin that embody the return on investment we get out of the universities of Wisconsin. We all enjoy results when we invest in public higher education. After graduating from UWO, I managed a statewide nonprofit for nearly 20 years before starting a unique small business, helping families preserve and organize their digital family memories. My husband, Sean, went on to earn a master's degree from UW-Milwaukee and has served Wisconsin students in leadership and development on both Wisconsin Technical College campuses and UW campuses. And some of you met our daughter Emma in mid-March when she joined Chancellor Leavitt and the UWO team for Titans Take to the Capitol. She's a political science major, currently working a rewarding internship with Oshkosh Corporation just down the Fox River from UWO. This has taken her professional growth and learning to an entirely new level. In addition, her boyfriend Shane also attends UWO, and last year, at the young age of 20, he won UWO's Culver Business Model Competition, sponsored by UWO alumni Craig Culver. Inspired by his younger brother with an auditory processing disorder, Shane, an audio production major, developed an innovative noise filtering headphones product that will help some people with similar disorders thrive in workplaces and ultimately help companies grow. Emma and Shane's futures are bright thanks to the university, and we support additional funding. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to first thank Representative Kurtz, Senator Markline, and Senator Teston for serving our community and our children in my school community. I'm Tanya Kitlowski. I am the superintendent at Nisita Area School District. We are a small rural school district. We have one building, so we're very efficient in the work that we do with children. We have about 700 students. We have almost 60% free and reduced students in our building, and we have over 20% of our students who are receiving special education services. I am proud to serve that district and to serve children over 30 years, but I'm even more proud to be a conservative leader within my school community of some wonderful constituents, and I'm here on their behalf as taxpayers that serve our children. School referenda is not the adequate funding solution to address compulsory school obligations and mandates. Our children and families should not have to hope for adequate programming to compete with other students from across the state of Wisconsin. They should not feel slighted for living in a small rural school district, and they're joining the same job markets, the same colleges, the same trade schools, and will be competing in the future for jobs in areas with students from across our state. They deserve to have the same opportunities as other students attending districts with significantly higher levels of per pupil student funding. Our children deserve fair and equitable funding solutions. And by increasing the low revenue limit to $12,650, we will place all districts, 90% of our districts, within 10% of school funding. And that is a powerful advantage for our entire state. Given our demographics, I want to express support in the biennium budget to increase our special education funding to 60% to more adequately fund our over 20% of students with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson Markline, Bourne, all of you for being here. Special shout out to my representatives, Senator Teston and Representative Morisi. I really appreciate that you're doing this in central Wisconsin. My name is Cindy Petresky. I am the director of the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Portage County, and I'm a proud grad of UWSP. I have some concerns to share with you today, and my request is to be our advocate with our federal delegation, our federal representatives. So the concerns about MA changes that were proposed in the OMB document, I recognize that those cuts are out of your control. That is not something that you have control over. But when and if, and probably when, cuts are made, what you do control is what happens with what's left here in the state of Wisconsin. My request would be that you include those who are impacted by cuts in the decisions of how those cuts are, what stays and what goes going forward in the state for MA. Some of the other proposed cuts severely impact people with disabilities. The Board for People with Developmental Disabilities, Disability Rights Wisconsin, the Weissman Center. These are important organizations for people with disabilities. I very much appreciate the funding that we receive from the state, but 46% of ADRC funding is MA. So please, what you can do for us, we appreciate. Thank you again very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Jackie Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director of Feeding Wisconsin. We're the state association of the 6 regional Feeding America partner food banks, providing emergency food to cover 1,000 local food pantries and meal programs in all 72 counties and 11 tribal nations. Based on recent Feeding America Map the Meal Gap, we know that 1 in 10 adults and 1 in 6 children are considered food insecure. You all have people in your communities who are food insecure. We know that these rates, coupled with the fact that the cost per meal has increased by more than $1 in recent years, results in a budget shortfall of more than $450 million throughout the state and an annual meal gap of more than 116 meals that our local community members don't have access to.
Good morning. My name is Donna Ambrose, and I'm the Executive Director of the Neighbor's Place, located right here in Wausau. We serve all of Marathon County and the surrounding north central region. Our primary focus is food insecurity, and we're a proud partner agency of Feeding America. As economic uncertainty continues to ripple through our communities, we are seeing more families and individuals than ever turning to us for support. The faces of food insecurity are changing, and the need is growing in ways that are both urgent and heartbreaking. We are working relentlessly to meet this moment, but we know that the challenges ahead will not be short-lived. In the first quarter of this year, we have had 8,761 total visits to our food pantry program called The Market. Those visits served 23,350 people right here in Marathon County. This is an 11% increase over this time last year and continues to trend up. Since January, we have registered 356 new households for assistance. The majority of those are senior citizens. We are working tirelessly to meet the growing needs of our community, ensuring that individuals and families facing food insecurity have access to the healthy food they deserve. We know how to work collaboratively. We have local farmers and producers eager to assist us in this effort. We have a strong partnership with Feeding America that provides warehousing and logistical expertise. Now we need financial support to make it happen so people in Marathon County and throughout the state can continue to count on agencies like ours for that much-needed support. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you, committee members. My name is Matt Steenstra with Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. We're the largest food bank in the state. We serve 370 partners across 35 counties. And as a food bank, we don't serve the public. We make sure that pantries like Donna's have what they need to be able to serve their community. And she mentioned that she saw an increase of people coming to the pantry. We surveyed our network. On average, the increase of people showing up at food pantries is 3 times larger than what Donna mentioned. When families were low on money, they turned to food pantries, often way before they start thinking about benefit programs like Food Share. We can't control the number of people that show up needing help. We've surveyed our network. It's driven by working families like Donna mentioned. In fact, a Feeding America study showed that 1/3 of the folks that come to our food pantries don't participate or don't even qualify for these other benefit programs. Kids do worse in school. Senior citizens' health really suffers when families go hungry. Our job is to solve hunger, but right now we're serving and building partnerships. We start a program to purchase food from local farmers and get it to food pantries called FarmLink. We work with more than a dozen local farmers. We connect food pantries to grocery stores in their neighborhood, and our trucks have driven more than 400,000 miles since April of last year. That's 16 times around the whole earth. But at current rates, our food pantries are telling us that they're going to have to cut service or ration food. Some food pantries, like Mike in Berlin, saw his numbers double, and he's unsure about how he's going to continue to operate.
So in closing, we have 3 main budget asks. The first one is $30 million over the biennium in one-time funding to DATCAP to fund grants to food banks and food pantries to purchase Wisconsin-grown and Wisconsin-produced food. The second budget ask is $2 million over the biennium to provide grants to $50,000 each to provide transportation to be able to go from the food banks to the food pantries. And the third is a $4 million over the 25-27 biennium over to cover tribal gaming program revenue for grants to cover things such as tribal elder food boxes throughout the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak Joint Finance Committee hearing today. My name is Mark. I lived in Marathon County my entire life and worked for a city of Schofield, city of 2,300, connecting the south side of Wausau. For the last 10 years, I've done planning, zoning, economic development, public works for the city. With me here today is Mayor Craig Hohen. We're here today to ask for support for funding and help identify funding sources for Eau Claire River Share Use Trail Bridge, a regional trail connection in Marathon County, Wisconsin. Wausau, Weston, and Schofield we've all put it in our comprehensive plans for our community. Total cost estimate for this project is $19 million. We are at the very beginning stages putting together funding for this plan. It's all in development. These are 3 communities have limited funds, as we all know. We'll be seeking funding from local, state, and federal sources, government, foundations, and nonprofits. This trail is an alternative transportation route for Grand Avenue from downtown Wausau connecting Schofield and Weston. It provides a safe commute by foot and bicycle. Trail is also connected between the east and west sides of Wausau. On the east side, it connects to the Mountain Bay Trail that goes from Weston to Green Bay. And on the west side, it connects the designated trail to Rib Mountain to 9 Mile. It improves trail systems in central Wisconsin for alternative transportation and can boost recreational use to our community's trails, making our area more attractive to tourism, increase local quality of life, attracting people, families to work, live, and play. Trails can lead to better health and wealth community, enhance property values, and tax revenue. Attract businesses and employees, and trails transform communities. If you build it, they will come. Please support and consider help funding this Eau Claire River Shared Use Trail and assist us in identifying additional sources of funding to connect Wausau, Weston, and Schofield trails for transportation, tourism, and recreation. Put your support for the Eau Claire River Share Use Trail and Bridge behind the comprehensive plans of Marathon County West and Schofield.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Jen Virgas. I'm the director of the Aging and Disability Resource Center in Taylor County, and I'm here to talk to you about the Senior Nutrition Program. I do want to start by thanking you. In the last budget, we did have an increase, but I'm here to tell you that we continue to see struggles across the state with funding, with the increased number of participants, the lack of COVID-19 funding, and the cost of supplies and food that continues to rise. Home-delivered meal services provide nutritious food, safety checks, and socialization connections to seniors across the board. Whether they're home-delivered meals or coming to our nutrition sites, that is a key purpose for us. Our goal is to help people maintain their independence and stay in their homes as long as possible. I'm from Taylor County, very rural community. Since I started with the county 3 years ago, Rib Lake and Gilman both lost their grocery stores. The only grocery store we have is in Medford. We also have a Walmart, and the 2 other communities now do have Dollar General. My job is here to advocate that we need to provide these people with nutritious food and different options. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Again, some of the statistics, nearly 70% of the people served say that their home-delivered meal was the main source of food and nutrition that they received that day. Over half the participants say that may be their delivery person may be the only person that they see within that week. We are trying to be good stewards of our funding. We've started meal prioritizations where we go into the homes and assess people to make sure that we are meeting the people that are most at need. And thank you.
Thank you. You can relax now. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Helt, and I'm from nearby Mosinee. I'm a volunteer advocate for AARP Wisconsin and a member of the local AARP chapter here in Wausau. Thank you for this opportunity to testify this morning. This is the 4th and final state budget you've held around Wisconsin this month. And as you've seen, we have had our team of red-shirted volunteer advocates in the front row at all of the hearings, including Kaukauna, West Allis, Hayward, and here in Wausau today. We want to talk about an issue that is long overdue to be addressed by state lawmakers, which is providing support for nearly 600,000 unpaid family caregivers here in our state. Simply put, this is an issue that you cannot keep kicking down the road every budget cycle if you want people to continue living in Wisconsin communities as they get older. Family caregivers are people who provide a wide range of services to help keep their loved ones living in their own homes and communities rather than moving them into costly long-term care facilities and become a burden on the state and federal government, as well as Wisconsin taxpayers. We refer to family caregivers as the unsung heroes of Wisconsin's long-term care system. They go to great lengths to provide a wide range of services to those who require in-home assistance. They help with chores like cooking, cleaning, bathing, dressing, shopping, paying bills, and managing medications. Some of them even do projects such as installing shower bars, handrails, or wheelchair ramps that enable their loved ones to remain in their own homes. But it's not just the time they spend with loved ones that is so critical. Each of them also spends an average of $7,000 every year out of their own pockets to provide this care. And they do it all while raising their own families, working their own jobs, and trying to manage their own household budget. Without the countless hours they spend providing the selfless care, our state's long-term care model would completely fall apart. We all know Wisconsin is getting older, with more and more boomers retiring each day. We can no longer put off the discussion of how we're going to prepare our state for the wants and needs of our residents as they age. This issue is not partisan. It impacts all of us. Just about everyone has either been a caregiver, will be one at some point, or knows people who are going through this situation right now. We believe it is time for Wisconsin to recognize, value, and support family caregivers who are the backbone of our state's long-term care system. That is why AARP supports a $500 caregiver tax credit that would reimburse certain family caregivers for specific expenses they incur each year related to providing care for loved ones. Now, if this financial impact of this tax credit is worrisome to you, it shouldn't be. In fact, it would be penny wise and pound foolish not to provide this support. Let me leave you with this statistic. The unpaid care provided by the 580,000 plus family caregivers in Wisconsin is valued at about $17 an hour. This adds up to $9.2 billion in uncompensated care each year. This is according to a recent AARP report. Let me say that number again. 9.2 billion with a B. That is money that is not being charged to the state or paid for by taxpayers.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Members of the Joint Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity today. Excuse me. My name is Chief Jay Heckel, City of Marinette Fire Department. I'm here on behalf of the Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs Association. The Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs Association is requesting the Joint Finance Committee version of the 25-27 biennial budget proposal include necessary resources to maintain and upgrade required equipment and the continuation of training and operations for personnel of both the Wisconsin Task Force 1 and the Wisconsin Hazardous Materials Response System. The funding requests include $2.5 million each year of the 2025 biennium, totaling $5 million for hazmat, $3 million the first year, and $1.5 million the second year of the biennium, totaling $4.5 million for Wisconsin Task Force 1. Our request is based on two factors. The first is increased team engagement and activation. In 2024, Wisconsin Task Force 1 was mobilized to conduct swiftwater rescue missions in North Carolina following Hurricane Helene, as well as a one-week deployment at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Wisconsin Hazardous Materials Response Team was also mobilized to Milwaukee to address any hazardous materials incidents before or throughout the Republican National Convention. Second, both entities are experiencing the combination of decreased federal funding through Homeland Security resources provided through the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs and increased inflationary pressures for materials and supplies over the past decade, resulting in both units in critical need of state-supported resources. As frontline emergency teams with sub-teams and personnel across the state committed to their service and duty in responding to the most critical time, it is necessary to fully fund these teams to ensure they are trained and equipped with the required tools to save and protect lives. These teams cannot continue to absorb the additional costs necessary to provide critical life-saving responses without the state's investment. Thank you again for your consideration to include our recommendations in the 25 25-27 biennial budget proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Chief Craig Olson with the Campbellsport Fire Department located in Fond du Lac County. I just wanted to stress to this committee how important that these two teams stay solvent and be funded accordingly. There's over 800 fire departments in the state of Wisconsin, over which 75% are volunteer. Most fire departments do not have the resources, the funding, the personnel to support these type of teams and activities. These teams are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Dickinson, and I work at the UW-Madison School of Education. I'm here to read a statement from Dean Marcel Haddix of the School of Education. Dean Haddix's statement reads, I encourage members of the Joint Finance Committee to support the demolition of UW-Madison's outdated humanities building and the relocation of the art department and music programs. With over $70 million in deferred maintenance, the humanities building's older design and infrastructure has caused major deterioration in structural supports, plumbing, electrical systems, and elevators. Many instructional spaces are no longer usable. But this is about more than bricks and mortar. It's about artists and their importance to the state of Wisconsin and its economy. At the UW-Madison School of Education, we have nearly 8,000 living alumni from our art and art education programs working across Wisconsin and beyond. They work in fields ranging from entrepreneurship and museum curation, to graphic design, marketing, digital media, video game development, and web design. Art graduates also apply their unique skills to industries like engineering, product development, and materials science. Our alumni have found success with companies both local and global, including Wisconsin-based Carmex, the Kohler Company, Raven Software, and the Milwaukee Bucks, to major national brands such as Google and Pixar. Demand for creative, adaptable, visually literate professionals continues to grow, but the humanities building cannot support the learning and innovation our students and faculty need to thrive and prepare for the market needs of today and the future. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to support the demolition of the humanities buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. Thank you to Vice Chair Teston, Ranking Member Johnson, Senator Royce, Rep. Andraka, and McGuire for recently visiting our jinxing farm here in central Wisconsin. My name is Will Sue. I was born and raised here in Wausau. I'm a proud graduate of UW-Madison School of Business, and I'm here today in support of the university system's 2025-27 budget priorities. After hearing testimony on Representative Ned Whiskey's and Senator Tomczak's Legislative Council Study Committee on the UW system, the university's impact across our state is undeniable. As a jinxing farmer here in central Wisconsin, we rely on help from two state governmental institutions, UW Extension and DATCAP, including the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, which you heard about. These institutions are continually pushing the boundaries of ag research, innovation, and export market development to support local farmers like me. To be honest with you, I probably would not have returned to Wisconsin without knowing my children could also receive the same world-class education from UW-Madison that I did. Thousands of graduates a year are granted an amazing and affordable education right here in their own backyard. As the president of the largest jinxing company in the U.S., we employ hundreds of system graduates here in this local economy. What I learned at UW made all of us better entrepreneurs, better managers, better leaders, and better Wisconsin citizens who can contribute to the local economy. However, since my wife and I moved back from Minnesota in 2011, we have seen the continued deterioration of support by the legislature for Wisconsin's public universities statewide. We need to look at the future and the humanities building, which has over $70 million in deferred maintenance costs and needs to be replaced. Our state needs to invest in UW-Madison now to ensure it can remain competitive nationally against its peer institutions moving forward. Please increase GPR funding. Public education is exactly what we want our taxes to support. Please give UW-Madison independent bonding authority like other states do. Please fully fund a state educational plan that can recruit and retain top talent for public school teachers and university professors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you today for taking the opportunity to speak with you today about the Universities of Wisconsin's operating budget request. My name is Rob Mansky. I'm the Chief of Staff and Legislative Liaison at UWSP. I want to take my time here today to highlight the profound local impact the support would have for UW-Stevens Point. As you know, the UW biennial budget request encompasses initiatives in 5 strategic areas. First, increasing affordability to underserved students, first generation and lower socioeconomic students. We're asking for increased support for the Wisconsin Grants Program, which at UWSP we have 734 students are currently on our wait list. Additionally, we're requesting funding for the Wisconsin Tuition Promise to meet the financial needs of a broader range of students in economically disadvantaged Wisconsin families. Second, preserving accessibility by strengthening partnerships to boost graduation rates by 10% and meet workforce demands. At UWSP, the budget investment would strengthen these vital partnerships by providing dedicated resources for outreach and collaborative programming and student services. Third, developing talent by investing in student services, career readiness, internships, and addressing critical needs, increase in mental health support. At UWSP, even though our counseling center has saw an increase of 7% of students and a 12% increase in sessions offered, we still have 90 students on the wait list this past fall. Fourth, ensuring quality by providing competitive wages to retain our faculty and staff who are currently underpaid compared to their peers. Some of our full professors at UWSP are paid nearly 20% less than their peers. Supporting the UW biennial budget request is a direct investment in the future of Wisconsin and our people. I urge you to favorably consider this vital request. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Travis Grubbs, the District Administrator for the School District of Rib Lake. Thank you all for giving up your time to listen to Wisconsinites about their priorities. I would also like to thank you all for crafting the 23-25 biennial budget that finally began to close the gap in revenue limit disparity. Rib Lake has been a low revenue limit district since the creation of the revenue limits in 1993 and has been penalized for being fiscally responsible in 1993 ever since. Because of the JFC's work 2 years ago, we were able to transition away from ESSER funding while maintaining our excellent staff and not having to go to operational referendum. Thank you. I am here today to ask you all to help us end 30 years of unequal funding in our schools across our state by simply doing the same thing that you did 2 years ago. By raising the bottom, the school districts at the low revenue limit can close the gap and not penalize any school in our state. Increasing the low revenue limit by $1,325 over the next biennium, our state would then have 90% of all school districts within 10% of each other on a pure pupil basis. The low revenue increase paired with additional generalized aid for schools will help mitigate increased property tax, where 2 years ago, $550 million in aid offset the revenue limit increase, leading to only a 1% increase in levies for non-new referendum districts. The other key component for schools is special education funding. Special education services are required by law. Currently, after special education revenue from the state and federal levels, Rib Lake taxpayers pay 62% of the special education budget. That's a fund transfer from our general fund to our special education fund in the amount of $640,000. That means our first 57 students in the school district of Rib Lake, all of their corresponding revenue limit goes to cover other students with special needs. To summarize, I'm asking that you increase our revenue limit authority to $12,650, corresponding with aid over the biennium, and increasing special education reimbursement from 60% to 60%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Engel, Superintendent for the School District of La Crosse. On a Friday in September, I visited a kindergarten class and knelt down next to Ronnie, who was working on a phonics worksheet. He was a cute kid, big bright eyes, bowl cut hair, and very excited to have an adult assist him. I helped him cut out strips of paper and glue them to his sheet while he sounded out the letters he made. It wasn't easy for him. He had trouble using scissors and trouble with his letter sounds. Other staff were scheduled to help. While the classroom teacher worked with the most struggling readers, a special education aide worked one-on-one with a medically fragile student in a wheelchair, and a special education teacher helped a student who was having a severe behavioral meltdown. I did my best that day, but Ronnie didn't have help from other adults because he wasn't the lowest reader and he didn't qualify for special education. This is the challenge of our current funding model. We are required to fund 100% of special education costs with just 30% of the reimbursement. We need to transfer Fund $10 to cover special education costs, and in La Crosse, it's 9% of our budget. As a result, kids like Ronnie don't get the attention and services they need. And there are other great things in our schools that are jeopardized by the underfunding also. We provide youth apprenticeship opportunities to over 80 students a year. These experiences in local businesses provide real learning, contribute to a local economy, and develop the critical skills our students need to be successful in work and life. This incredible program takes time, people, and money. It also builds the foundation of our local economy. And continued underfunding of special education threatens access to these resources. The other threat is to our transcripted courses. We provide courses like welding, carpentry, CNA, and childhood assistant teacher that provide valuable local jobs. Without transcripted credit, our students aren't able to lower their costs for college and complete their degrees. I fear Ronnie won't be able to make the progress he's capable of, and he won't have the opportunities he needs for success. Please fund special education. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah. I'm John Brook. I'm the Chief Facilities Officer at UW Parkside in Kenosha. Thank you for allowing me some time this morning to talk about the proposed capital projects in the budget and their impact to our campus. There's proposed funding in the budget for the completion of renovations to Wiley Hall, instructional space money for lab renovations in Greenquist Hall, and money for a curtain wall replacement in our heating and chilling plant. The Wiley project would complete renovations on the upper floors of the building. It addresses aging and failing infrastructure. It will also allow the campus to co-locate administrative offices within Wiley Hall. These moves would free up space in Talent Hall, which houses our nursing program, clinical mental health program, and our new physician's assistant master's program. We can utilize Talent Hall then to expand our health sciences offerings, which is a major talent pipeline need for our region. The laboratory renovations in Greenquist Hall will provide needed updates for 50-year-old lab technology, which is out of date, and infrastructure, which is failing. These projects will offer support to our successful health sciences programs on our campus, which boast a 90% acceptance rate to medical school, which is about twice the national average of about 43%. The curtain wall replacement will address a major infrastructure concern in our most critical building, the heating and chilling plant. The curtain wall allows water in when it rains, leaking on critical pieces of equipment, and sections of the wall have been sliding down or pulling away from the building. These projects will address aging infrastructure needs, support student success, and aid in meeting talent pipeline needs in our region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before you begin, we're going to call up the next group.
From Dr. Philip Parker, I believe, from UW Platteville. Adrian Moreno, Moreno. Sida Diehl. Jennifer Clark. Darren Hoff. Vicki Warren. Rock Larson. Dave Ring. Todd Taylor. Josh Voigt, I think it's Viegt. Marcia Salzwiedel. Ken Warren. Ashley Banky, B-E-T, I think it's H-K-E. Norma, there you go. Welcome to Central Wisconsin. Yes, and we have a group, Wisconsin Association of Free and Charitable Clinics, Jeffrey Oswald, Joan Thurner, and Courtney Roof, and that was at 7:44.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Hunt, Mountain Bay Metro Police Department. In attendance with me is Jamie Keeper, Village Administrator for the Village of Weston, Ryan Vanderwall, Administrator for the Village of Rothschild, Captain Nick Aldrich, Dr. Casey Nye from DC Everett School District, and Mayor Craig Hohen from the City of Schofield. I started my career in law enforcement approximately 30 years ago. 28 years with the Rothschild Police Department and 1 year with the Mountain Bay Metro Police Department. I'm one of the longest serving officers in Marathon County. Currently, we merged two police departments together, and that occurred 1 year ago tomorrow. Two police departments consolidated consolidated into one encompassing 4 municipalities consisting of the Village of Rothschild, City of Schofield, Village of Weston, and the Town of Weston, serving approximately 25,000 residents. The consolidation was attempted approximately 4 times in the last 30 years. In addition to the new department, it encompasses the DC Everest School District, which has 5 schools and 13 schools, approximately 6,000 students. We have 5 officers assigned to the school district. The police department is located directly in the center of the state, encompassing State Highway 29 and I-39. When we consolidated the police departments, it was the Everest Metro and the Rothschild Police Departments. We have the goal for the department is to have a high level of service for the public, saving money through the consolidation. Neither police department is owned by the police department, and it's owned by the municipalities. The buildings are not designed to encompass the 40 officers that we currently have. Through this consolidation, we feel that it's going to save annually about $565,000 a year. We have the support for the new building with all the municipalities involved on this. Currently, the department consists of a total of 44 employees, 31 vehicles. We're working out of the old Rothschild Police Department building, which is designed in 1998 for a total of 25 employees. Increased space is a necessity. There is no room for decades of evidence from the 2 departments. Neither building is adequate for the space needs. Layout, design, and current public department is problematic. In addition, remodel costs for either building would not be cost prohibitive. A new building is required to fit the needs of the police department. We are trying to build responsibly and continue to reduce costs without placing the cost on the taxpayers. The Mountain Bay Metro Police Department purchased a piece of land on State Highway 29 and County Road X. It's approximately 7.5 acres to build the new site for the police department. We are asking for a one-time cost of $4.75 million. The total cost of the building or project is $7.4 million. So I have other people here that would like to speak.
Hi, Nick Aldrich. I used to work for Everest Metro Police Department. I currently work for the Mountain Bay Metro Police Department. I was able to witness the consolidation firsthand as we went through. The consolidation of police services was rather seamless. It happened very quickly with combining 2 groups together into one team with the goal of a high level of public service. With that being said, the only issue, even though things are going well and there has been a savings to the people that we serve, the issue we've ran into is space in the buildings that don't fit our current needs. With that being said, I ask for an investment in the building for the Mountain Bay Metro Police Department, which would help sustain the department for years to come from operationally as well as recruitment, retention, and much more. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jamie Gabert. I'm the administrator for the Village of Weston. And as administrators, we're always looking for innovative opportunities to provide services, high quality services at lower cost or cost savings. And the creation of the joint Mountain Bay Metro Police Department does that. And we are looking for assistance to solidify the long-term sustainability of the new department with the one-time investment in a building. The government closest to us affects our lives the most, and as local municipal reps, we appreciate the opportunity to discuss the innovative approaches that we are doing to provide these vital services to our community, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and committee members. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Sita Deal from NAMI, Wisconsin, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And we're asking for your support for $41 million in state funds to support the Community Support Program for people with serious mental illness. It's administered by counties and tribes to people, most of whom are on Medicaid. And we're asking for the state to take responsibility for the non-federal Medicaid share. CSP provides medication management, individual and group therapies, case management, and support for income, housing, and employment and living skills. With fidelity to this model, hospitalization and incarceration are cut in half. Today, I'd like to share 2 success stories. One parent told us, "Our son went from being a high school valedictorian, competitive athlete, and working part-time to being an extremely depressed, non-functioning college sophomore. Near catastrophe and involuntary hospitalization were his portal to our county CSP. With timely expert CSP services, our son, now 35, has gained a master's degree and has worked full-time for 9 years. He owns his home, he's in a long-term relationship, and he enjoys life." Another CSP client experienced psychosis from an early age. He abused substances, had frequent police encounters, and was often hospitalized. After a stay at the forensic Mendota unit, he was enrolled in CSP, and with consistent treatment, the CSP living skills he learned, he stabilized and reconnected with his family. He's been employed and living independently for 7 years and has had no hospitalization or jail stays since his enrollment in CSP 15 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hi, Philip Parker, Dean in the College of Engineering, Mathematics, and Science at UW-Platteville. Thank you very much for listening as well as you are listening today. Last time I was in front of this body was 8 years ago at UW-Platteville in 2017. That afternoon, I got to give some of you a tour of some buildings that needed some repair, and Senator Markline was part of that. We remember that day. 2 things I remember. One, despite the headlines, you're not as partisan as it seems like you are. There's a lot of camaraderie between the groups. It was wonderful. Secondly, I just had to shut up and let you point out the flaws in the building. You pointed out the mold. You pointed out the antiquated equipment with a box of parts from a Chinese eBay company, because that's all we could find parts for this old equipment. So that next biennium, Sesquicentennial Hall, was funded. I've gotten to see firsthand then what a transformation this can make. It makes a transformation to our engineering students. It makes a transformation to how we prepare them for industry in Wisconsin. Most of our students stay in Wisconsin. It transforms how we interact with the community with our new makerspace. So I'm here to ask you to support then the new request to help us remodel one of those buildings that I gave you a tour of, Ottensman Hall. 8 years later, it's no prettier and it's in no better shape than it was. We continue to use it for sciences and a couple of engineering labs and for a lot of classrooms. And so we ask for your support for planning, for data-informed planning. We've done a lot of internal work on it, but we want to hire external consultants, engineers, and architects to help us make sure we do what's right with that building for the state. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Howdy. My name is Adrian Marino. I'm from UW-La Crosse. I'm speaking here on behalf of Prairie Springs. I'll make this quick for everybody's sake. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I come before you as an advocate and as just a representative of the student group that's worked very, very hard on Prairie Springs over the past year. I do recognize that you've heard over the past month, as well as before that, Prairie Springs in separate arguments, so you probably know it inside and out better than I do at this point. That said, I wanted to take the time to highlight what the students have been doing. These students volunteered on their own volition with no incentive whatsoever to spend countless hours reaching out to what is now totaled to 74 of members on the legislature, and this goes with the schoolwork they've been doing, part-time jobs, 30, 40 hours that some of these students work. So I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to speak on their behalf and just point out the fact that their hard work and many other people within the community's hard work enabled me to be able to speak here to you about Prairie Springs and to ask you what kind of message would you like to send the young talent that is coming out of the Wisconsin pipeline? Are we investing in them or are we moving on from them? Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. My name is Jill Rankin with the Wisconsin Institute for Healthy Aging, and my colleagues and I are here to voice our support for the Healthy Aging Grants. They're funds that would support the programs and practices that improve the health and well-being of older adults throughout our state. We want to focus today on fall prevention and our public safety resources. Each year, more than 1 in 4 adults, older adults, has a fall. Falls have major impact on emergency medical services. According to a publication from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, EMS providers responded to over 130,000 older adult falls across the state, making falls the top injury response in 2022. The good news is that while common, falls are not an inevitable part of aging. We know what factors induce a fall. With state investment in fall prevention, we can help people reduce their falls risk and reduce falls overall. I'm going to hand it to my colleagues.
Good afternoon, Joint Committee on Finance. Excuse me. My name is Jeremy Kopp, Fire Chief for the City of Wausau Fire Department. I'm here today on behalf of our local EMS and public safety team to speak of the real and growing impact of falls in our community and how we are addressing it head on. Falls are not just statistics to us, they're daily calls, strained resources, and too often preventable tragedies. In our service area, falls are the most frequent 911 response we handle. Over half our calls in the city of Wausau are attributed to falls. Each call represents a neighbor, a family member, someone trying to maintain their independence, and with our aging population, this demand continues to grow. This is where our community care paramedic and our risk reduction and inspections division have made a tremendous difference. Instead of only responding after a fall, they're stepping into patients' homes before injuries occur, identifying risks like loose rugs, poor lighting, or absence of grab bars, and working with individuals and families to make real lasting changes. One of our early success stories involved a patient who had fallen twice in 6 months. Through home safety evaluation and quick coordination with our local resources, hazards were removed, equipment was installed, and that patient has remained fall-free since. This kind of proactive care doesn't just improve safety, it frees up emergency response resources, reduces costly hospital transports, and supports older adults in aging safely at their home. But we can't sustain this work alone. Investments in falls prevention through initiatives like the Healthy Aging Grants helps us expand these efforts, strengthen partnerships, and keep our responders focused where they're needed most. Without support from the state, programs like these will not continue. Thank you for your time and for considering how your support helps us move forward with reaction, prevention, and communities across Wisconsin.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Clark, and I serve as the Community Health Educator for the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Central Wisconsin. I want to speak to the importance and value of our Stepping On programs. Stepping On is a 7-week evidence-based fall prevention program that addresses the many complex factors that contribute to falls. I'm passionate about this program for many reasons, but most importantly because we know it works. Participants who complete Stepping On experience a 31% reduction in falls. Every session brings real stories of impact. Just last week, a woman in our WASA class scheduled a medication review after realizing she didn't understand the risks of the multiple medications she was on. That awareness and action can be life-saving. Others have made home safety changes, added grab bars, or incorporated fall prevention exercises into their daily routines. These are small changes, but with big ripple effects. Demand for this program is also growing. Within our 4-county region, we currently have around 60 individuals on a wait list. This tells us that community sees the value in these programs. Falls are the leading cause of injury-related deaths among older adults in Wisconsin. They're costly, not only to the individuals and their families, but also to our healthcare system. Evidence-based prevention programs such as Stepping On, continued collaboration with our hospital systems and fire and EMS are vital in reducing the rate of falls within the state of Wisconsin. Thank you for your time and commitment to this important issue.
Afternoon. Thank you for your time, committee members, representatives, senators. Good luck reviewing the minutes over the next however long that's going to take. I see Aquafina sponsored. Probably should have had Starbucks for the volume that's coming through today. Senator Tomczak, you got tough decisions here today. Some great proposals. Not sure how you all do it. I've got 3 kids at home that are arguing over Nikes and Lululemon. I'm supposed to decide who gets what. So good luck to you all on that. Raise your hands. Have any of you committee members, representatives, audience members, has anybody had a teacher or coach that's impacted them before? Anybody? Anybody? Keep that person in mind as I continue on. My name is Derek Hoff. I graduated in 2007 from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville with a degree in education. I was 1 credit shy of a theater minor. Probably should have just finished that. But most students who go to school for 7 years become doctors, so it was time to just go teach. I was a football player, a 4-year letter winner, starter captain, all-conference performer, a perennial dean list student athlete. I was a social ambassador for 2nd Street. I coached for the Pioneers and then went on to teach secondary education for 10 years, as well as coaching football, basketball, track for South Milwaukee High School. I love teaching and coaching. I retired from teaching in 2016 because of low pay and increasing costs to health benefits, reduced retirement benefits. I started down a path of entrepreneurship, which has worked out quite well. The point being is I left education and I was pretty darn good at it and had a great impact during that time period. My college experience at UW-Platteville was exceptional. It was people-driven. I loved my advisors, my professors, my coaches, the chancellor, athletic director. I loved the food services people, the campus police officers, although they didn't always love me. The people that made my experience, many of those quality people, were forced to leave over the time at the university because of better pay and opportunities elsewhere. I would ask that you look at the proposal for UW-Platteville and considering giving educators more pay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bourne, Chairman Markland, members of the Joint Finance Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before you today. On behalf of Scott Zitlow, President and CEO of Quick Trip and a proud alumnus of UW-La Crosse, my name is Dave Ring, Government and Community Relations Manager for Quick Trip, also a proud UW-La Crosse graduate. Quick Trip is a family-owned Wisconsin company. We own and operate 510 stores across the state and probably employ nearly 25,000 coworkers right here in Wisconsin. As one of Wisconsin's largest private employers, we understand the value of investing in education and infrastructure that fuels long-term workforce development and growth. And that's exactly why we're here today in strong support of funding Phase 2 of the Prairie Springs Science Center at UW-La Crosse. At Quick Trip, we just don't hire UW graduates, we rely on them. We have a strong, valued, and productive partnership with UW-La Crosse, especially in our science-based food safety laboratory, quality assurance, and food production facilities. These UWL graduates come to us prepared, capable, and with the knowledge, work ethic, and professionalism we need, ready to contribute and add value to our fellow coworkers, suppliers, customers, and the communities we serve on day one. And they stay in Wisconsin, helping contribute to the state's economic vitality through their human capital and expansive knowledge base. But as students and our future employees, they need the proper learning environment, infrastructure, and resources to thrive and perform at peak levels. The completion of Prairie Springs Science Center will accomplish that objective by adding 30 new and modern classrooms and laboratories, equipping STEM students with the latest tools, technologies, and cutting-edge scientific training. When we talk about investing in infrastructure, this is the kind of project that delivers a high return on investment because it develops and expands the human capital and knowledge base that drives innovation, efficiency, and growth for businesses like ours and for statewide employers across Wisconsin. Like any successful business organization, the state of Wisconsin wants a high ROI on its limited capital investments, and this is one that pays dividends. Funding Prairie Springs will yield highly skilled graduates in high-demand fields, data science, environmental science, food science, and healthcare, further strengthening the talent pipeline for employers across the state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll see you next time.
So it's great.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm here today to ask for your support also for the UW-La Crosse Prairie Springs Science Center completion project. My name is Todd Taylor. I'm a proud graduate of UWL and a grateful product of the UW system with a degree also from UW-Madison. Wisconsin higher education changed the trajectory of my life, and I will forever be grateful. My ties to UWL run deep. My father was a professor there. My entire immediate family are grads of UWL. In retirement, I've chosen to give back by serving on the UWL Alumni and Friends Foundation Board of Directors for the past 7 years and have been chair of the board for the last 2. Prairie Springs Science Center is not just about a new building for UWL, but really an investment in the future of the workforce of our state. I know all of you on the committee are aware that you have many young people in your home districts that are students at UWL. You also have alumni of UWL that are employed in your districts and contribute to your region of the state. The completion of the Prairie Springs Science Center will increase UWL's capacity to meet the employee needs of regional and state businesses and positively impact the Wisconsin economy. As you saw with Quick Trip, we have all of our regional businesses that have endorsed this project and recognize how important it plays for their future as they need our graduates. UWL is one of the gems of the UW system. Its national recognition, strong financial standing, robust enrollment, and incredible student retention is something to be proud of. As a taxpayer and alum, a leader of the philanthropic arm of UWL, I ask for your support of Prairie Springs Science Center completion project.
Good afternoon. Chairman Bourne, Vice Chairman Teston, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rock Larson, and I am here as the legislative chairperson of the County and Tribal Veteran Service Officer Association of Wisconsin. I am also the Wood County Veteran Service Officer. Our association is here to support the Wisconsin Department of Veterans Affairs request to add 7 full-time personnel to the Veterans Outreach and Recovery Program, VORP. VORP is a voluntary case management program that works with veterans to identify issues and barriers which prevent them from living the life they want and uncovering solutions to achieve their goals. Uncovering solutions. VORP eligibility, anybody who's served in the military, to include the National Guard and the Army Reserve, with a discharge other than dishonorable. So VORP works with individuals experiencing housing instability, mental health, substance use, incarceration, and other identifiable barriers. One of the recommendations of the Governor's Blue Ribbon Commission on Veterans Opportunity was to increase the staff of VORP. As a result, using the American Rescue Plan Act funding, VORP program was provided 7 limited-term employees, 5 outreach and recovery coordinators, and 2 clinical staff, which allowed the state to be divided into 16 regions from the previous 11, which changed the average number of counties each coordinator served from 6.5 to 4. For Wood County, that change was from 8 to 4. I also put that coordinator locally. Over the years of this program, my coordinator for Wisconsin Rapids, Marshfield, was in Green Bay, Appleton, or La Crosse. This person is now local. Okay, the funding for the LTEs is going to be up, and you'll be getting a letter. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicki Warren. I am talking about one of Wisdom's justice priorities. During those not so long ago years when Wisconsin school districts received special ed reimbursement at 60%, I taught CESA kids with visual impairment. One fall, a first grade, totally blind, Braille-capable transfer student appeared on my caseload. She had never been included in a regular education classroom, and a segregated program for a child with visual impairment was not available in our rural area. The IEP required several hours of itinerant service from me every day, but things moved along successfully. But one morning, the teachers turned their back on us. The teachers left the teachers' lounge when I walked in, and I wondered why. The night before, at a teacher meeting, the superintendent said this: "Here is what I cannot purchase for you, because this child is here, and the CESA teacher is here way too often." It wasn't fair then to pit special education against regular ed. It was not at all fair to my student. And it is not fair now when special ed reimbursement is at an impossibly low 31.5%. Governor Evers' Wisconsin plan to restore special ed reimbursement to 60% meets critical education needs and revives what education folks often call the Tommy Thompson standard of predictable inflationary expenses so that districts can budget responsibly.
Thank you. Time is up.
Wisconsin can do this. Let us do it.
Good afternoon, committee and legislators in attendance. My name is Dr. Marcia Saltzwiedel, and I'm the principal and administrator for Shepherd's Watch Christian Academy in Mattoon, Wisconsin. Our school is relatively new and growing. We started out with 17 kids our first year. We have 38 kids this year, and we're on track to have about 60 next year. Right now, we have 50 kids enrolled for next year, and 90% of those kids are from the Choice program. Our area is very low income, and without the Choice program, those kids could not attend our school, and those kids very much need our school. Let me explain. Our school has a very strong emphasis on reading and on academics, including several reading intervention programs and activities. We have a 7th grade student who started school this year with a composite reading level of 1st grade. He avoided reading whenever he could. After several months with us, his reading level has improved to the point that he now volunteers to read in class. His mom shared that he actually took a hunter safeties course. He was able to read the materials and pass the test all on his own, something he'd never been able to do before he started at our school. And he's only one of several students that have benefited from our reading programs. Students also benefit from our school's focus on character development and the worth of the individual. We had a student who was really struggling, so one day I sat down with him and I said to him, "What's going on?" And he said, "Well, I can't really see when I read because I am supposed to wear glasses." "Why not wear your glasses then?" "Well, the last school I was in, I got picked on for that." I assured him he would not get picked on in our school for reading glasses, and he won't. And he's only one of many kids who complained of bullying in previous schools. It's no longer part of their lives in our school. I thank the committee for your efforts in making this possible for our students and taking the time to listen. Please continue to support Choice Charter Schools in Wisconsin and support these kids. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Josh Vigu with the Wausau School District. I'm joined by Corey Sillers, who is our board clerk. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure it is very difficult to listen to so many worthy causes and have to make difficult decisions with limited resources. I am here today to advocate for the public school students and staff of Wisconsin. I'm asking that you look at 3 things specifically. Low revenue limit ceiling increases so that school districts are more balanced in their funding across the state. Asking that you look at long-term revenue limit solutions that are more accurately tied to inflation. And I'd like to echo something that has been mentioned many times today about special education funding. A little bit more about special education in our state and our district. Special education is mandated, it is regulated, and more than that, it is important to our students and our staff. This year, our district will transfer over $10 million from our general education fund to our special education fund. By increasing the reimbursement rate to 60%, you would have a great impact on all students in Wisconsin public schools. I'd like to thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Becky, and I'm the Director of Partnership Advancement with Achieve Brown County. We're a collective impact partnership founded by our business community, working with schools, educators, nonprofits, healthcare systems, and partners across our county. And I'm here to talk to you today about funding for early child care and special education. Our focus is to improve cradle-to-career outcomes for youth. And in Brown County, there's been a 38% decline in regulated child care programs from 2013 to 2024. Operating child care is simply not sustainable without charging rates that families cannot afford. The median household take-home pay in Brown County is about $4,000 a month. In Wisconsin, child care can cost up to $1,700 a month for one child, 42% of the median income for that family's budget. Many parents are choosing to leave the workforce in order to care for their children, and our businesses are struggling to address the workforce gap and the workforce shortage. Federal funding in 2020 helped prevent and stop declining programs for childcare in Brown County. But that funding's expiring. Our local businesses, philanthropy, are doing their part, but it's not enough. We're asking for your help. Special education funding is also critical. My husband's on the autism spectrum, and he is living an independent and self-sufficient life. As you've heard a lot today about special education funding, it's important in order to achieve those goals for those children. Funding these services, however, will benefit us all. Research shows that for every dollar invested in early childcare, there's a $4 to $16 return on that investment in government savings, as individuals can self-sustain and not be on benefit programs. Thank you.
Welcome. Hello. I'm Ken Warren. Mr. Dahlman, I'm your constituent. I also heard today that you're an accountant. Is that correct? Oh, okay. Well, somebody lied to me then. But anyway, you are on this joint committee. So anyway, other speakers, and I wanted to say that I've heard lots of wonderful things being asked for. If I were going to come up here and ask for money, I'd go home already. You've heard too much. What I'm doing is going to offer some options. Other speakers from Wisdom have or are going to provide details about problems with the current correction system in Wisconsin. I'm here to speak strictly about achieving our stated goal, which is public safety, for the least expenditure. Since you all are part of the Joint Budget Committee, it would seem to be a point of significant interest to you. Even as I quote statistics, I concede that they can be misleading. However, when enough point in one direction, I believe we should pay attention. A recent U.S. News ranking listed the best states for crime and corrections. Looking only at Wisconsin and our neighbors, Iowa ranked 14, followed by Illinois at 15, Minnesota at 22, and finally Wisconsin at 31. Only Michigan was worse than us at 38. When looking at prisoners per 100,000 residents, Minnesota led with only 140, and we ranked dead last at 344. The national average is 316. When we look at taxpayer cost per capita, we rank last at 220. Minnesota is best at 111. The national average is 182. I challenge each of you to remove your politician hats, put on your accountant hats, and find more public safety bang for your taxpayer buck.
Thank you. Before I have you go, we're going to have the clerk read off the next round of names. Bear with us for a second.
Daniel, oh, okay. That was easy. Mary Pat Cleven, Kleven. Jason Burton, I think it's Betand, Lona School District. Donna Roser. Justin, I believe it's CIESLEWCZ, Wood County. Jimmy Collins. Mike, GW Platteville Athletic Director. I think it's KIPE, I think. Lori Miskinins, Miskimins. Tabitha Gundrum. Jerry Marsolek, Marsolek. Macy Bauer, Buhler. Donna Schmock, Schmock. I think it's Ruth Schmidt, Wisconsin Early Childhood Association. Anne LaChapelle, LaChapelle. And Corinne Hendricks, Crane's Little Explorers. That was at 7:46.
All right, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time. You may ask, who is Norma Sigelski? I always used to say I'm Eric and Renee's mom, but I have many roles in my life. One, I was a daughter to a mom who spent many more years than she would have liked in a long-term care facility because of her health, and we were unable to provide that care at home. I am also the sister of a brother who fell this prior summer who required a lot of help. I was a long-term care nurse for over 15 years. I also did acute care, and you're going to hear from Dr. Oswald, a very well-respected and loved physician of this community, and his needs and his wants and passions. But my passion has always been long-term care and our elderly, the Wisconsin taxpayers who are now need a voice. And I'm going to start out by how can I get your attention? I'm going to ring your bell for good service. Because last year you did what you needed to do to help the long-term care assisted living situation. This funding of Medicaid and all the needs and the increased cost is putting such a heavy burden on long-term care. My role in long-term care as a nurse was, mid-management level. There's not enough money in your Medicaid reimbursement when that building is 80% and over dependent on Medicaid to pay their bill. These people did not see or could prepare for the exorbitant cost of health care. That building struggles to maintain employees when a competition is so strong. Oh, I'm so sorry, that went too fast. Anyway, 3 points I want to make. Leading Age Wisconsin, listen to them. They are a group that is really focused on what long-term care is needing. We need a higher reimbursement rate for Medicaid because that building needs a budget that they can pay their staff a salary so that they stay and they can retain staff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Dan Sigelski. I come before you to stand behind you to tell you something I know nothing about. That's something I read in Mad Magazine a long time ago, but it probably holds true for what you're trying to do here today. How in the world are you going to make these decisions? Good luck. All I can say is that it's a difficult choice you're trying to make. I've seen many very well-qualified speakers. Some are so passionate about what they're up here for. And some that have excellent logical conclusions to their arguments, and you have to choose. So, good luck with that one. Something that affects us all, I submit, is health care. And so if you're going to make a decision, I think that might be a good place to start. Health care affects us in ways that we cannot foresee. Hopefully, you will get old someday, and you'll need health care probably. And I think you want to make sure that it's there for you and your family and your neighbors and friends when that time comes. The health care that my wife talked about just a moment ago is dying on the vine because there is not sufficient money to pay the staff. We have buildings, we have spare beds in these buildings, but guess what? They're not being used. Why? Because there's nobody to staff that facility to its full capacity. My brother-in-law had that problem just recently. He qualified for health care in a building, but unfortunately, we don't have enough staff. So even though we have 25 extra beds, you can't come. And as a result, he had to stay at home. And that was a very difficult transition. So I urge you to consider taking a look at the long-term care facilities and making sure that there is adequate staff so that those beds can be utilized. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you. Thank you.
Members of the Joint Committee on Finance, thank you for this opportunity today to testify before you. My name is Courtney Roof. I'm Program Manager at the Wisconsin Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. We're a state association that exists to advocate, support, and strengthen Wisconsin's 89 free and charitable clinics that provide nearly $75 million worth of medical, dental, and behavioral health services to over 120,000 uninsured and underinsured patients across the state. We are here today to thank you for your prior support and to respectfully ask for an increase in our FCC grant funding to $5 million a year, as well as an increase in our dental access funding to $3.4 million a year to continue providing these vital services to Wisconsin's most vulnerable communities. Today, I'm joined by two members of the Wausau Free Clinic who will now share stories on their impact and challenges within this community and share why this funding is so important.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to share the impact that the Wausau Free Clinic has had in north central Wisconsin. My name is Dr. Jeff Oswald, and I'm the medical director for the Wausau Free Clinic.
And I'm Joan Toyer, and I serve as the clinic manager. Our clinic provides medical services to individuals who are uninsured and low income, having the majority of our patients' household income below 100% of the federal poverty level. All our services are provided at no charge, including medications, vaccinations, labs, and imaging. Our ability to provide this full array of medical service is a result of the generous in-kind goods provided by our healthcare partners and our team of over 40 volunteers. For every dollar secured in grants and donations, $7 of in-kind goods and volunteer services are provided. Our clinic relies heavily on state grant funding, making up 25% of our operating budget. This funding leverages local foundation grants and donations. As the number of our patients have grown, so has our budget, placing greater demands for funding for our area foundation. The community benefits from our clinic by keeping people healthy, helping individuals with high blood pressure and diabetes to manage their health conditions, treating minor injuries before they escalate to a physical impairment, providing individuals medications they might otherwise not be able to afford, and linking individuals to behavioral health services. All these services are provided without individuals and their families incurring further medical debt. I'm going to take it back to Dr. Oz.
Unfortunately, the need for our services has increased significantly over the past 2 years, and we expect that need to increase a lot over the next 2 years. The funding we receive from the state has allowed us to provide life-saving services for our patients. This is especially true for our patients with diabetes. Most cannot afford the high cost of medications and testing supplies. As a result, many are not healthy enough to hold jobs. Every one of our diabetic patients has had a variation of the same story, and it goes something like this. Michael first came to our clinic when he lost his health insurance 3 months prior and had been without insulin for 6 weeks. Without our assistance, his health would have continued to worsen, most likely requiring emergency care. However, we were able to supply him with his insulin, diabetic supplies, and medical follow-up. As a result, he has returned to good health and has been able to work. Unfortunately, he still does not have health insurance and is unable to afford routine diabetic care. Without our clinic, he most certainly would return to poor health and be unable to work, and eventually return to the emergency room. This cycle would play over and over until ultimately he would develop further complications of diabetes and in some cases die. To put the value of our clinic in perspective, we are currently managing 75 diabetic patients who would otherwise have no access to adequate diabetic care. So in closing, an increase in state grant funds will enable the Wausau Free Clinic to meet the increasing health needs of our patients who are uninsured and low income. On behalf of the Wausau Free Clinic, we want to thank you for your past support, which has contributed to individuals and families achieving better health and maintaining financial stability. Should I talk more? No.
My name is Mary Pat. My 37-year-old non-speaking autistic son was born in Stevens Point and was the first autistic child in their Birth to 3 program. We struggled mightily in his early years with his behaviors, and he was institutionalized 3 times until in his teens he was enrolled at La Follette High School in Madison. There, he learned job skills through collecting recycling, doing laundry for swim classes, picking up litter at local park, and cleaning a local church. He got a job right out of school doing shredding, which he did for over 10 years. But when that job closed down and during COVID, we started a home business for him, doing laundry for other people who are elderly or disabled and living on their own. Due to the demand, we have hired 2 more nonverbal autistic adults to help. Nico, who also works at a grocery store when he's not working with us and volunteers to deliver Meals on Wheels, and Lana, who does laundry at a dental office as well. In my son's spare time, he volunteers at his local church, hauling boxes and taking garbage bins out to the curb. He never misses a Brewers game. He cheers on the Packers. He loves handing out Halloween candy to the kids and has the best Christmas decorations on the block. Now, over the years, I have heard a lot of opinions and a lot of theories about autistic people, like my son. And I can tell you that my son is where he is today for 3 very simple reasons. First of all, hard work and perseverance, a quality public school education, and dedicated staff funded through IRIS, Wisconsin's Medicaid program for home-based care. Funding these programs keeps my son and his friends at home where they belong and out of costly institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason,
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Bertrand. I'm a middle high school principal for the Leona School District, and next year I'll be the superintendent for the Crandon School District, which just failed a referendum. So I have a phone call at 2 o'clock to see what positions that they're going to be cutting for next year. In Forest County, well, Leona specifically, we have 13% taxable land in the school district. And we have in Forest County, we have between 50 to 60% of our students are free, qualify for free or reduced lunch, which is extremely high. Fortunately, we have the CEP program, which provides free breakfast and free lunch for all of our students, which is an amazing blessing, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. I don't think children should miss a meal because of a parent or guardian that decides not to host them and to be able to provide for them. Typically, you would think that it's just a terrible parent and they're doing terrible things. That is not always the case, not typically the case. So it could be a single mom with 3 kids. I'm just thinking of where I work right now. Some teachers that are already working extra jobs to try to make ends meet that don't qualify for this, but with this opportunity, it would be a continued blessing for them. All of our Wisconsin districts had this opportunity during COVID to have it. They got a free taste of it. Thank you very much. So this was great. This is a really huge thing for us. This is a wonderful thing for my family as well. It's a great investment into our children. A third of the families that experience hunger don't qualify for food benefits. This program would help students succeed and prepare them for the workforce. It would end the school meal debt and lunch shaming that students may have. I work front lines with the students. I'm giving them snacks all the time. I'm encouraging them to go get breakfast, go get lunch, because I know that it's free for them. So I'm a huge advocate for this, and I'm always getting them to show up and eat. Also, Minnesota and Michigan already have this, so let's not let them beat us in anything else besides football. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. My name is Justin Sislevich, and I have the honor to serve Wood County as its nursing home administrator at Edgewater Haven in Port Edwards. Can you hear me? Okay. First, I'd like to thank the committee as well as the legislature, for the investments that you've made to the nursing home industry over the last few biennial budgets. These investments are the groundwork to ensure that there's a necessary nursing home supply to ensure the ability to meet the aging population of the state of Wisconsin. For the current biennial budget, I ask the committee for their continued support for our state's long-term care providers to preserve the Medicaid's costs and continue for the nursing home payment standards. I would also ask for your support to continue the family care minimum fee schedule that has recently been established to help reduce the gap between the cost of services versus what the assisted living providers are being paid from the MCOs. In addition to continuing the minimum fee schedule, I asked the committee to update the methodology to include an annual inflationary factor to ensure that the MCOs are required what the MCOs are required to pay keeps up with the demands of caregiver wages. Previous to the family care minimum fee schedule, MCOs would deliberately underfund assisted living providers to experience substantial profits. Based off the most up-to-date financials that go through September 30th of 2024, the 4 MCOs have a current profit over $10 million. Since that is only 9 months of data, in 2023, the 4 MCOs had a profit of over $152 million. These profits were on the backs of the taxpayers, with the intent of the funding to support the frail, elderly, physically disabled, and intellectually disabled. Limiting the MCO profit margin would allow dollars to be allocated to the minimum fee schedule's annual inflationary factor. Your support over the years, and thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, thank you. So my name is Donna Roser. I currently serve as a Wood County Board Supervisor and am Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to bring my thoughts to you on this biennial budget. As Representative Bourne well is aware of, we have 2 nursing homes in Wood County. There's a little history behind that. We not only serve the residents of Wood County, but surrounding counties as well. While other counties are getting out of the nursing home business, Wood County has made a commitment to support its nonprofit nursing homes. The board believes there is a need for a nonprofit facility, knowing that our 85-plus population in Wood County is expected to increase by 43% by 2035. Wood County has and continues to make significant investments in our facilities and appreciates the partnership with the state in making our quality facilities sustainable. I will not reiterate the comments from our Edgewater Haven administrator, but simply urge you to continue your investment in the compassionate care of our most frail residents by preserving Medicaid's cost to continue and improving family care's minimum fee schedule. Justin suggested a way to fund the minimum fee schedule's annual inflationary factor, and I thank you for considering that recommendation. In my written comments, I have 2 other things that I talked about, and one was the dental care reimbursement for MA recipients. During my time in the state legislature, I tried to draw attention between oral hygiene and overall health, and so I would appreciate you continuing to keep that reimbursement on your plate. As it may not surprise you, is my support for the postpartum expansion coverage, and I would encourage you to maybe put that in the budget. That would be a really good thing. It's a prudent way to bypass authoritarian opposition to this bill. Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Lori Miskimmons, Director of the Marathon County Conservation Planning and Zoning Department, and we are here today to reinforce the importance of state funds for conservation and water quality efforts within our county. To give just a few examples of the positive impact state funds have had in our county, in 2024, we were able to connect thousands of residents to well water testing, most who had not had their well checked in decades. We were able to assist hundreds of landowners with properly installing, replacing, or fixing a septic system, and provide guidance to hundreds of landowners with completing nutrient management plans and implementing other conservation farming practices. I will turn it over to my land resources manager and county conservationist to speak more specifically to our asks.
Hi, my name is Shad Harvey, Land Resource Manager for Marathon County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you to include the Wisconsin Fund, a septic system replacement reimbursement grant program in the state budget. This program provides essential financial assistance to rural homeowners who need replacing of failing septic systems. In Marathon County, many of our private septic systems were installed in the early 70s, with the average lifespan of a system being just 15 to 30 years. Many of those systems are past the point where replacements are not just expected, they are necessary. Failing systems pose a real threat to public health, contaminating drinking water, and pollute our lakes and streams. But replacing a septic system isn't cheap. In our county, it typically costs between $15,000 to $25,000, depending on the type of system required. That's a huge financial burden for many families, especially those on fixed or modest incomes. The state has directed counties like ours to pursue and enforce compliance for failing septic systems, with the shared goal of protecting public health and the environment. We are actively working to meet that responsibility. However, without practical and accessible funding solutions for affected property owners, it places both residents and local governments in a difficult position working to meet these requirements. The Wisconsin Fund doesn't fully cover the cost of septic system replacement, and it never has. But what it does do is provide critical financial relief for many. It's the only thing that makes these upgrades possible. This is about public health, clean water, and rural infrastructure. It's also about fairness. As homeowners are asked to do their part, it's important that the state provides support and shares in the efforts. I respectfully ask that you include the Wisconsin Fund in the state's budget and continue supporting the communities that depend on it. Thank you for your time and service to Wisconsin. I'll now pass it on to our county conservationist.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirsty Heidenreich, and I am the County Conservationist for Marathon County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to ask committee members to provide $20.2 million in annual base funding to support county conservation staff in Wisconsin through the Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection's budget. County conservation staff are the boots-on-the-ground technical experts who help landowners and farmers meet their management goals while meeting baseline conservation standards at the same time. It is an established win-win program in Wisconsin. This funding is needed because county staff carry out agricultural and resource management programs to preserve farmland, reduce non-point source pollution, protect drinking water, and much more. Base funding is specifically important because conservation is a trust-based business, and county conservation staff learn how to best meet their needs and deliver customized resources to help them. This is evidenced by the work that we've been doing in Athens. Athens is a small village of 1,000 people in northwest Marathon County. Their village has been faced with increasing nitrates in their municipal water, which would eventually force them to invest millions of dollars in infrastructure to provide their village with safe drinking water. We worked with farmers and landowners near the municipal wells to convert the land cover from conventional ag fields to prairie and perennial grasses, which will help reduce the nitrates naturally over time. We helped broker this deal between farmers, land operators, and the village to make this happen, and we were able to do this because of our existing strong relationships with local farmers and rural landowners. In closing, I want to thank you again for your time and also your support of county conservation in past biennial budgets. I hope we can build on that support with this budget, and I ask you to support $20.2 million in annual base funding for county land and water conservation departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tabitha Gundrum. I'm a resident of Wausau and the Director of Human Resources for the Wausau School District. Thank you, JFC senators and others, for your time here today. I'm here today to advocate for pre-K-12 education funding. One of our most difficult areas for both staffing and funding is our special education area. I urge you to find a way to support funding at a 60% reimbursement level and to make our categorical aid sum sufficient. An increase in special education funding will preserve resources for other core and necessary educational programming. As you know, special education is mandated, regulated, and underfunded. The needs of our students each year continue to grow, and our public school system provides critical services to the students and families. As the Director of Human Resources for Wausau School District and the recent past president of the Wisconsin Association of School Personnel Administrators, we need to have our legislature work with us to ensure we have a multifaceted approach to address our workforce shortages. We aren't looking for a hand up or a hand out. We are looking for a handshake to work with us to solve our challenges. We need to have the resources to support making the professions within pre-K-12 education more attractive. The current funding level that we receive is less than the current cost of living increases. This makes it incredibly challenging to support our staff to thrive in our communities. We need additional support for programs like Educators Rising, Teacher Pledge programs, and educational internships to support up-and-coming educators. We have an increasing number of licensed with stipulations teachers within Wausau School District, and we are not unique within the state in that fact. Please prioritize pre-K-12 education funding. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dana Schmock, and I serve as the coordinator of the Raising Wisconsin Coalition, a cross-sector partnership of organizations that recognize childcare as essential to the well-being of Wisconsin's families, communities, and economy. Our coalition includes healthcare, faith-based groups, philanthropy, leaders of community organizations, local governments, United Ways, and statewide early childhood advocates. Rural Wisconsin Health Cooperative, Raising Wisconsin member, reminds us that access to childcare is a key social determinant of health for our families. When there is access to stable, affordable care, we see better health outcomes, reduced stress, and a stronger community well-being, especially in rural areas where systems are already stretched thin. Access to childcare is also critical for the healthcare workforce, ensuring that providers can remain in the field and that communities have timely access to essential medical services. Faith leaders from the Wisconsin Council of Churches, another Raising Wisconsin member, emphasize that a strong childcare system supports family stability, economic security, and child development, values deeply rooted in our faith traditions of justice and community care. Advocating for childcare is an extension of the church's mission to support families and strengthen communities. As a coalition, we come here today with unified voice and a clear message. Wisconsin must make a significant investment in childcare in the 2025-2027 state budget. A $480 million investment is not just necessary, it is urgent. So now is the time to act. We urge you to prioritize childcare in the state budget and invest in the future of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. I'm Ruth Schmidt, the Executive Director at Wisconsin Early Childhood Association, which supports approximately 90% of the early childhood educators and childcare programs that exist in our state. I am here to urge the legislature to invest $480 million in state funding to stabilize and support Wisconsin's childcare sector. Since 2020, we know that pandemic relief funding has lowered the net loss of childcare programs in our state, ensured educators earned slightly higher wages, and stemmed dramatic tuition increases. When that money was cut in half in 2023, we saw tuition increases upwards of 14% for working families. A recent study by the Institute for Research on Poverty of 100% of programs receiving stabilization funding pointed to sobering results when funds end this summer. Some counties in our state will lose as many as 75% of their regulated programs. 80% of childcare programs will be forced to raise tuition, and at least 1 in 4 childcare programs expect to close their doors. Childcare provides a public good that prepares children for school, enables parents to work, and ensures health and economic well-being for children and their families. Investing in childcare delivers economic and social returns up to $7 to $13 for every $1 the state invests in childcare. Early educators who earn at the bottom 2% of wage earners in our state have dedicated their careers to educating and caring for our children. An investment in childcare can boost current poverty level wages and benefits for these professionals. You could propose and pass a lot of initiatives to show some support for childcare. Tax credits, employer-sponsored care initiatives, technology platforms, regulatory changes, all of these could be proposed, but the reality, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Markline, Chair Bourne, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to be here today, and thank you for coming to Wausau. My name is Jerry Marsalik. I'm an assistant district attorney in Jackson County. I'm also a member of the board of the Association of State Prosecutors. I'm here to speak in favor of the district attorney portion of the budget bill. The ASP works collaboratively with the Wisconsin District Attorney Association, the Office of the State Public Defender, the Department of Justice, and the Director of State Courts to support a budget package that addresses needs in the criminal justice system as a whole. This budget bill is particularly important to us prosecutors in rural areas of the state. Currently, the Jackson County office is fully staffed with 3 experienced prosecutors, and in that regard, we are very fortunate and very rare. In other rural counties, DA offices struggle to maintain full coverage. An example is that of Clark County. In Clark County, the elected DA had to manage the caseload of 2 attorneys after the departure of her assistant district attorney. The first assistant district attorney departure led to an 11-month wait for another replacement assistant district attorney. followed not long afterward by a second departure. And that created another 6-month wait for a new district attorney, assistant district attorney. In order to help keep DA offices trained, experienced prosecutors, the ASP requests that pay progression be fully funded in the 2025-2027 budget bill. Full funding will provide for pay increases at the discretion of the elected DAs based on merit. One full step increase in pay equals $2.32 an hour. Pay progression is essential to maintaining prosecutors in government service. While private attorneys are paid at a much higher rate, those devoted to public service want to remain in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Macy Bueller. I'm a mom, a Mimi, a great aunt, an auntie, also a small business owner of Yahara River Learning Center, in a district where we flipped all blue this year. I want to ask those of you on the Joint Finance Committee who don't support the $480 million for universal child care, why? Why not, when we know economists say that for every dollar invested, we receive a return of $4 to $16 back? Why not? When you're offering universal child care, it's shown to raise birth rates. Why not? When we know we need more workers in our workforce, we know access to childcare is a huge workforce issue. Why not? When you say you worry about test scores for our older children, but we know that 90% of brain growth happens in that first 5 years. You're already too late when it's 5. You're already too late. Why not when we know 2/3 of children age 5 and older need care because their available parents are all in the workforce and we cannot afford to lose any more from our workforce here in Wisconsin? Why not when we know nationally $23 billion are lost in business revenue when their employees cannot find childcare? Why not when 88% of small business owners who cannot afford to build their own centers, cannot afford to pay for that childcare, agree this is a major, major issue for their workforce? So it stands to reason that universal childcare, that $480 million, is a workforce issue. It's not partisan. It's for our economy and for our future. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Corinne Hendrickson. I have a family child care, and I am here to ask for at least $480 million investment because it is shameful that Wisconsin refuses to invest any state dollars into child care, instead choosing solely to rely on federal dollars to fund the entire system, not just subsidy, but licensors, professional development, funds the agencies that support people through the process to get licensed, connecting parents to programs, the website to find regulated care, our violations, our quality rating system, our college scholarships, everything. Childcare is completely unaffordable to almost every family that can find it. Deregulation is what has been offered as a solution. This leads to children dying, getting hurt, and higher insurance costs because that is what happens when children die or get hurt. Our insurance goes way up. It's also the biggest household expense for parents with even only one child because that 90% of brain development happens in these first 5 years, and you need to have a strong relationship between the adults and children to grow that brain. So you have to have low numbers of children to adults to ensure that they grow into successful children to adults to ensure those children grow into successful adults. Furthermore, child care educators are parent educators. We support parents through every single stage of parenting. We also help them navigate the extremely complicated and underfunded special education fragmented system because we notice a child may need to be referred and we support them through that process. We also want to keep these children in our programs. We do not want to expel them, but we have to have that 60% sum sufficient and additional $10.5 million for the 3 to 7-year-olds to ensure their needs are met as well. We also keep those 5 to 12-year-olds in our programs when there is no school. And because of this, we have statistically higher levels of depression, and it's the adults than the general population because my child, who is 18 years old, makes more money than I do with this hourly wage, and we lose between $2 and $4 billion economically, and it impacts every single one of us when we can't get into the doctor, the dentist, or go to the store, the restaurant that we want to go to. Thank you.
If you'll just hold on 1 second, we're going to call up in the next round of speakers.
We have a group with the CISA 8 School District, Newell Hafner, Lisa Hoffman, Jessica Holtz. It's another group with Troy Kuhn, Penatao, it's P-A-N-H-I-A, last name's T-H-A-O. Ingrid Hansen. Mark Jurko, I think it's J-I-R-L-K, I think it's I-W. John Gayer, G-A-I-E-R. Sarah Berndt, B-E-N-D-T. Megan Cobb Sheehan. Claire Lindstorm. Eric Howland. Ann Lacey. Sherry Reams, R-E-A-M-E-S. Chief Josh Finke, F-I-N-K-E. Ann Wickland. And Shannon Grabko, I think it's G-R-A-B-K-O, DC Amherst Area School District. And that was at 7:51.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann LaChapelle with the Child Advocacy Center of Central Wisconsin here in Wausau. Last year, our CAC served more than 360 children from 15 counties. We are one of just 3 centers in the northern half of the state providing service to a very large geographical area. CACs play a vital role in keeping kids safe by working with law enforcement, child protective services, district attorneys, and medical professionals to provide comprehensive assessments in cases of child abuse and neglect. Our center provides a safe, neutral, family-friendly environment, providing evidence-based forensic interviews, specialized medical exams, and advocacy and support for children and families experiencing physical and sexual abuse, neglect, witness to violence, and other crimes against children. Forensic interviews are done in a way to solicit information in a non-leading manner. Interviews are recorded, thus preserving a child's statement and minimizing trauma so the child is not required to retell their story. Law enforcement and district attorneys both support this model, as it is an essential piece in their investigation as well as a valuable tool in the prosecution of criminal cases. Interviews are often introduced as evidence at trial, and forensic interviewers are routinely called as witnesses for the state. There are currently 16 CACs in the state providing services to all 72 counties. We are extremely underfunded in comparison to other states, with each CAC receiving only $17,000 per year in state funding. While deeply grateful for the increased funding provided last year by Act 241, this will expire June 30th. Without increases in state funding, we are unable to sustain levels of services currently provided, thus cutting services to kids and families. Today, I respectfully request you to invest in the safety and well-being of Wisconsin's children. This investment not only protects our most vulnerable, but also delivers a significant cost saving and support to our investigative partners. Your support is not just an investment in our program, but a commitment to the protection and future of children. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Todd Finkelmeyer, and I work at the UW-Madison School of Education. I'm here to read a statement from Brian Raffel, a 1986 alumnus of UW-Madison. He's a former high school art teacher who went on to co-found Raven Software in Wisconsin in 1990. Activision acquired Raven Software in 1997, and Brian has overseen the development of several popular game titles, including Call of Duty, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and X-Men Legends. Brian Raffel today is Vice President of Activision, Inc., one of the world's largest and most successful video game and entertainment companies. Brian Raffel's statement reads, I encourage the Joint Finance Committee to support the demolition of UW-Madison's Humanities Building and the relocation of the art department and music programs. My experience with the art department laid a vital foundation for my career as an artist, art educator, and entrepreneur. I believe in the value of perspective taking, adaptive thinking, and refined skill development that art contributes to both the workplace and society. These values have shaped my work long after my time on campus. In the ever-evolving video game and entertainment industry, pushing the boundaries of art and design is essential. Today's art students must be equipped with the tools and training to meet these demands. As someone deeply committed to nurturing creative talent in Wisconsin, I believe it's essential to invest in facilities and programs that prepare graduates who can help the state be a leader in innovative fields. If we fail to recognize and support the value of the arts, we risk losing the creative edge that distinguishes Wisconsin and its people. I appreciate the committee's attention and strongly urge support for the demolition of UW-Madison's Humanities Building and the relocation of the art department and music programs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee and guests. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today and for your commitment to hearing the voices of our school leaders, educators, and communities. As a representative of the CISA 8 Business Service Team, it is my honor to introduce two dedicated education leaders, Superintendent Newell Hafner of the Gresham School District and Superintendent Glenda Butterfield Boldig of the Bowler School District. They're here to address the urgent need for increased special education categorical aid. We all share the same belief that every child, regardless of their ability, deserves access to a fully supported and equitable education. Thank you for considering how investments in special education can strengthen schools, students, and communities across Wisconsin. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Superintendent Newell Hafner.
So one of our major issues that school has faced for years is our low reimbursement amount for mandated special ed services. Special education funding was frozen from 2009 to 2019. There were increases in the funding in the last two biennial budgets, but those increases were some certain, which created reimbursements of just under 30%. For those reasons, I'm asking for your strong consideration in increasing the special ed categorical aid funding to 60% and provide some sufficient funds. Over the past years, Gresham School District has had to transfer $3 million from the general operating fund to the special ed fund to ensure that the fund is balanced at the end of the school year. The amount we have budgeted for the 24-25 school year is $660,000. That's 11.5% of our annual operating budget. For this next 25-26 school year, we've budgeted $802,648 for that fund transfer. These transfers from the general fund that Gresham School District has had to make impact opportunities for all students. The general fund provides the funding for the day-to-day operations of running or building and impacts the instructional and extracurricular activities of all our students. These fund 10 transfers impact our ability to support career and technical education programs, supporting dual enrollment programs, and supporting programming to prepare all of our students for the workforce and to prepare them for to be economic contributors to their communities in the state of Wisconsin. I would like to request that you set aside the state budget as quickly as you can. The state budget has a significant impact on the services we can provide our students and our local communities' taxes. A delay in the budget negatively impacts our ability to make adjustments and timely communicate with our school boards and our residents. Thank you for listening today, and again, special ed categorical aid, 60%, some sufficient, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Glenda Butterfield Boldig. I am the Superintendent and Director of Special Education for the Bowler School District. As you've heard testimony earlier today, the providing those services necessary for students with disabilities to access all aspects of education is a legal requirement, but again, that's not why we do it. We do it because we believe that all students deserve equal access. But depending on the specific needs of the students who reside in our district, we are required to provide those services regardless of the cost. An example, if a student's disability-related needs require one-on-one assistance, we're required to hire additional staff. Other students may require such specialized needs and services to meet behavioral health needs that we're unable to provide those not only in our district, but even in neighboring communities. One example of that is that right now the closest service that's available for some of our students with disabilities is in Green Bay, nearly 60 miles away. We have to transport them there to receive those services and pay for those expenses. These types of services, although are not typical, can increase the special education costs by tens of thousands of dollars in any given year. And again, they're not optional. They're legally required obligations to permit students with disabilities equal access to educational opportunities. Our district had students who needed these types of services for the past 3 years, costing our district an additional $87,000 for 4 students. At the current reimbursement rate of less than 1/3 funding, this district is forced to transfer the balance from our general fund. Our district annually transfers more than $600,000 from our general fund to special education to cover those expenditures. However, this year we're anticipating needing to transfer more than $840,000, almost 10% of our total operating budget, due to the expiration of the ESSER funding that was available to offset the costs as we address the loss of learning from the pandemic. An increase to 60% categorical aid reimbursement for special education programming would allow us to keep more than $200,000 in our general budget
to improve facility safety, support innovative programs, and expand career-connected pathways for all students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and for your commitment to hearing directly from those who are on the front lines of public education. As a finance director with CISA 8 that serves multiple schools, I daily see the amazing efforts of our school districts and the need for our state to continue and increase funding of these efforts. Across Wisconsin, school districts are being forced to make impossible choices, diverting resources from general education just to meet required special education special education services. This is not sustainable. It places a burden on local taxpayers, stretches staff thin, and ultimately shortchanges all students. Our children deserve better. Increasing special education categorical aid is not just about funding. It's about fairness, equity, and giving every student a chance to thrive, no matter their ability or their zip code. It's my honor to introduce two passionate and dedicated school leaders, Superintendent Troy Kuhn from the Clintonville School District and Superintendent Lance Bagstad from the White Lake School District. These superintendents represent communities where every dollar counts and where the current level of special education categorical aid simply does not meet the growing needs of all their students. Here's Mr. Troy Kuhn.
Good afternoon, Troy Kuhn, Clintonville, yes, the truckers. I want to put a little perspective on some things that we're working through right now. Next year, I have $240,000 budgeted for virtual speech to support our students, so they're not even in the same room with students. We're also, a year ago, I'm paying $900 a day for a school site to evaluate special education students, $900 a day. Possibly going to an operational referendum, my taxpayers are saying this: you want my local taxpayer money to support programs and staff that don't even affect my child? Why would I vote for a referendum to increase my taxes and my child to receive no benefit? So, what if we don't pass a referendum? How are we going to support this? Here's my answers. Less bus routes. Your kids will be on the bus over an hour. Fewer athletics and extracurriculars. Less teamwork, less problem-solving skills. Fewer general education staff. Burnout, that's what's going to happen. Less class offerings, less academic rigor. Fewer support staff. I sure hope the sideways got salted today. Anybody help me with this bloody nose? Anybody around here? The reality is the money's got to come from somewhere. Here's the situation I had a couple months ago. People come to Clintonville because we do have awesome special ed. However, we re-evaluated a kid, and his new services were going to cost $70,000 more that we did not budget for. We can't afford that. So we denied his open enrollment. Parents mad at us. The school district he's got to go back to is mad at us. And worst of all, the kid didn't feel like he was wanted anywhere. Unfortunately, at the student's expense, we had to make this decision for the Clintonville taxpayers.
Hi, Lance Bagstad, District Administrator for the School District of White Lake. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to speak to the members of the Joint Finance Committee. As you've heard the previous superintendents from CSA talk about, special education funding was frozen from 2009 to 2019, and the increases in the last two biennial budgets were some certain, which ended up being about 30% reimbursement. That's not a good investment. Nobody's going to invest $1 to get 30 cents on return. Over the past 5 years, the School District of White Lake has had to transfer $1.1 million from the general operating budget to cover the special education fund to ensure it's balanced. That's 7.6% of our operating budget over those 5 years. The amount we have budgeted for this year is $300,251, 8.9%. The transfers from that general fund in White Lake has impacted opportunities for all students. The general fund provides the funding for day-to-day operations of running our building and also impacts the instructional and extracurricular activities for those same students. These transfers impact our ability to support career and technical education, dual enrollment programs like Start College Now, where kids can take classes through our technical college system. That gives them a leg up so that they can be economically supporting our communities and our state of Wisconsin. For the 25-27 biennium budget, K-12 public education is asking the legislature to fund the reimbursement for special education to at least 60% and to make that appropriation sum sufficient. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Pania Tao, Wisconsin chapter organizer for 925 National Association for Working Women. I am here today to talk about the right for every family here in Wisconsin to access affordable and accessible childcare. Today, I am speaking to you not just as an organizer, but as a future mom and a longtime Wisconsinite. When I was a child in the refugee camps, I was sold the dreams of an American dream, of a white picket fence, a dog, and 2 children. Now, as an adult and a citizen of this land of the free, I can barely make my ends meet, and let alone afford to start a family. However, this has not stopped me from my dream of becoming a mom, and with this dream, I am forced to face the reality of whether or not I can afford childcare without sacrificing my ability to work and earn a living. I know I am not alone. Across our state, families are being pushed to their limits. Parents are working 2 jobs, sometimes even 3, just to afford childcare if they can even find any. Wait lists are long, costs are overwhelming, and providers themselves are struggling to stay open under impossible financial pressure. Thousands of parents, especially mothers, are forced to stay out of the workforce. This is not just a family issue. This is an economic issue. It's a workforce issue. That's why I'm urging you to pass $480 million investments in childcare. We cannot talk about economic growth while ignoring the care crisis in the heart of our state. This investment will stabilize childcare providers, expand access, and lower costs. It will allow young adults like me to bring life into this world with the reassurance that Wisconsin is putting our WisconsinEye children and family first. $480 million is not a cost. It's an investment in our children, our economy, and our shared future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service to the people of Wisconsin. My name is Ingrid Hansen, and I am extremely privileged to have a career I love. I work for an Aging and Disability Resource Center, an ADRC, and I'm here today because investing in ADRCs in Wisconsin isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. It saves taxpayer dollars and helps meet the growing needs of your constituents. I love working for an ADRC because ADRCs are a bridge to older adults and individuals with disabilities, caregivers across our state. They provide vital, unbiased information and help to navigate the often complex world of aging and disability services. We empower individuals to live lives with dignity, security, and independence. Today, ADRCs are being asked to do more and more with too little. Despite serving a rapidly growing population, funding has barely changed over a decade. I'd like to thank you for the allocation in last state's biennial budget. It was a step in the right direction and allowed the funding model for ADRCs to be updated and funding to be made more equitable across the state. However, the needs of our communities are growing. Nearly a quarter of our population in Wisconsin is age 60 and older, and that number is only growing. To fully fund ADRCs in Wisconsin, it would take an investment of $19.9 million. An increase in the state budget would allow us to continue to strengthen every ADRC across the state and better serve our communities. This is not just spending, it's saving. In 2023, every dollar spent on an ADRC service saved taxpayers $3.88 by preventing hospital readmissions and emergency visits. But the return is truly measured in the faces of those who can stay safely in their homes, surrounded by the people they love. Let's make sure no one in Wisconsin has to face aging, disability, or caregiving alone. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. I'm John Geyer. I've been the district administrator at the School District of Neillsville for the last 28 years. I have a hard time paying attention, so I don't know if anybody's talked about public education yet, but let me ask a few questions. One, I think, is a moral question, and that is, are we ready to accept that kids today are not going to have the same opportunities that we had when we went to school? I hope that answer is no. And I think there are 3 ways that you can realistically deal with that in this budget. One is adequacy, one is equity, another is adequacy, and the other is taxpayer fairness. Joint finance last time took the step of getting toward equity by raising the low revenue limit. Do the same thing again, and we will be equitable. If you continue to fund schools at increases that match inflation will continue to be equitable at that point. Adequacy means providing funds based on individual student needs. Adequacy can be addressed in this budget by raising special education to 60% and make it some sufficient. School District of Neillsville transferred $1.1 million in to backfill what special education funding did not fill. What that means for us as a low revenue district is the first 100 kids that walked in my district, I could not spend 1 cent of their revenue limit on them because I had to backfill special education. Think about the other programs that we could help fund for those kids that would raise the boat for all kids. Taxpayer fairness. I put that in the testimony that I've written for you, but know that taxpayer fairness goes through general aid and targets to the people that need it the most. Levy credits do not do that. I know that you are not the creators of these problems, but you are our partners in solving these problems. I ask you to help with equity, adequacy, and taxpayer fairness. I believe it is the moral thing to do, and thank you for all the good work that you do for our kids, our families, and our state.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark Jenkins. Sorry, Mr. Clerk, for my terrible handwriting. I'm a Wisconsin citizen, lifelong resident of Wisconsin, attorney, CPA by profession, retired for a decade. Knowles Nelson is my topic. I got 2 points I'd like to make. Number one, $100 million for 10 years, $1 billion. Our budget cannot afford that amount of funding. As a CPA, we can't produce money like the federal government. We have to live within our budget. $0 is not right, in my opinion. The last biennium, as Speaker Voss says, that's what we'll end up if we don't have an agreement on the budget. $33,250,000. That should be a minimum. I'm encouraging both sides of the aisle to compromise. $60 million is a nice round number. The average would be $66,250,000. So that's 1 point. Second point, I wish Senator Howard was here. I've read the concurring opinions and the dissent of the Supreme Court decision. Again, compromise is requested from both sides. I understand, Representative Tony, you're writing a bill. I'm asking for support of the bill that you write that's going to come somewhere in the middle. I think, again, compromise is so important, and particularly Senator Howard Markline, who is from an area that I was raised in, I'm hoping he'll also support that legislation. Thank you so much for your work, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Lindstrom, and I'm a working mom from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I have an 8-year-old in 3rd grade and a 4-year-old in 4K. I started advocating for a state child care investment 2.5 years ago, right after our program's rates went up again. A federal benchmark says that child care is affordable if it costs no more than 7% of a family's income. But in Wisconsin, 94% of families can't meet that standard. For perspective, a single parent working a minimum wage job would have to work 43 full-time weeks just to pay for 1 year of infant care. A median income family, they spend nearly 20% of their income on childcare for just one child. Add a second child, and they're spending more than 1/3 of their income just to be able to go to work. That's not bad budgeting, that's a failed market. And the usual suggestions, just ask the grandparents, or why don't you stay home? They don't cut it. Many grandparents can't take on full-time caregiving. And staying home, let's be real, that usually falls on moms. And when women leave the workforce, they lose income, retirement savings, and future career opportunities. Meanwhile, our early childhood educators, who shape our kids' minds and futures, are paid less than those who work in fast food. We can't build a stable economy on an underfunded and undersupported childcare system. That's why I am one of nearly 1,200 Wisconsin parents who signed a petition asking for you to support the $480 million investment of state funding to stabilize and support childcare. According to a study released earlier this month, without a state investment to stabilize childcare, 1 in 4 childcare programs say they're likely to close. Childcare costs will rise, including my childcare center that's currently considering a $5 per day per child increase and parents, especially moms, will be forced to leave the workforce. Please fund childcare. If we don't, the ripple effects will have staggering consequences for families, businesses, and the economy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Barron, and I live in Stoughton. I am a working mom of two incredible kids, aged 6 and 9, with complex needs. I'm here today to urge you to protect and prioritize Medicaid and increase special education reimbursement to 60% sum sufficient. While both of my kids qualify for Medicaid and require support in school, I'd like to tell you about my daughter, Addie, and the impact Medicaid and special education have had on her life and our family. Addie has Down syndrome and is on the autism spectrum. Medicaid covers the specialized formula and feeding tube supplies that help keep her alive. My partner's insurance plan is one of the best in the state, and Medicaid makes services and supports that are not covered by insurance plans accessible. Because of Medicaid, our family has access to technology to keep Addie safe, and alternative therapies like hippotherapy and music therapy, which have helped her achieve developmental milestones we weren't sure possible, improve her speech, and help with regulation. The options for families with kids who have disabilities are limited, and Addie requires almost constant attention and care. For our family, Medicaid makes skilled respite care possible. This year, Addie started kindergarten. She spends much of her day in a typical classroom with one-on-one support from an educational assistant, or EA, to ensure she is safe and can appropriately participate with her classmates. She also works with an early learning strategist, physical therapist, occupational therapist, and speech therapist. Her teacher recognizes that she is a valuable member of the classroom community, and Addie learns as much from her peers as they do from her. At our elementary school, 1 in 5 children has a 504 or an IEP plan. Despite passing an operational referendum to address budget constraints around the ability to hire qualified staff, staffing remains a concern for families like mine, whose children require support to attend school. An investment in Medicaid and in education is an investment in the future. Thank you.
My name is Megan Cobb-Sheehan, and I live in Madison. I have 2 children on the autism spectrum, ages 5 and 3. My 5-year-old son, Jonah, has substantial support needs and would be particularly impacted by cuts to Medicaid or a continued lack of funding for special education. Jonah is non-speaking and requires one-on-one support virtually all of the time, particularly due to safety-related behaviors. A child receiving one-on-one support is almost unheard of in my school district, not due to lack of need, but rather inadequate staffing. I have to advocate heavily for my son, while also knowing that my advocacy may mean less support for another child. Jonah is currently in 4K and brings immense joy to his classroom. At a recent parent-teacher conference, my husband shared these words with tears in his eyes. When I was in school, we didn't see the kids with disabilities much. Honestly, I was afraid of them. Jonah's teacher has told us that he is a shining example of how the inclusion of children with disabilities helps all children in the classroom. When he enters the room, little voices shout, "Jonah is here!" Unfortunately, maintaining inclusion of all children with disabilities rests on adequate funding for special education. As the costs associated with these services increase, state funding lags. Additionally, Medicaid and its Children's Long-Term Support Program has covered essential services for Jonah, including therapies, a GPS tracker to help us find him if he elopes, and respite care. Respite allows Jonah to work with a skilled provider while my husband and I run errands or clean the house, both of which are incredibly difficult to do while also caring for 2 children with special needs. I am asking you to protect Medicaid in the face of federal cuts and to increase the state special education reimbursement rate to at least 60% sum sufficient. Finally, I am asking you to please consider my kids and the 55,000 other children with disabilities in Wisconsin as you make your decisions. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Finke, Fire Chief with Safer Fire District. I would like to speak today in favor of the Cardiac Emergency Response Plan for schools. I've worked in fire and EMS for nearly 25 years. During that time, I have and continue to see many things that we can improve on. This plan is another one of those opportunities, and the benefits of this program are significant. There are more than 350,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests each year. Of those, 23,000 are children, many of which are experienced during sports activities. When we receive a call for a cardiac arrest, if we know that CPR is being performed, the chances of survival are much higher. Add an AED to that, the chances increase even more. My department, like many in the state, participate in the CARES registry. The CARES registry is a database that tracks all cardiac arrests across the country and helps us find out what works and what does not. We know that both early CPR and early AED application saves lives. For years, I've thought about the effort that we put into buildings, much like the one that we're standing in right now that is surrounded by fire extinguishers, fire suppression systems, alarm systems, all of which are necessary and appropriate, but we don't do the same thing for AEDs. Although the number of commercial structure fires we have in comparison to cardiac arrests in schools is significant different. There are way more cardiac arrests in those situations. There is an obvious benefit to this plan, which is saving lives. Those not only of our children, but parents, grandparents, teachers, and coaches. The other thing I'd like to mention is the trauma to our EMS providers. Burnout and mental trauma of EMS providers is at an all-time high. Nothing affects us like the death of a child. Unfortunately, last year our department responded to 3 child fatalities in a very short period of time. The mental trauma caused to our providers was clear. However, if we can save more lives, the positive mental impact to our crews is immeasurable. I ask you to support this funding to improve the safety in our schools and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening. My name is Eric Howland, and I'm a member of MOSIS, part of the Wisdom Network. And today I'm addressing the prison and legal reform part of the budget. I'm starting with the observation that or motivation that many of the requests for criminal legal reform come from the idea that the criminal legal system is designed to minimize the harm in our communities. It's designed to be a safe mesh, provide safety. So a central question is, what do we do when there are people that harm others in our community or break trust with our community? How do we deal with that? Right now, we put them in jail or prison. But more than 95% of those people will return to our communities. So the jails and prisons are just temporary stations on the way back into the communities. And in what shape do we want these incarcerated people to return to our communities? Remember, as teachers say, hurt people hurt people. So sadly, our incarceration system actually harms not only the people that are incarcerated, but also the families and their children. There's too many ways that happens to go into them, but the most dramatic recent example were of legal harm were the conditions at the Waupun prison that were revealed after the arrest of the warden and staff. With those conditions, it's no wonder that people in prisons have trouble transitioning back into our communities. So how does this...
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Lacey. I am an almost lifelong resident of Madison and a proud graduate of UW-Stevens Point, class of 1980. I am also a person of faith and an active member of MOSIS, the Wisdom affiliate in Dane County. Wisdom and MOSIS advocate for building safer, stronger, and healthier communities for all of us. As my colleague Eric said, we need to stop incarceration's cycle of harm, and the state budget has a role to play in that interruption. We need to close or redevelop the prisons with a record of harming prison residents, Green Bay, Waupun, Lincoln Hills, and Copper Lake, without building a new prison. We need to increase funding for treatment alternatives and diversion, or TAD, so more people with substance use disorder, or I hope soon, mental health issues, can get the help they need outside of the carceral system. We need to increase funding for the Earned Release Program, enabling more prison residents to participate in recommended programs and earn their release from prison. We need to increase funding for community-based alternatives to revocation, supporting people on community supervision rather than returning them to incarceration. These are budget priorities. In the long run, they will save the taxpayers of Wisconsin money. More importantly, they will support the rehabilitation and reintegration of people who are past, current, and future members of our communities. The communities we need to be safe, strong, and healthy for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's up too high. I am another member of MOSIS and Wisdom. My name is Sherry Reams. I want to suggest that we can actually save money, which you'll be happy to hear about, maybe fairly soon, by closing Green Bay and eventually Waupun, but also, as some of my colleagues have suggested, by ceasing to send people back to prison who just violated a rule of supervision. And I would like to put one more category of current prisoners on the table for consideration, and those are the old law prisoners. People convicted before January 1st, 2000, for crimes committed in the 1980s, the 1990s, sometimes even before the 80s. Most of those people were sent to prison in their youth. They are now, 30 years later, middle-aged at least. Most of them have not done anything violent for years, even if they were sent originally to prison for a violent offense. And other states are dealing with forgotten populations like this, and these people really have been forgotten, by second chance programs, second look, it's called some places. And I think if we do something like that, we've got a cohort of 1,600 people, almost 1,600, who were sentenced under the old law, who mostly could be released now without any risk to the community. And they will get more and more expensive and more stupid to keep them enclosed in our prisons until they are dying, and we have to worry about putting them into hospice care and setting up more nursing homes. So think about that. Thanks.
Thank you. So before I have you go, I'm going to have the clerk read out the next round of names.
Casey Nye, Kelly Strike, Catherine Walter, and also Jim Horton, Mike Fish, along with Gary Besaw, Penny Carter, Jill Schwamas. It's the School District of La Crosse. I think it's SCHUMAS. Dean Dietrich, Dietrich. Catherine Yankee. Kathleen, this is a group, State Public Defenders. Kathleen Pakes, Fawn Moses, and Bridget Kraus. Jennifer Bias, B-I-A-S. Gina Lack, L-A-A-C-K. Nona Hill. John Havlicek. There we go. Becky Luke, L-U-E-C-K. And Jenny Rule, and that was at 7:55.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm just listening. Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Shannon Grabko. I am the clerk for the DC Everest Area School Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our students, educators, and families. I humbly ask that you increase special education reimbursement to ensure every child has the education that they deserve. In DC Everest, our anticipated special education budget is $14 million, serving over 870 students with disabilities across our 6,000 student district. We are estimated to receive $3.6 million in special education aid, only 26% of estimated costs, requiring us to transfer $8.2 million from our general fund. This drains resources from STEM programs, AP courses, and initiatives like our Forest Cafe, where students with disabilities gain job skills. Statewide, districts face a $1 billion shortfall, but for DC Everest, this $8.2 million gap threatens our ability to serve all students equitably. Our children bear that cost. Underfunding limits access to aids, assistive technology, and tailored instruction for the 14% of students with disabilities. Federal law mandates a free, appropriate education, but Wisconsin's low reimbursement undermines this promise, risking legal and moral failures. As a community, we're stretched thin,
potentially facing tough choices between raising taxes or cutting programs. Increasing reimbursement to 60% would provide DC Everest significant aid, easing our budget and preserving opportunities for every child. With Wisconsin's surplus, this is achievable. Please invest in our students by raising special education reimbursement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Ann Wickland, and I live in Rib Mountain. I'm here to testify in support of funding to help schools purchase AEDs and train faculty in CPR. 2 weeks ago, I was in Madison talking about this same issue. I joined with people from all across Wisconsin, including my daughter Shannon, who's a psychologist at Woodside Elementary in Wisconsin Rapids. We were there for the American Heart Association's Advocacy Day, talking about why it is important for schools to be prepared to respond if someone suffers cardiac arrest. This issue is incredibly important to my family. 8 years ago, Shannon had a cardiac arrest at work. I remember the date clearly. My phone rang and I thought it was Shannon calling me from work, but when I answered, it was the staff at school calling to tell me that Shannon had suffered cardiac arrest and was on her way to the ER. The 45-minute drive to Rapids was agonizing as I was so afraid that Shannon had died. When I arrived at the ER, I learned she had gone to the nurse's office not feeling well and collapsed shortly after entering the room. The school nurse, a woman I immediately and am immensely grateful for, performed CPR and then used the AED to bring her back to life. While I was in Madison for Advocacy Day, we met other people with similar experiences. Bob from Mondovi, who suffered cardiac arrest watching his grandson play football. Kayla, a teacher in Kaukauna, who had cardiac arrest while teaching 7th grade social studies. I also met people whose loved ones did not survive, who were there to advocate for change so that no other family has to experience the pain and loss their family has faced. Cardiac arrest strikes suddenly, and survival depends upon whether or not people around are prepared to respond. Please invest $6 million to help schools train faculty in CPR and purchase AEDs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and you are listeners with endurance. Thanks, JFC, and to our local crew that's on the side here. My name is Casey Nye. I'm the superintendent of the DC Everest Area School District. Just south of here, 6,000 students that we're incredibly proud of caring for, supporting our families, and contributing to the development of our community, including its future workforce. We're also proud to serve our most vulnerable populations, and we know this early investment is not only the right thing for those that need us most, but also a wise community investment over time. The needs of the disabled populations in our communities are on the rise and require both new and additional interventions. As you heard Ms. Grabko, one of our board members shortly before me, and so many others state, the current special education reimbursement rate places the burden on our General Fund 10 budget, consequently limiting our ability to depend on the state support that our students' needs demand. This current school year alone saw a shortfall of $8.2 million, and we anticipate next year will be even higher. Over the past 5 school years, this gap in funding has required DC Everest to divert nearly $36 million from our general budget. I sit on our regional workforce development board, and I know our legislators emphasize our public schools' role in meeting workforce development priorities, and I want to be clear that the failure for Wisconsin to address the shortfall in fully funding required special education services has a very real cost to our ability to maintain and expand other important programs that shape our students' future, are what our parents want to see available, and are necessary for the development of our workforce of the future. Shifting millions annually away from our general learning budget forces leaders to make lose-lose choices. High-demand career pathway courses become difficult to maintain. Elementary class sizes get pushed up. We hire fewer support staff and school counselors. I appreciate your consideration of increasing the special education reimbursement to a sum sufficient 60%. This step forward will provide all Wisconsin students with increased opportunities, regardless of their disability status. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining our communities and letting us all speak with you. My name is Kelly Strike, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Operations for DC Everest School District. I'm the numbers girl, so I'll reinforce the numbers he just shared. Our district is proud to serve all students, including those who rely on special education services that are both legally required and essential. We have worked hard to operate efficiently and have managed to do so without going to referendum, which has been challenging for many of school districts across the state. We have a growing number of students that need special education students, and a growing gap between special education costs and the state aid has forced us to shift significant resources from our general fund to meet these mandated needs. This puts pressure on the broader educational programs we offer and limits our flexibility to invest in innovative and expanding opportunities for all students. I respectfully urge the legislature to consider special education aid to be increased to 60% sum sufficient. Doing so would help ensure that all students receive the services they need without jeopardizing the quality education across our district. This change would help all students and all school districts in Wisconsin. Thank you for your time and commitment to public education.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Joint Finance Committee. My name is Penny Carter. I'm the Clerk of Court for Forest County, Wisconsin, and I'm also on the Board of Directors for the Wisconsin Counties Association. We've been working with Senator Kurtz a lot. Clerks of Circuit Court are public officials elected to 4-year terms in county-wide races and are governed by state and Supreme Court statutes and rules. We are statutorily responsible for various record-keeping functions of the courts and play a significant role in Wisconsin's judicial system, which includes the collection of millions of dollars in fines, fees, and forfeitures that are paid through the clerk's offices annually. I am here today to hopefully instill in your minds the importance of our request for additional monies for the support of circuit courts by significantly increasing the circuit court appropriations. I really need to hammer on significantly increase the circuit court appropriations, and it is nearly impossible to run the courts as required by the state when the state receives 80% of the monies collected by the clerk of court's office and the county only keeps 20% of those monies. Just a few examples of what the clerks of courts have collected statewide over the last 3 budget terms. Year 19 to 20, we collected $1.3 million. The state kept $1.06 million. The county kept $2.9 million. That's a 79-21 split. 21-22, we collected $1.34 million. State kept $1.60 million. County only kept $2.9 million, again a 79-21 split. 2023-24, $1.35 million was collected by all clerks of courts in the state. State kept $1.07 million. County kept $2.8, an 80-20 split. That just made me nervous, sir. I can't get to my second page. With those numbers, how can the counties efficiently, effectively, and ethically run the court system and their offices when a gross majority of what we collect stays with the state and not to the counties to run state-mandated programs? Our ask is a $70 million increase to court support payments in order to bring back into balance the state-county partnership to fund our counties and courts, to make it more of a 60-40 share instead of an 80-20 share as it has been for way too long. I will end with this. You could not hit a home run without a big run. This is my big swing. Support us.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Walter. I am the County Coordinator for Menominee County, the Town Administrator for the Town of Menominee, and the Human Resource Director for both. Menominee County and the town share the same border. Both our county board and town board are represented by the same people. Within our borders is the Menominee Indian Reservation. The tribe's trust land covers nearly 98.7% of our county. That leaves us a tax basis of only 1.3% and in financial distress. Consequently, our revenues from such a small tax base just cannot keep up with providing the services and infrastructure that are needed. Our county remains the poorest in the state. This last state budget increase, shared revenue, was certainly welcome, but it did not go very far in meeting just our basic needs. Over the years, we have combined many positions in the county and town to save on cost, hence me and my many roles. We work closely with the Menominee tribe to share in delivery of services like Veteran Service Officer, the library, Child Protective Services, roads, fire EMS. And we also work closely with Shawano County, through which we share a district court, district attorneys, county jail, and the health department. We have a few requests that include increasing the county management assistant grant. This is one of the few programs funded with the tribal gaming dollars that helps counties in need. In 1999, the state legislature created this appropriation, recognizing that Menominee County has despairing financial needs. That program began at $500,000 per year and was increased into $563,000 in 2009, where it had been frozen since. An annual increase in that program by $150,000 would go a really long way. Increased shared revenue for rural areas and continuing grants for local programs. We think a program like this would be continued, and it is also an excellent way to utilize one-time funding.
Thank you. I'm Jim Horton, the Menominee County Highway Commissioner, newly in this tenure.
Sorry. Time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Also, Moni, we have
Hello and good day to each of you. My name is Joey Wanape, and I am the chairman of the Menominee Nation. I am here today to show continued support for the Tribal Elder Food Box program, which in turn supports producers and also provides sustainable, healthy, relevant food for those in tribal nations. From 2012 to 2022, 10,000 farms in our state closed their doors and locked up their barns for the last time. Programs and initiatives such as the Tribal Elder Food Box support the smaller mom and pop farms in our state. It is a vital need to improve access to healthy food, to continue improving health outcomes, and also to continue building networks with the small farmers for local food, and also play our part to empower our local food producers. Another topic is we are very encouraged by the proposal for grants for the Native American language and culture preservation and revitalization. Tribes are still recovering from disastrous policies that sought to strip us of our language and our cultures. There is much knowledge embedded and built into our language and culture. They hold our stories, they hold our teachings, they hold our worldviews and our identity. Also at this time, we ask for the continuation of the discretionary of funds program for each tribe. These funds provide every tribe with the important flexible support that can be directed toward our greatest needs. For each tribe, this looks different, such as providing support in 401k for retainment of highly qualified, skilled teachers, doctors, law enforcement, perhaps roads, perhaps housing, treatment, and so on. Again, this looks different for each tribe and their critical needs. Finally, I want to thank you for funding the child welfare services under DCF from last session, but we ask that you continue to fund this much needed assistance annually. Thank you for your time, and I yield my seconds to Gary.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I get the 2 seconds?
You get 2
Okay.
seconds.
Okay. Also, Gary Bisa from Menominee Reservation, Kashina, Wisconsin. I'm here representing a coalition of the 11 tribal nations in Wisconsin who have established a groundbreaking program called the Tribal Elder Food Box Program. We thank you for supporting the Tribal Elder Food Box Program in last 23-25 biennial budget using tribal gaming revenue in the amount of $1.5 million annually. We humbly request you support our 25-27 biennial budget request of $2 million annually from tribal gaming revenue, but we request you make this appropriation permanent. Why? Who benefits? The Tribal Elder Food Box Program primarily benefits small Wisconsin producers, both native and non-native. Remember, as you heard from Chairman Wanape, we've lost in between 2012 and 2022 over 10,000 small farms, and those are identified as those with sales less than $250,000. Our program works to support those types of producers, and I think that's very important in Wisconsin today. Remember, Make America Healthy Again has said 6 in 10 Americans have at least one chronic disease. In Wisconsin, $4.07 billion in direct costs, $2.7 billion in indirect costs go to support those chronic disease, to pay for those. Well, we're telling you right now, our program looks at providing nutritionally dense, fresh, minimally processed foods. We thank you for everything that you can give us. Remember, I get his 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Bias, the State Public Defender. Thanks to each and every one of you for the opportunity today to talk about the constitutional crisis that exists in central Wisconsin. 9,500 miles. Yes, 9,500 miles. That's the number of miles that one supervisor here in the region drove last year in order to train and provide services in our 5 offices in this part of the state: Rhinelander, Wausau, Merrill, Stevens Point, and Wisconsin Rapids. 5 offices provide services to 13 counties, 13 courthouses, 13 jails. And this region only has about 10 secretaries, many of them part-time. No paralegals that are permanent, and yet they're supposed to help more than 20 lawyers. Every law firm has paralegals. Every law firm has secretaries, and they help the lawyers tremendously to perform the work that they need to do for clients. And this is the same story that exists throughout our state. In every community, Eau Claire, Fond du Lac, La Crosse, Green Bay, Oshkosh, Sheboygan, Baraboo, Racine, Janesville, Kenosha, and everywhere in between. So, no paralegals, no investigators, no support staff. How do we take care of clients? It is challenging. It is extremely challenging. That's why we're asking for 52.5 positions in the next budget. We're asking you to provide those so that we can help to clear out our jails, so that we can provide the constitutionally mandated services. And once we get support staff in our offices, please consider ways to keep them. Rural pay add-ons, maybe some, I don't know, elimination of college debt. It would be great to be able to retain each and every one of those people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And just a reminder for those 3 or more in a group get 5 minutes, 2 and less get 2. So go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're also with the State Public Defender's Office. I'm Fawn Moses. I'm the Appellate Division Director. Yesterday we talked to you all about the challenges that we're facing, and today we'd like to provide a couple of examples to give you some more context and understanding. Because of the delay in appointing appellate attorneys to cases, issues that our clients have are not being addressed or discovered until much later than they normally would be. We've had cases where an attorney, once they're finally appointed, they've been able to discover errors in a case that would entitle clients to hundreds of days of additional sentence credit. This additional sentence credit has resulted in clients, once it's actually applied to their case, getting into treatment programs earlier so they can get the treatment that they need before being returned to, and reintegrating into their communities. It's also resulted in one recent case in an individual serving several months longer than they should have served, and they cannot get that time back. We're asking you to fund 6.5 additional appellate attorney positions that will save taxpayers money, save additional resources, as well as support staff for those attorneys as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kathleen Pakes. I'm with the Assigned Counsel Division for the State Public Defender. So my unit, my division, we're working externally with our private bar partners. I want to talk again today a little bit about the difficulty we have in finding qualified and experienced private bar lawyers to represent persons charged with very serious crimes, sexual assaults, homicides. They're a conflict for our office. We cannot represent them. They're on very high cash bonds. They're in the jails, and they're just languishing. We need experienced lawyers, and it's a big ask for a private bar attorney to represent these clients. They're very difficult cases. They generate a lot of discovery. What you just heard from Jennifer is, in these days of electronic discovery, it's out of control. We used to get a couple pieces of paper, and now we're getting discs handed to us. We have jail calls, we have dash cam videos, we have phone dumps and data dumps and Facebook data, and I don't even all know what we have, but it's a lot. So on the private bar side, we have been able to alleviate some of the workload by providing funding for paralegals for private bar. Not staff, but funding for that. But we still struggle with the experienced attorneys and for this, to help alleviate that, we're asking for an increase in the rate from 100 to 125 for those serious cases. This reflects the need we have for those attorneys that can demand more in the marketplace. Anecdotally, we know that when our rates have gone up from 40 to 70, from 70 to 100 for those of you that have been here, and thank you, we have had an uptick in interest, and we've been able to retain, and those on the list have taken more cases. So we do believe that there is an effect we've seen in the past. And anecdotally, I can tell you, I've had attorneys tell me, you pay $100 an hour, whether it's a misdemeanor, a low-level felony, or a homicide, so I'm just going to take low-level felonies. So I think we would ask you to consider this increase and the realities of the market that we're facing. Thank you.
Bridget Krause, Trial Division Director. Quick story. I have a young man who's representing a client. He's charged with a felony offense. Cash bail is set, and he's sitting in custody. That attorney's following that case through, as well as the other clients that he's representing. He gets a big chunk of discovery, and Kathy is right. When I was a young lawyer, I got police reports. Now we're getting body cams, squad cams, which are great because they can show what happens, but which is rough because we got to watch it all. So he gets the body cams after going through some hearings, and through the next 60 days, he's taking the time to review the discovery, taking the time to review the body cams. 60 days in, what does he see? Body cam number 22 out of 23. He's already looked at the previous 21. He sees his client did not commit the crime. Did not commit the crime. He immediately contacts the DA's office. He lets the DA know, hey, look at body cam number 22. It shows my client clearly did not commit the crime, wasn't the person. The DA looked at that camera, saw it, and dismissed the case. If we had the support staff professionals that Jennifer asked for, a paralegal, an investigator, even a client service could have taken the time to review that discovery, and that young man who did not commit the crime would have been released earlier. Thank you. Please support the SPD budget.
All right, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm also from the State Public Defender's Office. My name is Kat Yankee. I'm a regional attorney manager, so I supervise directly the 5 offices in the north central area here, which covers 13 counties. My home office is in Wausau. I'm here today to speak about the issues the public defender's offices around the state are facing. First off, I want to thank you for the increase in pay for our attorneys the last budget. I supervise attorneys in my office who are ready to walk out the door to get higher paying jobs, but instead stayed because of the increase in pay. They're able to stay. But today I'm here to speak about the fact that our public defender's offices are severely understaffed when it comes to support positions like paralegals, legal secretaries, and investigators. Our agency has requested 44 additional support staff to be allocated to where the need is most. If you do the math, this equals out to be about 1 extra position for each of our 40 offices. Right now, we have no permanent paralegal positions in any of the 5 offices I supervise. It is unheard of that a law office with over 30 attorneys has no paralegals. And I want to give you an example of how these positions could make our office more efficient. Right now in the Wausau office, our staff attorneys complete financial evaluations every morning for clients in the jail to see if they qualify for our services. This on average takes at least 2 to 3 hours per day. And I actually did this yesterday, so I was in the jail for 3 hours. And this is something that could be easily done by a paralegal. Instead, our attorneys are doing this. And so this averages out to be 10 to 15 hours a week our attorneys are spending in the jail on non-legal tasks when they could be doing other legal work to represent clients. It's wildly inefficient for our lawyers to be doing administrative tasks such as this when we are facing a huge backlog of cases. These support positions would lighten the load for our attorneys and would lead to better retention, better efficiency, and better representation.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Shams, and I'm a public school teacher in La Crosse and the co-president of the La Crosse Education Association. I speak to you today to urge you to fully fund our public schools. Public education is the foundation of a strong, equitable society. It's where children from every zip code, regardless of income, race, or background, should have an equal shot at success. But right now, that promise is broken. In underfunded schools, teachers are buying supplies out of their own pockets, class sizes are ballooning, students with special needs are waiting very long for their services, and schools are struggling to recruit and retain qualified educators. Funding isn't just about dollars, it's about dignity, opportunity, and outcomes. A student in a well-resourced school has access to up-to-date textbooks, enrichment programs, technology, and mental health support. They are more likely to graduate, go on to college, and contribute meaningfully to their community. But we cannot build a strong future with inadequate supplies. If you've ever taken on a home improvement project or made a weekend warrior trip to Menards to buy supplies, You know that you don't just grab the first boards of lumber that you see. You sort through the pile, checking each and every one for straightness, knots, and defects. You choose the best supplies to ensure that your product lasts and is durable for the future. But public schools don't work that way. We don't just pick and choose the best boards. We take every child that walks through our doors, every single one of them, whether they're gifted, struggling, speaking a second language, or dealing with trauma at home, we teach them all. And our schools need the resources to meet every student where they are, lift them up, and help them thrive for their future. Our educators are doing their part, our students are doing theirs. Now it's time for you, our lawmakers, to do yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nona Hill. I live in Madison. I'm the president of All Aboard Wisconsin, a member of the Wisconsin Association of Railroad Passengers, and I also represent a group called New Rails in Green Bay, and, the Western Wisconsin Rail Coalition out of the Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls area. I'm here to talk about supporting the transportation budget, and particularly the $15 million that's budgeted for passenger rail in Wisconsin. We are so fortunate to have a second train on the Empire Builder route in Wisconsin. The Borealis is running almost every day when Amtrak has the equipment, but we have, with the addition of that single train between Chicago and the Twin Cities that stops 8 places in Wisconsin, we have doubled the number of passengers riding that route. And those people are getting on and off at those stops. The train stops at Sturtevant, the Milwaukee Airport, downtown Milwaukee, Columbus, Portage, Wisconsin Dells, Toma, and La Crosse. That's an economic benefit that stretches from one side of the state to the other. And it's been estimated that at least 30% of the population in the state, 60% of the population of the state lives within 30 miles of the route. So it's a great success story, and we want it to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Locke. I'm the director of the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Eagle Country, Juneau County office. It becomes a mouthful, sorry about that. My first job out of college was at our local nursing home as a social worker. And one of the first cases that I dealt with as a social worker was working with a woman who was admitted to us after falling at home. Physically, she was able to get better with strengthening and therapy, but cognitively, she had dementia. And she was living at home with her son, who was her caregiver, but he also had to work long hours. After our discharge planning meeting, the son came to my office and asked what was available to help him and how could he learn more about dementia and get support at home. My response at 22 years old, living in a community with limited resources, was simply, there's a website. I was devastated for this family and for this woman. At the time, ADRCs were just beginning in Wisconsin. Today, they are the trusted, unbiased place people turn to for help, whether it's a caregiver seeking guidance, someone navigating Medicare, or a person with disabilities needing support. That woman ended up staying in long-term care at the nursing home, relying on Medicaid as her payer source, costing taxpayers likely 2 times the amount of what in-home support would have costed. If the programs and resources we have now through our local ADRCs were available then, her story could have ended much differently. Right now, many of the programs ADRCs provide are at risk of federal funding cuts. We can't afford to lose the progress that we've made in Wisconsin over the past 15 years. Supporting funding for the ADRCs ensures that people can live and age well with dignity and independence and in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Dean Dietrich. I'm a local attorney. I'm here to talk about a couple of things that are very important to me, but nobody has asked me to be here. Nobody has told me they would like me to advocate for them. I happen to be the past president of the State Bar of Wisconsin, and I also happen to be a past chair of the board of Wisconsin Public Radio Association. I am very proud to be a Wisconsin resident. Been doing it for 72 years, plan to do it for a lot more. There are two things that I think you can do as our legislative leaders to make that better and to make this state better. Number one, to fund legal services for the poor, to fund the requests being made by the Public Defender's Office and the ADA office. Yes, that was addressed once, but it needs to be continued to be addressed, to make this state safe, to make this state open and fair for everyone. Two, you have a treasure in this state. Some of you may not agree, but Wisconsin Public Television and Wisconsin Public Radio is a treasure. It is a treasure that is recognized by anybody that comes to this state or moves to this state. You need to preserve that. That's a part of who and what Wisconsin is. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is John Havlicek. I'm coming here from La Crosse. I have two easy questions for the committee. Easy question number one. Why are Republicans on this committee so eager to take money out of their own school districts just to write $12,000 checks to their donors? Voucher money is first money, so every kid in every district in the state is paying for it. So Senator Mark Lane, he must be on break. I think he represents Albany, Broadhead, Cassville, a whole bunch of rural districts. There are a bunch of them that lose $5 million a year. Not even one kid takes a voucher. Senator Quinn, I think you represent Bayfield, Hayward, Superior. I found 14 districts in your neck of the woods that lose $7 million a year. Exactly one kid got a voucher last year. Senator Teston, I get it, you guys are up here for 26 hours. I found 13,000 kids in his rural districts that forfeit $9 million a year. Senator Wimberger, 9 districts, just over 4,000 students, 0 vouchers, $2.8 million. Senator Bradley, kind of the champion of the ring, a dozen districts, 16,000 kids, $11 million a year out of his district for 30 vouchers. You must be very proud. Second easy question. When are you up for re-election? I'm asking for 200,000 friends. Thank you.
We could hold just one moment. We'll call up another group.
Janine Strangle, Stangel, Curative Connections. Darcy Lentz. David Fawcett. We have a group with Brandy Maddox, I believe. Courtney Rice. Michael Schwartz, Schwartz. Dr. Robert Guthro, I think it's Gouthro. Jennifer Aikes, I think it's Aieck, La Crosse School District. Tony Wozniak, Wozniak. Chris Mueller. Eric Rampek, Rempaca. Mary Kutsch, I think it's Koutch.
Is it Kolach?
Kolach?
Private duty, yeah, it's Mary Kolach.
Kolach, okay. Amelia Minnie Gerner. Jennifer Dean, Dehn. Tanya Marcoe, Marcoe. And Dana Syra, Cyra. And that was at 7:58.
All right, you got the mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Becky Lewick, and I serve in the La Crosse School District as a school counselor. I am here today to talk about an often overlooked part of the heart of our schools. They are our school nurses, psychologists, social workers, and counselors. These professionals make sure our students are ready and able to focus on learning in the classroom. These staff members are not just support, they are essential. These professionals help reduce and remove barriers that prevent children from learning. These professionals are often the first responders to mental health issues we face in our communities. These professionals save lives. Right now, students in Wisconsin are facing historic levels of stress, anxiety, and mental health challenges. Nurses often rotate between buildings. Social workers, psychologists, and counselors are stretched and possibly thin. That means students who are struggling with chronic illnesses or things like bullying, grief, trauma, anxiety, or other mental health issues may not get the timely help they need. Investing in more of these positions, we reduce absenteeism in our schools. We improve graduation rates, and we build safer, healthier schools. In fact, schools with more counselors report lower dropout rates and higher academic achievement. It is not just the right thing to do, it's smart policy. When precious funding is stripped from our schools, these positions are often the first to go. We cannot ensure student success with such a limited resource. It is such an important and more cost-effective to address student populations early in real time before they escalate and become part of our incarceration issues. We all know that a strong foundation of any thriving community is a strong educational system. Investing in counselors, social workers, nurses, and psychologists is not just a matter of support, it's strategic investment in the future of our state. Please fund public schools. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jenny, and I'm a lifelong cheesehead. First-time testifier, hoping not to be the first person to pass out up here today. Thank you for your patience. I'm here to advocate for two things in the state budget: gun violence prevention and protecting Wisconsin's natural areas. First, please do more to protect our children and our communities from gun violence. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. When I started volunteering back in 2018, I was just a mom in tears looking for answers. I didn't know the scope of the problem, and that according to the CDC, firearms are the leading cause of death for American children and teens. 7 years later, I'm no longer in tears. I'm educated, I'm mad, and I'm here. Because now I understand more about how laws get made and how budgets get passed, and my friends and I are now actively engaged in the whole process: election work, legislative advocacy, and even though it makes some of us very uncomfortable, public speaking. Let me be clear on a couple of points. Moms Demand Action is nonpartisan. We are not anti-gun, we are anti-gun violence. Gun violence prevention does not have to be a partisan issue, and it's up to you to stop making it one. Here are my specific budget asks today. Preserve funding for violence prevention grants. Preserve funding to create a grant program focused on firearm-related suicide prevention. Preserve funding to support the new Office of Violence Prevention Administration. Preserve funding to provide the Office of School Safety with permanent positions. The second thing I'm advocating for today, representing 90% of Wisconsinites from across the state in their support, please protect the Knowles-Nelson Stewardship Program. For 30 years, Knowles-Nelson has protected Wisconsin's land, water, and wildlife. Let's continue this fine tradition of government and community collaborating to protect Wisconsin's natural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Hello, members of the committee. I'm Darcy Lenz from La Crosse, and I work as a public school teacher. I appreciate your listening to us today, and as a teacher, I can't help but saying, hang in there, you're doing great. I know it's been a long day. I am here to ask you to consider public education to be a priority in the budget process. Dollars spent on education are investment against later and more expensive dollars spent on incarceration. Education supports financial stability, so economically, support for public education makes fiscal sense. Support for publication is also a moral imperative. Human decency, and for me, my Christian faith, require me to serve all children. Their successful education is their future. I take this charge to heart, as I know my colleagues do as well. It is a true privilege to serve these children, especially the ones who struggle the most. These are the students for whom the biggest trajectory change can happen with a quality education. These are also the ones that aren't always accepted by schools that accept voucher dollars. So what I ask from you is your support in terms of adequate funding for public schools that serve all children. So I won't review the reasons that we have less funding now. It's been said today. But what the lack of adequate funding means is we are increasingly left with a really terrible game of would you rather on a daily basis. Would you rather help the students in your classroom, the 23 that need your help and support on this assignment, or would you rather help the one student who can speak, who can read, who can write, with one-on-one support? And that child is supposed to have the one-on-one support, but we're not funded, and so that position is not staffed. And I have to look in my room and choose. It is a terrible, terrible version of would you rather. And it is an all-hands-on-deck situation. Our cooks, administrative assistants, our custodians, not only are they doing their jobs, they pitch in and help serve our students. I've even had a TA teaching. Excuse me, I'm out. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Snyder and the Joint Finance Committee members. I appreciate you hosting the listening session here in Wisconsin, or central Wisconsin today. My name is Dave Fawcett. I'm the plant manager for Domtar's Domtar Rothschild paper mill here in town. As you may know, Domtar has 2 mills, one in Rothschild, one in Nakusa. We employ roughly 800 people at the 2 mills, but approximately 3,500 jobs indirectly across central Wisconsin. Domtar's business contributes about $1 billion a year to the local economy. So we are proud to work with the work we do here, and also proud of the impact we have locally and in Wisconsin. Not only do we provide high-paying jobs in the region, but also help support our schools, our local businesses, and local and county government. Wisconsin is the #1 paper producer in the nation, and Domtar is committed to keeping Wisconsin as the top producer. So on behalf of our 800 employees, we want to thank you again for recognizing the important role Domtar and Northern Wisconsin has on the overall state economy. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
All right, my name is Brandy Maddox. I am here representing Community Alternatives, and I'm here with my team and a couple members. And a couple of things that we would like to ask of you all is to, I want to talk about Medicaid funding for home and community-based residential services. So we are asking that you all continue to fund the minimum fee schedule for home and community-based services. It reimburses residential services at an average wage of $15.75 per hour, and not the $13.02 rate we were getting. It forces MCOs to reimburse at a minimum rate rather than at a loss. With the new minimum fee schedule, we still anticipate a small loss, but manageable. The second thing, please vote and fund us for the Direct Workforce Funding Initiative. This money goes directly to direct care workers like myself and my coworkers. We will use this money to make us whole, be able to give raises and/or bonuses to staff. Without these items in the next biannual budget, CA is no longer sustainable. We do have a reserve, but not for long. And I just want to hit on the point of when staff are able to have livable wages, we can show up to work, we can show up for our clients, and also just making sure that day services are not cut in services for our members. Some of our members don't have family members that they can lean on or go to if these services are cut. We are the only source that they have. We are the only people that they see day in and day out. So we're asking you all to continue to fund our mission and our services. And I have my coworker here, Regina. I have Jaden, and I also have Eugene, who is a member. Eugene, you want to say a few things?
I live at Sunset, Sunset House. I like it there, and I love it. love to listen to my music a lot. Watch TV in my room. Hope I doing good over here. How about doing good over here?
You're doing great.
Good luck. God bless you. I like it in Otis. Whoa. At Sunset House. Have been a good time over there, and I can't remember.
You done?
What?
You done? That's
I
good.
got
You
it.
did good. Good job. Yes.
All right.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for.
Thank you very much. Thanks. All right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Ooh, sorry about that. My name is Denise Mezovic. I live in Green Bay. I'm the Vice President for Programs and Services at Curative Connections. I have been a part of the Curative Connections family for 16 years, and I find it an honor to work alongside our dedicated staff and inspiring members. Some of us may look familiar as Jeannie Stengel, our President and CEO, and I presented to you at the Kakana hearing. Thank you again for the opportunity to hear our concerns about Medicaid funding. I would begin by restating our ask. Fund and increase the minimum rate fee, and increase funding for day services with a $12 million annual increase. This will help us attract and fairly pay staff and keep family members working while their loved ones receive our supports in a most cost-effective way. Today, we are back with one of our most dedicated direct care staff members, Wendy Lecker. You'll hear her amazing story next. Curative Connections has been an adult day service provider for 77 years. We offer programs to help people find support and care due to aging, dementia, brain injury, and disabilities. Overall, more than 1,600 people per week participate in our programs. At our Shawano location in particular, we serve an average of 30 people per year, and those folks are with us in an average of 7.5 years. So talk about family. Additional funding will help us appropriately pay, attract, and retain quality professionals like Wendy. Direct care professionals are critical to our communities to support our members and their caregivers. Continued low pay and burnout will lead to more vacated positions, so your support is needed to provide competitive pay and help Wisconsin work our way out of the workforce shortage crisis. As we all age, everyone will be impacted by this challenge. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and now it's my honor to introduce Wendy Lecker. Wendy celebrated her 25th anniversary at Curative Connections in February. Enjoy as she shares her Why Curative story.
Thank you, Jeannie and Denise. I would like to begin by giving you a brief history of my background. I grew up in England and was fortunate enough to have been given the opportunity to volunteer at a residential home for developmentally delayed adults at the weekends. I fell in love with this wonderful experience, and I knew this was my calling. Initially, I pursued a career in nursing, obtaining my license in England and then California, but due to my husband serving in the military, we moved around a lot. While living in New Mexico, I obtained a position as a program assistant at an adult daycare program, which was the beginning of my lifelong career. Our next move brought us to Wisconsin in 2000, where I was fortunate enough to be hired by Curative Connections as a life enrichment team leader for an adult daycare program in Shawano. I can honestly say I truly love my job and the satisfaction and rewarding benefits I receive daily. Being a direct service worker has fulfilled my passion to work with the aging and developmentally delayed population. I'm proud to say I've held this position for 25 years. Shawano is a small community with limited resources. If our members were to lose their funding, many of them would be trapped at home, unable to have any opportunities to socialise due to there being no public transportation in this city. Boredom and depression would set in really quick. Most of our members live alone or with an elderly parent. We have 2 senior ladies who will fall into this trap. Every Thursday, they always share with staff how they hate the fact that they have 3 days stuck at home, staring at the same 4 walls with nobody to talk to. This would also mean they would no longer receive a hot, nutritious meal anymore and would probably pick up unhealthy snacks all day. This socialisation would undoubtedly lead to stress and depression for these ladies and their families, as well as leading to a decline in their overall abilities with nothing to keep their brains stimulated. Other options to move into assisted living or a nursing home would not be financially possible without even more fund assistance. Furthermore, their health, mental well-being and independence would rapidly decline in these institutional settings. I would also like to share that I can understand how difficult this cut in funding would be from both perspectives. not only as a caregiver at my job, but also as a caregiver for my daughter, who was born with cerebral palsy, as a non-verbal, non-ambulatory, and is a spastic quadriplegic. She also attends an adult day service program, but unfortunately has been unable to attend this month due to medical issues that are going on at this time. I myself can tell you how this has truly affected my family, and this is only a temporary interruption in services. My husband, who is retired, has become a full-time caregiver, not necessarily by choice. This situation has caused us added stress as he is unable to get a break all day, and I am unable to help him due to my commitment to my job as well as our financial need for me to work. If funding was to get cut, this would become a permanent problem for not only my family, but for all families who depend on programs like Curative Connections. In closing, I greatly appreciate your time and attention in hearing my personal why curative story, the passion I have for my job, my family, and the members I care for, who are all like family to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Tony Wozniak, and I am the Residential Coordinator Supervisor for Community Alternatives, a small nonprofit service provider. We support people with developmental disabilities in the community. I began my career in healthcare 29 years ago, becoming a CNA. I have spent the last 25 years supporting people with developmental disabilities in a wide range of settings and roles, and for the past 16 years out in the residential setting. I grew up with an aunt with disabilities and didn't even realize it until I got older, as I thought everybody had an Aunt Nancy. This allowed me a front row seat to all aspects of caring for someone with a disability. Over the past 29 years, I have learned that this is not a job I'm going to get rich monetarily in. But the fulfillment that one experiences supporting our members is unmatched. It is also a job that you're not going to get laid off in or not be needed. It's actually the opposite. We are always short, asking staff to come in early, stay late, or work on their days off. There is never enough help. Even in my current role as a coordinator supervisor, you will find me in the evenings, on holidays, and weekends covering hours in our adult family homes. I come to you today to ask for your support in funding the new minimum fee schedule for home and community-based services. I know that Governor Evers made the decision to use the ARPA funds and understand that some of you may not be happy with that. I ask you, though, to take some time and look at why we are asking you to include it in the next budget. Prior to the minimum fee schedule, MCOs could choose to pay providers whatever they wanted, with no minimums to ensure that they were actually paying providers the cost it took to care for the individual. This meant, on average, with our reimbursement, we received, it's supported a $13 an hour wage for our staff. I don't know about you, but I don't think anyone can realistically agree that that is a livable wage. With the reimbursement fee, it at least supports an average hourly wage of $15.75 an hour. Better, not great, but better. We all know there is a caregiver crisis going on, and the projection is for it to get worse rather than better. If this is not included in the next budget, I can assure you that more service providers will have to close their doors, and this most likely will include us as well. Many of us, in a desperate attempt to retain our current employees and to attempt to recruit new employees, gave increases in wages based on the new minimum fee. It's very hard for us to compete with the big box retailers, fast food chains, and gas stations when they, in most cases, increase their starting wage from $15 to $20 an hour. I also ask you to continue to support the funding for the direct care workforce funding in the next budget. It's been greatly appreciated. This has been a much-needed way to boost direct care providers' wages, as it does not allow MCOs to take any of it, and it requires every provider to put the money in the direct care provider's pocket. I can tell you that what my agency has done with the money is every 6 months when we receive the funding, our direct care providers receive a bonus. I again ask you to please consider and support funding the minimum rate fee and your workforce funding in the next budget. I would also like to at this time introduce David Parrott, who is a team lead for one of our homes.
Hey. Hello.
And also with him is Bobby, who has lived in one of our homes for many, many years. He also attends Curative Connections in Shawano, day programming, who came before us. And that's how he gets out and socializes, right, Bobby?
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
you like your home?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Megan Garrell, and I'm the Vice President of Community Programs at VPI. At VPI, we work alongside nearly 2,000 individuals with disabilities every year. From birth through adulthood, our 22 community-based programs support people in 6 Wisconsin counties through early intervention, educational support, mental health services, employment programs, and adult day services. Our work is powered by Medicaid. Programs like Birth to 3, Children's Long-Term Support, Family Care, IRIS, Comprehensive Community Services, and Community Support Programs make it possible for us and providers like us to deliver the essential care people depend on. Without a strong Medicaid system, these services are not sustainable. That's why I'm here today to ask you for your continued support of Medicaid's cost to continue budget, particularly the direct care workforce funding, minimum fee schedule, and state-directed rate increases. Providers need the minimum fee schedule sustained and increased, along with increases in funding for adult day services and employment programs to continue to provide these essential programs to the individuals who are most in need of them. These funding streams are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They directly affect whether people with disabilities can stay in their homes, participate in their communities, and live with dignity. They also determine whether we can recruit and retain the skilled, compassionate professionals needed to provide the care. The direct care workforce crisis is not a hypothetical, it's happening right now. Across the state, providers like VPI are losing staff to employers who offer higher wages and fewer challenges, fast food, retail, you name it. And every time we lose a worker, someone goes without the care they need. If these funding supports are cut or allowed to lapse, the ripple effects will be devastating, not just for individuals and families, but for the broader system. Community-based care is not only more effective, but also far more cost-efficient. Institutional care is often 10 times more expensive than community-based care. Even with current funding, we are struggling to keep up with inflation and growing demand for services. Continued investment is about preserving access, protecting people, and preventing long-term costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Michael Schwartz. I'm the CEO of Innovative Care Services. We're a nonprofit that helps people with disabilities also. Many of our team members earn between $15 and $17 an hour. Family care and home and community-based services are the right kind of care, so the people you heard from earlier, and more importantly, or as important, they're the least expensive form of care. I believe the state will care for our population that we serve either way. And if you're not caring for them in this manner through family care, the cost will go up 4 to 10 times. And so as a taxpayer, I urge you to fund these initiatives so that we can take care of people in the least expensive way. If the minimum fee is not funded or DCWF ends, adult family homes and CBRFs will close, continue to close. We were going to close multiple homes before the minimum fee went into effect. So just to reiterate our ask, we ask that you fund 3 things in the biennial budget, all related to family care and home and community-based services, which again is the best and most cost-effective option for caring for people with disabilities. Please fund the minimum fee increase, which is based on care workers receiving $15.75. DHS built and studied this increase for 4 years, recognizing the need and its ability to pass through MCOs directly to service providers in our workforce. Please include a $12 million annual increase for day services, vocational, and like services. These services were not included in the minimum fee structure, and as you heard, are vital to keeping people in their homes and their loved ones employed. And please continue the direct care workforce fund that goes directly to workers. Thank you.
Some of you may recognize me. We run a nonprofit, Group Homes in Shawano, as you've seen from a number of people that we brought with us today. We have 11 homes that support people with disabilities. You just met a few people we support and the people that do the work. Last year, when the governor released the ARPA funds and established the minimum fee schedule, he literally saved our company. With the increase he gave, most of our staff received a $2 an hour increase to an average wage of $15 to $16 an hour. Family care funding is our only payer source. If you do not vote for the cost to continue the minimum fee schedule, we will revert back to our old contracts with an average reimbursement rate based on a $13 an hour wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Courtney, and I'm a teacher in La Crosse. Thank you so much for being here today and listening. I also wanted to thank everyone who I got to see or hear speak today. It's so interesting how so many of these things are so interconnected. I teach at the Juvenile Detention Center in La Crosse, and my students and I had a conversation this week about the word integrity, which is one they hadn't learned yet, but we talked a lot about what it meant. And my husband is a former Marine, and he's always instilled in me, this idea that integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one's watching. And that's what we need you all to do all of the time. Our students are the best part of what we do each day. Now that I have 3 kids in public education, I understand even more how important the work that we do is. My son Walter is 11 and honors my grandfather who lived during the Great Depression. He taught me to always pick up a penny. Who cares what side it's on? A penny earned is a penny saved. Like then, these saved pennies are more important now than ever before. In schools, these pennies are our pupils. Teachers don't care what side they fall or land on as they enter our classrooms. We don't care if they've lost a little shine or have seen better days. All are welcome. All are educated. We see the value beneath the surface. It's time the state of Wisconsin does the same. All of our students are worth investing in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Robert Guthrow, and I am the director of the Medical College of Wisconsin Central Wisconsin Psychiatry Program. I am here to say thank you for supporting MCW's rural residencies. In the last state budget, the legislature provided annual funding to help support MCW's psychiatry residency programs. Although we have been receiving state support for less than 2 years, the impact has been profound. MCW operates 3 residency programs, Central Wisconsin in Wausau, Northeastern Wisconsin in Green Bay, and in Milwaukee. These programs, with the state support, train 60 total residents, with 15 residents graduating each year. Strong psychiatry programs in Wisconsin are critical, since we know that residents who receive their training in Wisconsin are much more likely to stay in practice in the state. In 2024, 14 of 15 residents who are graduating stayed in Wisconsin to practice. From the Central Wisconsin program, 2 graduates have taken jobs in Rhinelander and another place in Stevens Point. Additionally, a child psychiatrist who did their training outside of the area is returning to work in Wausau this July. But the impact of this program extends beyond training residents. The Central Wisconsin program has recruited multiple faculty members to the region, all of whom seen patients in their role as faculty. The recruitment more than doubled the number of employed attending providers in Wausau at that time. This would not be possible without your support, so again, thank you. MCW's work to address the mental health gaps in our state does not stop at training more psychiatrists. We also are working to be more innovative about how we improve access to care. With this, MCW is proposing the creation of an adult comprehensive mental health psychiatry program called WisCope. WisCope will support healthcare providers with management of mental health conditions in their patient populations. This program is modeled after the successful child psychiatry consultation program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Deek, and I am the proud parent of a special needs student as well as the board president in the school district of Holmen. My son, who has autism, requires special education services and relies on specialized support, trained staff, and individualized learning strategies to reach his full potential academically, socially, and emotionally. I am here today to urge you to increase the special education reimbursement rate to at least a sum-sufficient rate of 60%. Currently, the state reimburses only a fraction of special education costs, forcing districts to divert funding from their general education budgets just to meet their legal obligations for special education. In the school district of Holmen, we currently transfer approximately $7 million from our general fund to cover special education expenses. As a result, all students, both general education and special education, are left with fewer opportunities. Meanwhile, private schools receive a 90% sum-sufficient reimbursement for students with special needs vouchers. Why aren't special education students in public schools given the same level of support? For families like mine, these funding gaps have real consequences. Without adequate funding, schools struggle to provide the specialized services that my son and so many other children need to reach their full potential. This is not just a budgetary issue, it's about a commitment to ensuring that every child, regardless of their ability, receives a quality education. My son's education deserves the same level of importance and commitment as that of any general education student. It's time Wisconsin invests in all of our students. Again, thank you for your time and for considering this critically important issue. Our children, our schools, and our communities depend on it.
All right, good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the Joint Finance Committee. First, I want to thank you for your service and the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Chris Mueller, and I am the proud superintendent of the School District of Holmen. I'm here today to urge you to support predictable, flexible, and sustainable funding for our Wisconsin public schools. We respectfully request inflationary increases in per pupil aid, along with adjustments to revenue limits to better reflect rising costs. Public schools, like those in Holmen, play a critical role in preparing students for future success, both academically and in the workforce. At Holmen High School, for example, students are gaining valuable real-world experience through youth apprenticeships. A junior student is currently honing his manufacturing skills at Steiger Steel. A senior is pursuing her passions for childcare at the YMCA's Kids Zone program. We have 2 other students that are learning farming operations alongside local agricultural partners. These opportunities connect classroom learning to meaningful real-world applications, benefiting not only our students but our entire community. However, the financial pressures we face is unsustainable. Since 2009, Holmen's general revenue per student has fallen behind inflation by approximately $3,300 per student. That would mean that we would have approximately $12 million more in our budget this year. To maintain basic operations and opportunities, we have turned to local referendums. We've had 11 ballot questions in the past 10 years. But this reliance is neither sustainable nor equitable. We are not asking for luxuries, we are asking for stability. Predictable inflationary increases in school funding will allow districts like Holmen to responsibly plan, meet rising student needs, and continue preparing students to be the future workforce for Wisconsin. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Rempala. I'm with Oneida County Clean Waters Action. We are a local clean water advocacy group who accepts 0 donations. We are simply local people monitoring our water condition. With that, I'd like to say that as a member of Oneida County Clean Water Action, I've seen firsthand the effects of PFAS contamination on a community. In Oneida County in 2019, I witnessed the city of Rylander shuttering 2 of their 5 wells due to PFAS contamination. In 2002, in the town of Stella, private wells tested 46,000 parts per trillion for PFAS content. An acceptable limit is 4 parts per trillion. Last year in Minocqua, the Minocqua Hazelhurst Elementary School required a complex filtration system to filter PFAS from their water fountains from their well. I want you to understand that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and that there is more PFAS contamination that we have yet to see. The governor, in his latest budget proposal, has two monetary suggestions for PFAS contamination. I can't read them both because I'm running out of time. The second would be support $143 million for the DNR to support PFAS monitoring and remediation across Wisconsin. This will provide support for sampling, research, public health interventions, emergency response, and disposal activities. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jenny Dean, and I am an Assistant Director at AdvoCap's Head Start program in Fond du Lac. I am here today to support the childcare industry by urging you to support Governor Evers' budget proposal to invest $480 million in Wisconsin's childcare system. Access to affordable, high-quality childcare isn't just a family issue, it's an economic one. Across Wisconsin, working parents depend on childcare to participate fully in our workforce. Without reliable childcare, businesses struggle to retain workers, families are being forced into impossible choices between earning a paycheck and caring for their children, and children's physical and developmental needs are being jeopardized when placed in random care. In desperation, I have actually witnessed parents in my community using social media platforms asking if anyone, strangers, can watch their child while they can attend work. Right now, many child care centers are on the brink of closing due to financial strain. They simply cannot pay workers competitive wages while keeping care affordable for families. The $480 million budget ask will stabilize providers, support the early education workforce, and keep child care accessible for families across the state. To compound the child care crisis, Head Start programs are in jeopardy of losing their current operational funds in President Trump's budget proposal. Head Start programs provide comprehensive early childhood education services along with health, nutrition, and family support to remove barriers to self-sufficiency. Losing Head Start services would result in 39 more centers closing in Wisconsin, leaving over 16,000 of our most vulnerable children without the high-quality, stable environments they are currently supported in. I respectfully ask you to prioritize our children, our workforce, and our economy by approving Governor Evers' proposed child care investment. Additionally, I ask that you say no to cutting Head Start programs and have discussions with your decision-making colleagues about the negative impacts that Wisconsin will face. Thank you.
Honorable members of the Joint Committee of Finance, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tanya Marco, and I'm the Executive Director at AdvoCap, a community action agency supporting Fond du Lac, Green Lake, and Winnebago counties. I'm here to request support for AdvoCap's Child Care Incubator Project in Oshkosh, a critical and innovative initiative aimed at addressing the severity and affordability of our child care shortage in Wisconsin. The AdvoCap Child Care Incubator offers an innovative solution to the availability, affordability of child care by creating small businesses with the purpose of providing child care. By supplying aspiring child care providers with low-cost space, business coaching, licensure support, and curriculum assistance, the incubator will enable new providers to establish and grow successful child care businesses. The incubator will empower entrepreneurs to start their own child care businesses, fostering economic development and providing employment opportunities. While our initial child care incubator is to be built in Oshkosh, this model has the potential to be replicated in communities statewide, making it a scalable solution to Wisconsin's child care challenges. With over 60 aspiring child care providers already expressing interest, the momentum behind this project is strong. Your support in allocating a one-time funding of $600,000 to this $2.4 million project will ensure the success of helping address the urgent need for affordable child care in our communities. We would be grateful for your support of the budget motion being introduced by Representative Gobin. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to Wisconsin working families. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mimi Gerner. I'm from Oconto County. I am here today to advocate for funding of Medicaid. Today I'm asking you all to plan for the possibility of budget cuts at the federal level that are going to need to be made up for by our state budget. Loss of this federal funding will put Medicaid programs at risk for the people of Wisconsin. Since 1965, Medicaid has saved lives. It has helped millions of Americans live with health and dignity. Medicaid reflects our values, our belief that we care for one another. Medicaid isn't political, it's personal. 9 out of 10 Americans will rely on Medicaid at some point in their life. But a lot of people don't know what it's called in Wisconsin. It goes by a lot of different names, so they don't know the impact that it can have. I'm gonna ask everyone in this room, if they're willing, to raise your hand, please, and keep it raised if any of the following apply to you. Do you know a child in the Birth to 3 program? That's Medicaid. Do you have or know a kid in the Katie Beckett program or CLTS? That's Medicaid. Do you have or know a student who gets speech or physical therapy at school? Yep, that's Medicaid. Do you have a grandparent in a nursing home? Their savings is gone, but they're still getting care? That's Medicaid. Do you know someone with developmental disabilities who's in a day program or is getting job coaching so they can work out in the community? That's Medicaid. Does anyone you know or love get Meals on Wheels or go to the ADRC for services? That's Medicaid. Have you or someone you know ever used Badger Care to get the health care they need or have a baby? That is Medicaid. Look around you and please choose more funding for Medicaid.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Sierra, and I'm the Quality Assurance Manager for Dungarvan, Wisconsin, which is an organization that provides residential services to 105 individuals with disabilities who live in Milwaukee, Janesville, Madison, Baraboo, Eau Claire, and Chippewa Falls. Dungarvan also employs more than 300 individuals to provide services for those we serve. Unfortunately, Dungarvan is nearly fully funded by Medicaid. And frankly, considering the cuts that are being proposed at the federal level, there will be some devastating impacts for individuals with disabilities, for their family members, and for those who are employed in the field in trying to provide care. So in consideration of that, at the state level, I strongly encourage you to do some very good planning around Medicaid and the potential of those federal cuts, and to support some items that I think are critical to vulnerable populations and the people who care for them. The first is the ongoing support for the direct care workforce funding, which I know other people have already talked about, and that is really like a pass-through funding that goes directly into the wages, okay, for people. The second is sustained funding for the minimum fee schedule, which I know you've already heard a lot about. And finally, I hope you will fund ongoing efforts to ensure that Wisconsin is able to maximize the use of technology and remote monitoring as a way to stretch Medicaid funding and provide less restrictive supports for those who need them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Bauer, and I'm here not only as a mother of 3 beautiful children, but as a full-time caregiver of my son, Henry. This is my handsome son who has Down syndrome, autism, immune deficiency, and is fed via G2. And I'm here today because on March 19th, our world was shaken. We had to have an ambulance come to our home, and we later learned that it was due to a seizure. But if it hadn't been for our private duty nurse who was calm and trained and there, our son might not be here today. Henry has 13 specialists. He's endured multiple surgeries and has complex medical needs that no local daycare can manage. That made me not just his mother, but around-the-clock caregiver, 24/7, no weekends, no holidays. And yet, I'm not a skilled nurse. I do my best every day, but what truly keeps Henry safe and thriving and out of the emergency room is private duty nursing. There's a vital difference between parenting and caregiving. Parenting is love, guidance, nurturing. Caregiving, especially in cases like Henry, is medical, skilled, and relentless. It requires trained professionals who are currently leaving Wisconsin in alarming numbers. Why? Because nurses here are being paid on average less than $20 an hour in any surrounding state. Those with compact licenses can and do cross the border into neighboring states for better wages. We are in a serious nursing shortage, and without proper competitive compensation and incentives, we will continue to lose essential healthcare workers. Independent nursing is not just a lifeline for families like mine, it's a cost-effective alternative to institutionalization. It keeps children safe at home with their families where they belong. The solution begins with a full comprehensive review of Medicaid reimbursement rates for children's programs, including private duty nursing. I just invite you to my home for one day to see the care that my son receives. The committee clerk has my address. Thank you.
Before we begin, we're going to call the next group, please.
Pam Bettinger, Bettinger. Grant Matthew, it's Mathu, I believe. Nick Curran, Mayor of Lodi, Ann Groves Lloyd. Bonnie, I think it's Maxwell, M-A-X-C, or S-C-H, I think it's E-E-L. Angie Dossett, D-O-U-C-E-T-T-E. We have a group with Big Brothers, Big Sisters with Linda Kopke. We have another group of Big Brothers, Big Sisters with Lainey Ellis. Penny Tao, I believe it's T-H-A-O. Brian Shaw, All Voting and Local Action. Christina Thor. Danny Bauer. Nancy Stencil. Paige Jewell, J-U-E-L. Dawn Bushholtz. I think it's Fona Young, P-H-O-U-A, and then the last name Y, I think it's A-M-G. Ann Lemmer, E-L-E-M-M-E-R. And then Paul Manriquez and Barb Novak. And that was at 8:04.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm Mary Kowach. I am one of those private duty nurses that Danny was speaking about. I worked 34 hours during the weekend. I work a 12-hour night tonight. I work another 12 hours in a night in a couple days. So there is a shortage of private duty nurses. I am going to be 63 this year, and I'm expecting our 10th grandchild. I would like to retire, but if I retire, some of these families will not have care. So I would really appreciate if you would find a way, and we're working with you. I visited several offices of yours and trying to find a way to make this a possibility. I heard Bill Hanna, who's a department head of DHS this morning on the news, talking about the federal funding cuts and the state funding cuts to Medicaid. And so I realized that Medicaid is a $2 billion cost to the state every year, $1 to $2 billion. I've heard different numbers on that. I'm a private duty nurse. I'm a nurse in independent private practice. That means I do not work for an agency. I work through prior authorization through the state, through DHS. We work under approved care plans, under doctor's orders. I bill the state directly, Forward Health, and so I get my pay directly from Forward Health. So I don't work for an agency. There are hundreds of these nurses, and that's who we want support for. Private duty nursing that are nurses in independent practice. We sort of cut out that we're the ones that meet the families where they're at. that provide the ventilator care, that take the trach care, that where agencies fail them, we step in. We spend hundreds of hours, volunteer hours, where we try to match up these people. A NICU baby can cost $10,000 a day. We get those, there's 10 to 20 NICU babies right now waiting for private duty nursing care. It is so much cheaper to fund and give wage increases for private duty nursing than to keep those babies in the hospital. And so it's, yes, we're asking for more money for this, but it will save you money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was hoping more than anything to say good morning to y'all and to show up early enough, but sounds like you got to be here at 4 a.m. to get to do that. In any case, I'm Grant Matthew, and I serve on the La Crosse County Board of Supervisors, and I'm just here because there are just a handful of things that constituents had asked me to bring forward and share with y'all as priorities in the budget. And so the first one, and the first thing I want to emphasize, is just the importance of full and stable funding for aging and disability resource centers. I know that that's been mentioned before by previous speakers, so I'll keep that brief. But I've gotten to hear about and see the great work they do in our communities, and there are a lot of counties where, you know, like they're laying off staff in that area and cannot afford to maintain staffing. The second thing that I want to bring up is funding for routine maintenance agreements. They really don't keep up with inflationary costs, and it's part of the reason why so many of the roads suck, you know, and it's not really fully county government's fault. In a lot of senses, it's also the state government not keeping up their end of the bargain, and so any increases in those routine maintenance agreements would be greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated by county governments. Then the third thing that I want to bring to your attention that, again, been mentioned a couple of times, but is the importance of funding for Prairie Springs Science Center completion at UW La Crosse. Geez, I feel like people have probably been asking for it for about as long as I've been around, or at least since I was in like early middle school, and hopefully it's something that can actually get across the finish line. I think it's very important for our community, and as has been mentioned, a lot of people who go to UWL live in y'all's district. And then the final thing that I wanted to address is the ongoing PFAS issue that impacts communities in La Crosse County and all across the state. Any amount of funding for remediation and testing would be greatly, greatly appreciated by pretty much everybody that I can think of. I don't know who's trying to drink PFAS. So thank you for considering the issues, and hope that you'll fund those 4 areas.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for continuing to listen today. It's really appreciated. My name is Nick Kern. I'm the Director of Business Operations for CISA 8, and I lead a team of business staff that support districts throughout our region, 4 of which districts you have heard from already today. Thank you for all your support, and thank you, Senator Wimberger, for your ongoing support in our region and representing us on the Joint Finance Committee. I'm here to express strong support for increasing special education categorical aid funding to 60% and making it aid sum sufficient. Special education has higher upfront cost, but the return on investment is undeniable. Fewer dropouts, more workers, and less need for long-term care or public assistance. Right now, school districts across Wisconsin are forced to shoulder the growing costs of special education with limited reimbursement. In fact, covering less than 1/3 of the actual expenses, despite the current state's budget's 1/3 commitment. The lack of state funding forces districts to transfer funds from their general budget or seek voter-approved referendum for funding services that are required by law. But here's the reality. Referendums are not sustainable. They're dividing communities, straining district relationships with community members, and placing an unfair burden on residents that struggle with decisions of supporting education or making their next rent or mortgage payment. Communities, especially rural and lower income ones, are reaching a point of referendum exhaustion. When referendums fail, it's not just about lost dollars, it's about lost opportunities for our kids. The most powerful thing said to me recently was from a team member. A failed operating referendum, she shared, kids know. Kids know the community said no. They know they don't understand why. They question why the adults they look up to said no to supporting their academic needs and dreams. Why are we doing this to our kids, our communities? A free, appropriate public education isn't a choice. It's a promise we've made to our students and their families. Increasing special education aid to 60% with some sufficient funding would be a strong start to getting to fill this promise. Thank you for your time and for your leadership on this critical issue.
My name is Bonnie Marshall, and I am a resident of Weston.
Today, I am asking you to prioritize Alzheimer's and dementia in the state budget by strengthening Wisconsin's dementia crisis response system. Over 111,000 Wisconsinites aged 65 years and older, by the way, I am 67 years old, are living with dementia, and that number is growing. 90% of the individuals with dementia experience behavioral or neuropsychiatric symptoms that impact their quality of life and the well-being of their caregivers. These symptoms can lead to dangerous situations such as wandering, aggression, or refusal of care, leaving families and caregivers to navigate crises without adequate resources affecting Wisconsin's most vulnerable populations. The growing dementia crisis is important to me because both my parents suffered from dementia. My parents worked as dairy and ginseng farmers from sunup to sundown while raising 5 children. Upon their retirement, their lives changed. Due to the debilitating dementia disease. Together, my dad and mom spent years in a memory care facility with their lives ending due to the progression of the dementia disease. I have seen all forms of Alzheimer's while caring for my parents, 40 to 100 years old. To strengthen our dementia crisis response system, I'm requesting funding for 3 investments. The first, to expand dementia crisis stabilization units by providing $1 million to establish 3 additional units across the states. Second, please provide $1 million to fund 10 dementia-specific adult protection services positions statewide. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Groves Lloyd. I want to thank you all for being here and listening to all of us all day. I'm the mayor in the city of Lodi, and I'm here to request assistance to local municipalities as we continue to lose ground with each budget cycle. In 2023, additional shared revenue funding was given to municipalities, something we're extremely grateful for. In our case, the city of Lodi received just over $84,000. However, that same year, our health insurance for our employees increased by 24%, which was over $78,000, essentially wiping out that additional funding. Health insurance increased by another 21% in 2024, or nearly $86,000. And with the maximum levy, our budget increased by just over $15,000, or less than 1%, and our shared revenue increased by $4,000, or 2%. For the next several years, we have major road projects planned, and with most of them, all the wastewater and water infrastructure has to be replaced, as well as replacing lead laterals to homes. This year's project is over $1 million to our general fund, and the 2026 project will be at least that or more. We are also in need of a public safety building to replace an over 70-year-old fire station. All of these projects, all of these projects, as well as replacement equipment purchases, will be done through borrowing. We have no choice. We are also considering a referendum in 2026 for public safety, as our police budget is now nearly 50% of our general fund. These funding restrictions are strangling local municipalities and our ability to serve our residents. I just want to urge you to allocate additional transportation assistance for the next biennial budget and give us the ability to levy at least to keep up with inflation. I also hope that you will look for more equitable ways to fund municipalities other than property taxes, as this current model is placing a heavy burden on property owners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the Joint Committee on Finance, including my own Senator LaTanya Johnson, for holding today's listening session. I'm Angie Doucette, representing American Farmland Trust and over 55,000 farmers and eaters in our Midwest network. I'm here to request the Joint Finance Committee to include the proposed $15 million for Wisconsin's Purchase of Agricultural Conservation Easement Program in the state budget. If you eat food, then you benefit from this investment. Wisconsin faces a growing farmland loss crisis. From 2001 to 2016, 250,000 acres of farmland were lost, and projections show that an additional 688,000 acres could be converted to development by 2040. To put into context, this equates to the amount of land that's 11 times the size of the city of Milwaukee, would equate to the loss of 2,400 family farms and 6,400 farm jobs. As we continue to pave over farmland, we're losing some of our nation's best land for producing our food, and is a matter of national security. That's why the proposed $15 million investment to refund Wisconsin's PACE program is a responsible investment. This program, which was put into state statute 16 years ago in 2009 and has been unfunded since 2011, allows farmers to voluntarily preserve their land for agricultural use permanently. Agricultural conservation easements do more than protect farmland from conversion. Escalating land values and competition for land from developers and investors put land ownership out of reach for many producers. Easements can assist with the farmland transfer and create affordability. Ag easement investments create jobs in rural communities by securing the future of farming and continuing need for local equipment dealers, keeping local economies thriving. In fact, a $15 million investment would generate $28 million in local economic activity. The PACE program is vital for maintaining Wisconsin's strong agricultural industry, which contributes $104 billion to our state's economy. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Buchanan, and thank you for listening to me today. I'm going to piggyback on what Angie just said about farmland protection, and I'm not going to take my full 2 minutes, so you can relax. So I'm a farmer from Door County and a retired executive director of a land trust in Waukesha County that focused on farmland preservation. Thank you for holding this listening session. I am here today to urge you to maintain the $15 million allocated in the proposed budget to the purchase of agricultural conservation easements program to protect Wisconsin's farmland. Agriculture is and has been the identity of this state of Wisconsin for time immemorial. One of the projects originally funded by PACE in Dodge County was the Zwig Farm, a dairy farm that was put forth by my land trust. This project protected a 230-acre farm and allowed the fifth and hopefully the sixth generation to continue the operation and preserve their family legacy. My husband and I manage 110 acres of farmland on Washington Island in Door County. With an enormous amount of farmland between the two shores in Door County, it's critical to reestablish funding for the PACE program in order to protect this valuable resource. That's why the proposed $15 million investment in Wisconsin's purchase of agricultural easements, PACE program, is so significant. This program allows farmers to voluntarily preserve their land for agricultural use permanently. I urge you to support funding for PACE in the final state budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Lainey Ellis, and it is a great pleasure to speak in front of you all today about my match in the Big Brother Big Sisters program with Miss Carrie. I've had the honor of being under her mentorship for a little over a year now, and to say it has been life-changing is an understatement. Miss Carrie and I met while I was severely depressed and suicidal, and I was much closer to death than life at the time, and she showed up and helped me. Miss Carrie stood by me and supported me. She showed up when I didn't even show up for myself. She helped me through my struggles and became the role model I so desperately needed in life. When I turned 18 this last March, no one celebrated my existence as boldly as Miss Carrie did because she knew what it took for me to be there. Miss Carrie is a loving, dedicated, giving individual who has overcome many hardships in her life but remains to be one of the kindest people I've ever known. She has taken all of her struggles and become stronger because of them. Miss Carrie is an example of the kind of person I aspire to be in life. Miss Carrie has taught me that life will throw curveballs at you, but it's how you handle them that truly matters. Miss Carrie broke her foot twice back-to-back last summer, but still showed up to see me once a week. She's always been in good spirits and showed me that a positive attitude truly can make a difference. She truly is an inspiration. She has guided me through this last year of adolescence and prepared me for what adulthood holds. With Miss Carrie's help and guidance, she has helped me dedicate my work, and I have decided that after graduation I want to become a CNA. It is no secret that becoming an adult can be very scary, but with Miss Carey by my side, the transition has been nothing but bittersweet. This last year has been the very best year of my life. Miss Carey is a very big part of that. Somewhere through making friendship bracelets and talking each other's ear off, Miss Carey has become one of my favorite people. Miss Carey has shown me many things: understanding, creativity, and compassion. Most importantly, Miss Carey showed me the beauty in being alive. I am deeply honored to have had the opportunity to be her little. I will never be able to thank her enough for having hope when I didn't.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Carrie Nuskovich, and I am proud to serve as a big sister with Big Brothers Big Sisters of North Central Wisconsin. I have been mentoring my little Lainey for just over a year, and the transformation that we've seen in her is something we wanted to share. For more than a decade, I have worked as an educator, and throughout those years, I advocated for matches and watched as Big Brothers Big Sisters change the lives of many young students. But last year, I was called to step up beyond advocacy and become a mentor myself. Lainey was a student at my school, a young woman facing tremendous challenges. She was battling the mental health struggles that she shared with you. It was affecting her academics, her relationships, her physical health, and her own belief in her worth. As a mother of 4 daughters who have navigated their own teenage years, it was heartbreaking to watch her struggle, and I felt the urgency to act. She lacked the steady support system that so many of us take for granted. I knew she deserved more. She deserved someone to believe in her until she could believe in herself, and so I began the process to be her big. Since our match was finalized last March, Lainey and I have created many memories. The transformation in Lainey over the past year has been nothing short of remarkable. This amazing yet once struggling young woman will graduate with her class on May 27th. She has earned praise from her employers for her work ethic and dedication. She has surrounded herself with more positive friendships, become a more confident public speaker, written a book about her journey for her senior project, and has been accepted to North Central Technical College. Watching Lainey step into her potential, watching her smile, laugh, and believe in her future has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. Our connection has definitely been as transformative for me as it has been for her. Connections for young people in crisis, such as Lainey, can mean the difference between despair and hope, between surviving and thriving. Thank you for your continued commitment to the future of Wisconsin's youth.
Okay, I'm kind of choked up. My name is Linda Kepke, and I'm the Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters in North Central Wisconsin. I've been with the organization for 24 years, and I bring a deep understanding of youth mentorship and community engagement. This funding would allow us to expand our programming and addressing a growing need in our community. Children in our community need our services now more than ever. Kids are struggling. One in 3 young people grow up without a positive role model, leaving them vulnerable to isolation and adversity. A generation's potential is at stake. Without intervention, these challenges can lead to lost opportunities and unrealized dreams. I want to thank Representative Pat Schneider and Senator Tustin, and thank you for considering our $2 million ask that would fund the 14 organizations throughout the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That is a very tough act to follow. I'm with those lovely ladies. My name is Kim Riedel. I am the Vice President of Talent Management at County Materials, one of the larger employers in the area. And I am also a Vice President on the Board of Directors of Big Brothers Big Sisters of North Central Wisconsin. Every child is a little, but not every child gets to be little, because they often have to grow up too fast. And this is really where Big Brothers Big Sisters comes in. They were founded in 1904, very tried and true organization that provides mentorship, support, and guidance. They are filling a need in the community, one that continues to grow. We have more littles every day. As a board member and as a representative of the community, of a sponsor of an employer to this program, we need to continue to positively influence the next generation and develop them through compassion and mentorship. They are our community of the future. We want our littles to be little while they can and help them grow and achieve greatness as they become bigs. Thank you in advance for your $2 million of support.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're going to share my 2 minutes because she registered late. So my name is Kang Penny Tao, and I am the Regional Office Administrator for the Wisconsin State Public Defender's Office in Stevens Point. I supervise support staff across 5 offices and 13 counties throughout central and north central Wisconsin. I'm here today to speak in favor of the budget bill and to highlight how it addresses challenges facing public defender offices across our state and the communities that we serve. When I was 8 years old, my mother, a refugee of the Vietnam War, made a mistake. Because of this mistake, she became a client of the Wausau State Public Defender's Office. That year, my older sister and I were removed from our home and placed into foster care. It was one of the hardest times of our lives. Back then, though, there were enough attorneys and no one waited for representation, and my mother was quickly appointed a public defender attorney, and her case was quickly resolved. She got a second chance, and we were reunited. Unfortunately, the system that once helped my family is now under incredible strain. In the last budget cycle, our staff attorneys received a significant pay increase, which helped to reduce turnover and allowed us to recruit high-quality attorneys. We are incredibly grateful, but we are still falling behind. I remember when the State Wausau Public Defender's Office had over 100 years of combined legal experience among its attorneys. Today, we have young, promising attorneys who are passionate about public service, but without competitive salaries, we risk losing them before they can become mentors, leaders, and experts our local justice systems depend on. Our agency has requested 1 full-step attorney merit pay progression, which would help us keep pace with competitive salaries. And then I'll let
My name is Carly Sibian. I'm a local attorney manager for 4 rural counties here in Wisconsin: Jackson, Trumbull, Clark, and Monroe. We are the best of the best in what we do in criminal defense. We are working our way through a backlog from COVID at a pace that I don't think anybody else could keep up with. But we can only do it with the support of having these additional staff, investigators, paralegals. I've been with the agency for 13 years. I've never had a paralegal. I've always been doing it all by myself, and I can only imagine how much more we can do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, and members of Joint Finance Committee. I appreciate you for taking public comment from Wisconsinites across this state, and I thank you for your public service. My name is Bianca Shaw. I am an advocate, mom, and concerned member of my community. I am here today as the Senior Campaign Manager for All Voting is Local Action, Wisconsin, and I'm here on behalf of Wisconsin voters, election officials, and everyday people who simply want our democracy to function and to function well. The will of the people is the foundation of who we are as Wisconsinites. Ensuring that voters have access to the ballot reflects that will, and the access must extend beyond Election Day and the polling place. It requires modern infrastructure, trained support, and intentional investment in the tools that allow every voter to be heard, counted, and respected. Today, I'm urging you to support 2 budget line items that I am in support of in the current budget. The first is for Badger Books, $900,000 in fiscal year 26 and $500,000 in fiscal year 27. These electronic poll books are not just modern tools, they are proven solutions. They help reduce voter wait times, prevent errors in voter check-ins, and streamline Election Day operations. This technology has been piloted across our state, and clerks across the state agree with them. The proposed funding ensures communities, especially smaller and rural ones, aren't left behind simply because they lack local resources. The Wisconsin Election Commission is the second item that I am hoping that you will approve, which is $2 million requested in the biennial budget. The Wisconsin Election Commission is our state's cornerstone of nonpartisan election administration, and in 2003, they received 17 million contacts alone. That is not enough. There are not enough people currently working in WEC for the influx of numbers that are coming in. So I thank you for your service again. I appreciate you for your time, and I ask that you consider the $1.4 million for Badger Books and $2 million for Wisconsin Election Commission.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today. My name is Nancy Stencil. I am the chairperson for the 7th Congressional District of Wisconsin, along with the county chair of Marathon County for the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. But I come to you today to speak on behalf of Citizen Action, because I realize how much we need to work in bipartisan fashion, and this has got to happen in this state. As Congress is proposing an $880 billion cut to the federal budget, which will mean a substantial impact on Medicaid in Wisconsin. Medicaid goes by many names here in Wisconsin: Iris, Badger Care, Pace for the Elderly, to name a few. Medicaid has over 1 million members, covering 20% of all Wisconsinites, including 40% of births, 2 of every 5 children. It includes vaccines, prescriptions, and 60% of the people in our nursing homes. Our rural health care is already in dire straits, and this will only cause further harm in the 7th District. So what I ask of you is to please expand Medicaid.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Deep breaths. My name is Paige Jewell. I'm an attorney, a Wausau resident, and I'm the Private Attorney Involvement Director at JFC Legal Aid. I'm here to ask for civil legal aid funding for this budget. We've heard from the public defenders, but for civil legal aid, we receive $0 in Wisconsin's general purpose revenue. That is in stark contrast to many counties, including states, including all of our neighboring states, Indiana, Texas, to name a few, which all allocate millions or tens of millions of dollars a year. And our lack of funding is leaving thousands of low-income Wisconsinites without legal help in protecting their property rights, their housing rights, getting out of domestic abuse situations, and in advocating for the state and federal public benefits to which they are entitled. You might think that we should just ask private attorneys to do more pro bono work to cover this gap, but that is simply unrealistic. The reality is that there are simply not enough private attorneys to begin with, and in some counties in this state, it's reaching crisis level in terms of civil attorneys. Some have virtually no civil attorneys, and the ones that are left are managing small businesses and wait lists of paying attorneys with no capacity to take on more than maybe a few pro bono cases per year. Meanwhile, legal aid attorneys such as myself and JFC Legal Aid are turning away more applicants than we can help, not because they don't qualify, but because we don't have the resources. So asking private attorneys to handle all of those cases is not only unrealistic, but would worsen the rural attorney shortage by making rural, civil, and family legal work less appealing to current and future attorneys. This investment would pay for itself in all counties of the state, because Wisconsin research has shown that every dollar invested in civil legal aid returns $8.40 of economic benefits by improving stability, court dockets, and other benefits. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Oh, sorry. My name is Dawn Buchholz. I'm the Director of Juneau County Department of Human Services. I'm also the Vice President of the Wisconsin County Human Services Association. So thank you very much for taking a lot of time today to listen. In order for counties to continue delivering the critical mandated services we're responsible for, the state must protect and increase county human services allocations consistently. The basic county human services allocation has not been increased in almost 30 years, and quite honestly, that is just unacceptable. Counties are legally required to provide 24/7 emergency services, including responding to child abuse and neglect. Yet the Children and Families AIDS allocation also remains woefully inadequate. Just to give you an example, Juneau County, very rural, extremely poor. We spent over $1.1 million in county levy in 2023 alone for abused and neglected children placed in out-of-home care. Counties are also mandated to respond to mental health and substance use crisis services 24/7, 365 days a year. In 2022, counties contributed $41 million for crisis intervention services, while the state only contributed $10 million. Counties need full state Medicaid funding to have sufficient and consistent statewide crisis and mental health response capacity. Mobile crisis services and the community support program are also extremely important to our friends in law enforcement, who unfortunately are often pulled away from protecting Wisconsin citizens to respond to individuals experiencing mental health crises. The Birth to 3 program is another example. It's a mandated entitlement program for children with developmental delays. Counties are required to deliver it, which we're happy to do, but we have little control over expenses. The lack of state funding to keep with the growing needs and expenses just can't continue. Bottom line, counties, we're doing your work. We're doing the state's work, and we're mandated to do it. And we're happy to do it, but we're reaching a breaking point and need your help. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
My name is Pua Yang. I am here today to advocate for increased funding and support for civil legal aid. Having personally benefited from the services, I can attest to the life-changing impact they provide. At the time we received help from JFC Legal Aid, our household included 2 toddlers and a newborn baby. My late husband was facing serious health issues. We were at risk of eviction and overwhelmed with uncertainty. JFC helped us stay in our home, supported my husband in securing Social Security disability benefits, and helped me navigate a wrongful termination from a previous employer. Without JFC's help, I honestly don't know where we would be today. Their support kept our family safe, stable, and together during one of the most difficult times in our lives. With their assistance, we were able to achieve financial stability, purchase our home, and see our 5 children graduate from high school and attend college. I urge you to support funding for civil legal aid so that all Wisconsinites can access justice when they need it most. Please consider supporting state funds for civil legal aid in this year's budget. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Ann Lemmer. I am a Marathon County Board Supervisor, speaking on behalf of myself and the people I serve. I keep myself pretty busy as a supervisor and center my work around all ages and situations. For example, I am the chair of the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Central Wisconsin, which of course involves our 60-plus folks who are aging into our services, as well as 17 or people over 17 living with disabilities. I also vice chair our Board of Health, and that too involves all ages and aspects of public health, such as mothers needing prenatal care and eventually their newborn babies, or our school-age youth who might be dealing with tobacco or mental health issues. I also serve on several task forces centered around housing and food insecurity. Now, all of these things may seem unrelated, and perhaps you're worried that I have a laundry list of asks, which I do, but I will narrow this down into one thing that can help me do a lot of the work I have chosen to pursue, and that would be expanding Medicaid. It will help me with projects I've chosen, as well as get people vital care that they need. According to DHS, this would lower state healthcare costs by $1.9 billion over the biennium, and increased access to quality healthcare services makes it easier for enrollees to afford basic costs like food, housing, paying down their debts. 40 other states have already expanded their Medicaid programs and have experienced positive outcomes as more people gain access to treatment and care. Additionally, hospitals stayed open and jobs in their economies grew. Wisconsin is the only state in its Midwest neighbors that has not yet expanded Medicaid. It's in the governor's budget proposal. Please keep it in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sit tight, Paul. So we're going to call up our next group, please.
Zach Knutson, Brittany Kinzer, William Kremer. I think that's Francis.
Francis Guerrero.
Audrey Day, Jason Glozer, Glozier, Eric Riskus, Riskus, Chelsea Chamberlain, Michael Roche, Roche, Joshua Schuh, Schuh, I believe, Don Wigington, Tyler Wigington, KT Gallagher, Carmen Meyer, Steph Daniels, Brian Daly, and Scott Frank. And Scott registered at 8:12.
Floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Paul Manriquez, Assistant State Superintendent in the Division for Learning Support at the Department of Public Education, and with me is Dr. Barb Novak, Director of the Office of Literacy. Our mission at DPI is to advance equitable, transformative, and sustainable education experiences that develop learners, schools, libraries, and communities across Wisconsin. This is a big reason why we stand before you today. For far too long, Wisconsin schools have faced the challenges of underfunding and insufficient resources. Our public education system has been under immense financial pressure, impacting the learning environment of every student and teacher. Our schools are asked to do more with less, and this struggle is felt in every corner of the state. A historic number of school districts have been forced to go to referendum, asking their own communities to increase their property taxes, just to compensate for the underfunding from our state. Adding to those challenges, the Trump administration is making reckless cuts that threaten critical federal funding Wisconsin relies on. We have a choice before us. We understand what's at stake. That's why State Superintendent Dr. Jill Underly's budget proposal, much of which you see before you in Governor Evers' budget, pulls no punches. To fix the ongoing underfunding by the state legislature, we need to fix revenue limits. Since 2009, they have not been tied to inflation. We need to catch our schools up to where they belong. A business would not run this way, and neither should our public schools. Districts are also in distress because our state reimbursement rate for special education service is ridiculously low. Districts have to dip into their general funds just to pay for these legally mandated services. We can and must raise that rate to at least 60%. In addition, this budget can also help with free meals, increased access to full-day 4K across the state, and the mental health crisis in our schools. I urge you to listen to the voice of Wisconsinites and the investment in public education. For Wisconsin's future, I urge you to pass the governor's recommendation for K-12 education in his budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is William Kramer, and I'm on the board of the Wisconsin Historical Foundation. I'm here today to speak in support of the Wisconsin Historical Society's request for $4 million and 9 full-time positions in the 2025-27 biennial budget. Last week, the Historical Society held a groundbreaking ceremony for the new History Center. The new History Center is the culmination of years of work that resulted in a public-private venture that will benefit everyone in Wisconsin and which has already been funded. Now the Historical Society is requesting funding for the build-out phase of the new History Center. These funds are needed to move and set up existing exhibits, to create and build new displays, to purchase point-of-sale equipment and kiosks, for office equipment and supplies, for audio-visual operations and communication systems, and many other things. Funds for this work are not included in the cost of designing and building the new facility, but are necessary to get it ready to open for the public when the construction is completed. If this request for funds is not approved, locations such as the Villa Louis in Prairie du Chien, or the Wade House in Greenbush, or the Great Lakes Visitor Center in Ashland, or Old World Wisconsin and Eagle could all be negatively impacted. The funds and positions are critical to allow the Historical Society to prepare for the opening of the new History Center while maintaining its ongoing services and operations. The Historical Society has been an asset to Wisconsin since being founded in 1846 and would love to continue its mission going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Knutson. I'm president of the Parkview School District Board of Education. We're located in Orfordville, Wisconsin, represented by Clinton Anderson and Mark Spreitzer. First, thank you for your time today and your patience and for your service to our great state. Your approved increases to state aid and revenue limits during the last biennial budget were a literal savior to our district, and I can't thank you all enough for that. Our little school district encompasses a large geographic footprint spread over 9 municipalities and has enrollment of 836 students. My wife and I were high school sweethearts at Parkview, and our 3 children also attend there as 8th, 5th, and 1st graders. I chose to run for the board in 2019 mainly to give back and show appreciation to the school that shaped me for future success and showed me the path to social mobility. In April 2020, I was entrusted to become president of the board during the most chaotic time in all of our recent memory. We helped steer one of the most successful instruction transitions in Rock County during the COVID-19 pandemic, working overtime and outside the box to focus on classroom instruction while maintaining a safe learning environment. Since that time, our enrollment has increased over 8% and our open enrollment outflow gap has decreased by 37%. Despite that successful story, we struggle to make financial ends meet like many rural school districts. We at Parkview believe in fostering student achievement and strong emphasis on reading proficiency, especially through 3rd grade. We're seeing our students needing more instruction intervention to keep up, which is becoming harder and harder to give without additional staff. We now have several factors that intersecting at a crashing pace. That was all a backdrop to ask you to strongly consider an increase in special education funding reimbursements to reduce our sizable general fund transfer. I realize you're all hit up with several pleas regarding school funding, especially today. And it's true that some of our state schools do not operate efficiently or do not demand that student achievement be the cornerstone of their work. But we do, and we really need your help. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, already done. My name is Brittany Kinzer, and I'm here representing Next Generation Holdings. Thank you, co-chairs and members of the Joint Finance Committee, for your time and your support of education, specifically Act 11 in the last budget. The historic increase in education funding was a huge step forward for our kids, so thank you so much. Today, I'm here to respectfully ask you to support an increase in special education funding. During my campaign for state superintendent, I traveled to over 40 counties in 100 days. After almost every speech where I spoke about restoring high standards and improving reading outcomes for our children, parents of children with special needs would wait to speak with me about their concerns and ask for support for their kids in their schools. Many school leaders from across the state also reached out to me after the meetings, sharing the pressure they feel to support all students and balance their budgets due to the low special education reimbursement. I promised these parents and school leaders that I would continue advocating for all children, no matter the outcome of the election. So here I am today. So a few years ago, as an elementary school principal, I saw firsthand how challenging the funding system is. In our first year operating, we spent over $1 million on special education, but was not reimbursed. We were only reimbursed at $300,000 the following year. To cover the gap, we had to pull from our general education fund, impacting other essential programs such as reading and math interventions. I know from talking with thousands of Wisconsinites over the past few months, we all want the same thing, a bright future for our children. That means ensuring children with special needs and all children have what they need to succeed. Please support an increase in special education funding so that every student, every school receives the services and support they need to thrive. Thank you. So nervous. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I really should have shown up at like 7 a.m. so we could have spoken earlier. Hello, my name is Audrey Day, and I'm a community health worker at a community-based organization located in central Wisconsin that serves many counties. I work with an organization that helps rural, Hmong, and Hispanic populations, including immigrants and low-income households. Community health workers, known as CHWs, are extremely needed, especially in rural communities that lack an adequate amount of affordable health resources. We are a main point of contact that connects people to resources and helps them navigate an already confusing healthcare system. We are quite literally the boots on the ground. We help from anything as simple as finding a local food pantry to signing up for health insurance and seeing a primary care provider. CHWs are also certified in special fields like doulas, where they can attend and assist childbirths while not only providing an interpreter, but being a familiar cultural support during a stressful time. Could you imagine going to a hospital to give birth where no one speaks your language and the only way to communicate is by talking to someone through a tablet? Can you see how insensitive and demeaning that could feel? Our organization meets people where they are at, providing life-saving preventative services like blood pressure and diabetes screenings. We help contribute to lowering costs for emergency room and urgent care crisis visits by directing clients to get appointments at free health clinics. Our work also helps the struggling rural white population. For example, during a pop-up clinic we had, an older white male farmer who hasn't been to the doctor in years decided to get a blood pressure check. His blood pressure was so high that our nurse suggested that he go straight to the emergency room. Without our intervention, who knows what could have happened. Due to funding cuts, we are pleading with you to increase public health funding and allocate more funding for community health workers in the state's budget. Help us continue to do the good work we do and improve Wisconsinites' health and outcomes overall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of Joint Finance, co-chairs. Thank you for your time. My name is Jason Glozier, and I'm the director of the Wisconsin Coalition for Independent Living Centers. I'm here today to request that you all support or ask for an increase of $2.6 million in the next biennium, that's per year. I ask for this because one of the key ways that we look at saving money in Medicaid is by investing in the services that Medicaid shouldn't cover. Things like housing, education, transportation, employment should be provided by other sorts of agencies. Independent living centers provide the services that keep people in the community and out of long-term care programming. Our request is small in comparison to the cost of long-term care services. To put it into perspective, the 3 state centers for intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities cost $179 million a year. That's to serve just under 300 individuals. We're asking for less than 1% of that to help keep people out of institutions and to save the state money. We provided a document to you all earlier this year outlining the savings that independent living services can provide. We looked at 943 individuals who received services in the last fiscal year and found that by providing services to those individuals, we saved $24 million in state GPR in terms of Medicaid expenses. Investing in independent living services is an investment in Medicaid and in keeping people in their homes, in their communities, and saving the state dollars. Thank you all.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Francisco Guerrero. I'm from a local community-based organization named HOLA, Healthy Opportunities for Latin Americans. And I'm here today to highlight the vital role that community health workers, or CHW, played in advancing health, equity, and economic stability across Wisconsin, especially in our rural areas. Community health workers are trusted members of the community who connect people, many of whom are uninsured, underinsured, or face language and cultural barriers through primary care, preventive screening, and essential health resources. Their work saves lives, reduces healthcare costs, and ensures no one is left behind. This work embodies the Wisconsin idea. They believe that the benefit of public institutions and investment should reach every corner of the state, and it's working. At HOLA, our community health workers provide health screening for diabetes, blood pressure, vision screenings. They guide individuals through the healthcare system, deliver workshops like Healthy Living with Diabetes, and activities for our aging population through programs named Bingo Signs in collaboration with the ADRC. They also deliver food weekly to families in need, just to name some of the work that we're doing here. This is real hands-on support that strengthens entire communities. Community health workers are present on dairy farms, in food pantries, churches, schools, and homes, helping people understand chronic conditions, access clean drinking water through private well testing, and connect the services they need. This is especially critical for Wisconsin Hispanic population, the largest minority group in the state, and key contributor for our rural economy. In the dairy industry alone, Hispanic workers are essential. By keeping these workers and their families healthy, community health workers help promote the stability of an entire industry and economy that depends on it. Investing in community health workers is not just public health strategy, it's an economic and moral imperative. Supporting this workforce, these entire communities, and reflect the values of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with everyone today. I'm Eric Riskus. I'm the Independent Living Program Director at Mid-State Independent Living Choices in Stevens Point, MILK for short. MILK serves 11 counties all the way from Adams County to the top of the state to Vilas, Forest, and Florence counties. I am also a person with a disability. I have 2 children with disabilities. In addition to these roles, I serve as the chair for the Independent Living Council of Wisconsin, and I'm also an active member of the Wisconsin Coalition of Independent Living Centers. I come here asking the state legislature to introduce and support the budget motion increasing independent living funds by $2.6 million annually so that DHS can make grants to the 8 centers which will increase capacity to provide these services to individuals with disabilities. Independent living centers provide 5 core services: information and referral, advocacy, peer support, independent living skills training, and then transitional services from a restrictive environment to the community setting of their choice, as well as youth with disabilities into life as an adult. What makes us stand out from other organizations that serve people with disabilities is that, one, we're owned and operated by 51% of people with disabilities. Our programming encompasses all ages and disabilities, and we accommodate our consumers by meeting with them in the environment in which they're the most comfortable. So that means that if a consumer calls us from Florence County, we're going to drive 3.5 hours to Florence County from Stevens Point to meet their needs. We also provide additional programming that benefits the community, from assistive technology to adaptive recreational events. And Midstate also offers 3 community mental health recovery centers at no cost to members or guests. They're run by a certified peer specialist who's available to provide support to people in any stage of their mental health or AODA journey. There are others with me who have their own stories to share, and I ask this committee to please entertain what they have to say to support this increase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good day, Joint Finance Committee. My name is Chelsea Chamberlain. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and hear our stories. I am here asking you to consider the full funding amount requested for the independent living centers in our state. Imagine you are a 7-year-old who has the biggest, kindest heart and loves to make people laugh. Now imagine yourself in a school setting wherein you have to abide by a strict structure of when to talk, when to listen, where to put your body, where to move, how to move, what to learn, and when and how to do it. Most adults I know struggle with doing this, so you can only imagine how my heart felt when my child was struggling with the same. After being called in several times to the school to help with disruptive behaviors in class and working with a team of teachers to create a schedule and aids to help my child conquer the struggles he was having, we got nowhere fast. The school was pushing for a 504, and being that this was a struggle I had no experience in, I assumed this is what would work best for my child moving forward. My wife and I remembered Milk and that they provide advocacy to truly look out for my child's best interest in helping him succeed in school. After speaking with the advocate, they offered help with no hesitation. They came to the school from Stevens Point for multiple 504 and IEP meetings, and providing several resources for the same. We were able to get an IEP in place that has allowed for my child to make friends, reintegrate into a fairly standard school classroom setting, and even had him tested for the Gifted and Talented program for what he calls his math brain. Because of the support from Milk, my child has succeeded, been proud of himself, as well as advocated for himself and his needs, and will continue to do so. I am again asking the members of the Joint Finance to consider full base funding for independent living centers in our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, honorable members of the Joint Finance Committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michelle LaRoche. I'm from Wausau, Wisconsin, and I am here today to testify in favor of increasing funding for independent living centers by $2.64 million. I have been working with Midstate Independent Living Choices for 8 years on a variety of services, including independent living skills training, peer support, self-advocacy, and financial literacy skills. My independent living consultant has been working with me to acquire my own vehicle. Getting my own vehicle would help me feel free and more independent. I've also learned how to manage my finances and coordinate renewal paperwork with social assistance programs. An increase for independent living centers would make it possible for my consultant to continue to support me and others with disabilities. If I did not have my consultant's help and support, life tasks would be more difficult for me. Additionally, I am an autistic woman who relies on Medicaid to live on my own and cover my medical expenses. I am personally asking the committee to support the increase of funding for independent living centers by $2.64 million to support me and others in need of services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, senators, representatives, for all your time and your hard work in our state. My name is Joshua Sue, and I'm here today to testify in favor of increasing funding for independent living centers like Milk. Milk, Mid-State Independent Living Choices, helps me maintain my independence by helping me develop the skills needed to remain independent. Milk supports me most directly by having a River Cities Clubhouse, or RCC for short, in Wisconsin Rapids open 5 days a week, so I can stop in and socialize whenever I get the chance. Although I'm often busy with my work schedule, I'm very glad when I'm able to participate in the many activities we do each month. For almost 12 years since RCC opened, I've benefited greatly from everyone that has worked for them. Although I'm on Medicaid and benefit from the extra money I receive from SSDI, I have learned that having a disability doesn't have to define who I am. What I mean by that is I won't let having bipolar bring me down. Rather, I will break the stigma surrounding mental illness. So with that said, having bipolar isn't a burden, it's a tool for me to connect and reach people. My life is made better by programs like Medicaid, as well as the services of independent living centers, and I like to see their programs continue. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Tyler Wigington. I was born with developmental disability. I work so hard every day in my normal life, just like everyone else. I dream of living in my own house, getting a job I love, and being part of my community. But I can't do it alone. I need Medicaid. I need help with rides to work, learning job skills, and staying healthy. Without Medicaid, my dreams would be taken away. I could lose my home, I could lose my work, I could lose my freedom. Please don't let that happen. Please don't make me give up everything I work for. I don't want to live in a place where I don't get to make my own choices. I don't want to sit home all day with nothing to hope for. I just want a chance to live my life like everyone else. I'm not asking a lot. I'm just asking for a chance. Please protect Medicaid. Please protect people like me. Please don't take away my future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Don Wigington. I am the Executive Director for Mid-State Independent Living Choices, who you've heard from plenty of people here this afternoon. You know, we are based out of Stevens Point, but as you've heard, we serve 11 counties throughout upper central Wisconsin. And clearly, I'm still choked up from that. I'm a little proud father of a kid with intellectual disabilities who's now an adult. But I'm here today, and I wrote as a simple request, but really it's about to continue the message that you've heard about an increase for the independent living centers in Wisconsin. You've heard the numbers, but I want to say it again. We're asking for an increase of a little over $2.5 million annually. I was going to say that sounds like a lot, but you know, I've heard some of the other numbers, and it actually doesn't seem like it's that much. But last year alone, our housing, our nursing home diversion, and home modification support helped 943 individuals avoid costly institutional care, saving the state over $24 million in Medicaid funds. That's a massive return on investment. 2.5 to savings $24 million. But more importantly, these services not only save money, they give people their independence and their dignity, as you've heard here today. But here's the problem. We're still operating on the same base funding from 25 years ago. Even though our demands have skyrocketed, the outdated funding is limiting our reach and is hurting our ability to save the state even more money. The additional funding that we're asking for would ensure that all 8 independent living centers across Wisconsin can better serve their communities and continue to reduce Medicaid costs. It's already in the state plan for independent living and has long-standing federal and state support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steph Daniels. I work with the Woodson YMCA as the Associate Executive Director. Here on the childcare stabilization program, we have over 420 spots in childcare in Marathon County here. And I want to offer a different perspective on this program. The childcare system is broken, right? And we all know that. We've heard it plenty of times. It's broken at a certain age, and it's broken at your infant and toddler stage. And so I urge you to look at this program, and if there's a way to incentivize centers who do more infant toddler care. Because if you're doing 2s, 2.5s, 3s, and 4s, your system isn't completely broken. You're probably breaking even or ahead. We do over 80 spots of infant and toddler care, and that right off the bat is $500,000 that we're going to be in the red because you have to subsidize that program so heavily. The truth is, with this program going away and the funding potentially going away, centers are not going to offer infant toddler care. There's no incentive to, right? So our center looking at closing rooms, whether it's at the infant and the toddler level. So I urge you to look at this program instead of funding it at the highest level. Is there a way we can start smaller on a scale that's more appealing maybe to both sides? And that is with people who serve the infant toddler ages. Because increasing ratios is not the way to go. I do not urge that on any side of this conversation. 1 to 4 is the best ratio, but is there a way to incentivize centers who do more infant toddler care to stay open and to keep infant toddler in their center? Otherwise, parents are going to go back to work when their kids are 3 or 4, and then we're going to have a massive workforce issue. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Gallagher, and I am the Dunn County Health Department Director. I thank you for your service. I would say that we've worked through a hard time, and we probably have a hard time in front of us, and it is hard to be a public servant right now, and I appreciate your time and your energy. So I'm here to share a little bit about my gratitude, and then also a little bit about what it takes to run a local health department. So starting in the 2017 biennium, local health departments, all 84 of us, received about $500,000 in GPR funding. That comes down for Dunn County to $4,500. That is the sum total of dedicated state funding for my local health department. The rest of my health department is funded through local levy and federal pass-through dollars. So when I think about what funds my health department, funding the home nursing programs that we have, that pairs nurses with new families, that pairs folks with trusted resources to connect them to care, that helps folks access immunizations, helps folks access nutritious foods through our WIC program, and immunizations for folks that need it. Additionally, our environmental health programs that support safe drinking water, safe air with radon, and other prevention programs, and safe foods. Those programs are at significant risk for federal cuts. So again, thank you for your service, and really consider what it takes to fund public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Meyer, and I'm a nursing home administrator for the Neighbors of Dunn County and also represent the Wisconsin County Homes Association and Leading Age Wisconsin. First, I want to thank you all for the increase to Medicaid funding for nursing homes in the last biennium budget. This is a long time coming. We've been fighting for percentile increases over the years, and the actual change to the payment standard has made a huge impact for our communities. Over the past decade, many of our rural nursing homes in our state have closed due to the financial burden and the lack of the ability to attract staff. Every day we see the high level of need that our community has and will continue to have as our population ages. I have seen my colleague administrators struggle with difficult decisions as county facilities around the state are considering downsizing or even closing. Our county facilities are special, as they provide high-quality care and many other specialized services for populations that the private sector doesn't touch, while all doing that without collecting profits. To help support our high-quality nursing homes, I ask that you support the cost to continue Medicaid and the continuation of the Medicaid payment standards that our facilities rely on to remain open when most of us operate with about 70% Medicaid residents. In addition, the work our caregivers do is difficult and essential, and we need to be able to reward them with the wages and benefits that support this hard work. The state regulatory bodies don't always seem to recognize the difficult work that our staff do every day to keep the citizens that live in our communities safe and healthy. Wisconsin assisted living communities were given a rate increase through the family care program based on a wage of $15.75 per hour. We need to continue to inflate the reimbursement level in family care because $15 an hour is not enough to attract high-quality staff to care for our seniors. The quality staff that our seniors deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to call another group. Please wait.
Mike Rayer, R-H, I think it's E-U, A-D-R-C. Brian Davis. Gary Woolever, I think it's W-O-O-L-E-V-E-R. Megan Lee. Christina Reeser-Janus. William Jones. Natasha Sullivan. Todd Smet, S-M-E-T. Mickey Kruger. Bill Chang. Elisa, it's D-U-R-A-N-C-E-A-U. Dominique Stewart. Michelle Andre, A-N-D-R-A-E. What's his name?
Shamil Stevens.
Shamil Stevens. And Martha, last name S-I think it's R-A-V-O. That was 8:32.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, co-chairs and other finance members. I appreciate your stamina for hearing us back-to-back days. My name is Scott Frank. I'm the county conservationist in Shawano County and have been with the county for 30 years, serving in my current position since 2009. I've learned so much today, and I'm glad I've been able to partake in it. The needs are so worthy. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. On April 15th, 2025, the Shawano County Board of Supervisors unanimously passed Resolution 15-25 to provide $20.2 million in stable base funding support for county conservation staffing, which you should have received from our county clerk. County conservation staff are the boots on the ground, relationship builders who help landowners achieve their goals along with meeting conservation standards. It's a proven and cost-effective system. As you know, being in public service, you represent a lot of people. Land conservation departments are similar, as our potential customer base can be anyone living or spending time in that county. The types of land use in each county are drivers for where our assistance is provided. In Shawano County, agriculture is our primary land use and is where much of our time and efforts are focused. Recent examples of our work include a grass waterway installed on a farm in the town of Heartland in the summer of 2024. That project went so well that we have another grass waterway with that same farm to be installed this year. Just last month, we received a call from a farmer in the town of Leicester that did not get their federal funding for an ag waste project and asked us if we could apply for targeted runoff management grant through the DNR. That deadline was April 15th, but on short notice, my land conservation team put together a quality grant application by the deadline. We do a lot of great work and it's very important, but when competing for county tax levy dollars with other departments that address public safety, human services, and roads, it is a challenge. I ask you to support $20.2 million in base funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time to really listen to all of us today. So, my name is Mike Ray. I'm the Executive Director for the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Central Wisconsin. We serve Marathon, Wood, Lincoln, and Langley counties here in the central part of the state. You've heard some of my colleagues and other advocates talk about the great work of ADRCs throughout the state and helping older adults and individuals with disabilities stay as independent and healthy as possible. But I want to talk specifically about one of our programs, being Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels serves our most vulnerable seniors that live within our communities that are primarily homebound. In many occasions, the Meals on Wheels delivery drivers are the only interaction that those individuals have on a day-to-day basis. To say it's just a meal is a great understatement. It's a friendly face, a chance for human interaction, and someone to check on the safety of that individual. During the past few years, with the rising cost of food, Meals on Wheels programs have struggled to maintain a level of service to meet the needs of all who need it. Just within our organization alone, for 2025 budget, we had to reduce 40,000 meals within our region. That's a significant impact to the participants that we have. In addition to the individuals who receive meals, we also provide opportunities for people to volunteer, many of them being older adults, which also brings value to them and for them to be able to stay connected within their community. On a daily basis, we hear from participants and family members of the great value of Meals on Wheels. My ask of you is to increase state funding for senior nutrition programs. Currently, the state funds about $860,000 statewide. I'm asking for you to increase that to $12 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Davis. I'm the proud superintendent of the Oshkosh Area School District. We are here today to advocate for an increase in the special education reimbursement to a some sufficient amount of 60% and its connection with our career and technical education opportunities for our students. We are proud to serve a diverse population of over 9,100 students in Oshkosh, which includes students with a wide range of needs, some of which require common educational services, but others face significant challenges. We have students with major cardiac concerns, significant physical and intellectual disabilities, and those who have multiple adults that ensure their safety each day in their learning environment. On a daily basis, this includes changing feeding tubes and bathrooming students who are well into their teenage years. I have Drew Nehans with me, our Executive Director of Business Services, here to describe some of our fiscal challenges we face in service to our students.
The students that have the significant needs that Dr. Davis just mentioned, the current 29% reimbursement rate just simply isn't enough to meet our needs. Last year in Oshkosh, we transferred $17.2 million from our general fund into our special education fund to make it balance. That's 13% of our overall general fund expenses in a year. We have more and more students who require these services that cost over $100,000 annually to educate. And while we appreciate the legislature's support for our districts, we have additional needs. A $325 increase per student will not meet the needs of our most vulnerable learners. If the solution isn't in special education reimbursement increases, we urge you to consider significant beyond inflationary increases to ensure that districts like ours can continue to provide the services our students need to succeed.
We also continue preparing our students for their future through increases in our youth apprenticeship programs in our community. Many of our students participate and stay in our community after graduation due to these apprenticeship programs. We appreciate the partnerships that we have with local businesses, our Chamber of Commerce, and our local Fox Valley Technical College for providing these opportunities for our students. With me today is also Shannon Seaman, who's our Education, Talent, and Technology Development Director with the Oshkosh Chamber of Commerce, to talk about the opportunities we've created in our partnership with the Oshkosh Chamber.
Thank you, Brian. Opportunities really is the key word. We have a partnership that's centered on finding, brainstorming, and creating opportunities to learn, connect, grow, work, and explore. Over the past 2 years, we've had 1,400 students attend our annual Chamber Expo for 8th graders. This allows them hands-on opportunities to research and experience industry that are around our area that they can possibly create a great future in. Additionally, we facilitated industry connections to secure youth apprenticeship placements. We've offered students practical experience and Head Start in their chosen fields. We recently initiated industry-specific tour days, starting with aviation because we're Oshkosh. And students it allows them to explore the inner workings of local industries and tech programs. We have also instituted successful networking events between teachers and businesses, creating connections to actually impact the classrooms themselves, which has even created some donations, et cetera, for the workplace. And we created a spring hiring event for students to expose them to career-worthy opportunities that they might otherwise not have an opportunity to get into after graduation. We value our partnership with the school, and we hope that we can continue to do great things and build on our relationship.
So in conclusion, we want to be able to build on these opportunities and our great partnership with the business community and specifically the Oshkosh Chamber. We need your help in that investment of getting to a 60% some sufficient reimbursement for special education to make sure we can maintain and continue these great programs. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Megan Lee. I'm with JFC Legal Aid. We provide free legal help to low-income people across Wisconsin's northern 33 counties and Native Americans statewide. In 2024, we worked on 2,840 cases across private attorneys who took our cases, our staff attorneys, and our non-attorney legal advocates. That number, unfortunately, represents our capacity and not the need. So last year, we rejected about 70% of people who applied for services. That's almost 4,000 people who needed help, but we couldn't help them because we didn't have capacity. So that's why I'm here today to ask that you all consider investing in civil legal aid to the tune of $9 million over the biennium. That's $3 million in year one, $6 million in year two. That would provide critical legal help to victims of crime, elders who are facing different financial scams or exploitation, veterans who are having difficulty accessing benefits, really the people who most need the help for really life-altering legal needs. So I hope you'll consider investing some money because, as one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, for every dollar invested in civil legal aid, there's an $8.40 return to Wisconsin's economy. That's $176 million in economic benefits every year. That's from reducing burdens on the court system from unrepresented parties, having a reduction in crisis services, and also just getting money back into people's pockets by having court orders that get them child support and help them afford incredibly expensive daycare so that they can get back into the workforce. So please consider including civil legal aid in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Christina Reeser-James, just a concerned citizen. I wanted to speak up for the over 800,000 children enrolled in public schools. I don't think people realize that public education is under attack across our nation, and I'm shocked by how many people have no idea that their taxes are funding an ever-growing private school voucher program, whose schools don't have the same mandates, regulations, accountability, or transparency as our public schools. There were 241 education referendum questions on the ballot last year and already another 94 this year, a clear indication of inadequate funding. Communities across the states are up in arms about yet another referendum. They decry the front line, the beleaguered school administrators, the school boards, and even the teachers. Yet you all, who actually hold the purse strings, have been sitting on a huge surplus. Community members, not understanding the complex web that is education funding or lack of, are turning on each other and their struggling defunded schools with frustration and blame instead of recognizing the lack of support from our elected officials. There simply is no amount of belt tightening that will fix the current situation. What will fix it is ending the statewide voucher program. We need you all to stand up to the powerful, deep-pocketed voucher school lobbies that are huge donors to the majority party in our legislature and probably even some of your campaigns, and whose ultimate goal is to dismantle public education. What would fix it is reimbursing public schools at the 90% for special education that voucher schools get. What would fix it would be adjusting public education funding to inflation and fixing the antiquated funding formulas. Most of you are products of public schools, and you know the value of the schools to our communities. If you support vouchers and independent charters, then I have to assume that either you don't understand that these programs are taking resources away from our public schools, or you don't care, and neither is acceptable.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Will Jones. I'm the city administrator in Mequon, and I currently have the privilege of serving as the president of the Wisconsin City County Management Association. I want to thank you for your time, the cooperation it takes to fashion a biennial budget, and for the time that you're taking to listen to us stakeholders across the state. Also want to thank you for the historic lift that municipalities across the state experienced 2 years ago as part of the current budget relative to the shared revenue that was afforded to the communities across the state, as well as the $4 billion surplus that we're talking about here today. As in my role, I'd like to talk about two items within the city's strategic plan here in Mequon: infrastructure and public safety. First off, as part of the budget that was approved 2 years ago, there were adjustments made, inflationary adjustments to the road aid that's given locally, the GTA, the General Transportation Aid, as well as the Connecting Highway Aid. And I would advocate and certainly encourage the committee to look at inflationary adjustments to those funding levels in the next coming budget. And then secondly, in Mequon, we have partnered with Thiensville and Ozaukee County to consolidate public safety services over the last couple of years. And with respect to our consolidation in fire and EMS with Thiensville, we have been afforded the opportunity to adjust our levy by CPI plus 2% each year, which has helped us to hire full-time firefighters and paramedics to better serve the community, reduce response times, and better cover our staffing 24/7. In terms of law enforcement, this would be a great tool for all communities across the state, and it would not have any impact on the surplus that you're otherwise discussing and all of the needs that are being presented here today. I would encourage you to consider that for our law enforcement and our policing agencies here in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joint Finance Committee. I appreciate the effort tonight, and I now have a better understanding of the marathon sessions that you go through. My name is Gary Woolever, School Board President for the School District of Reedsburg. I am here to request support for the increase in state reimbursement for special education to a minimum of 60%. The state currently reimburses, in round numbers, 30% of our costs to fund special education. That means that our district, on average, transfers $4.7 million every year to cover this mandated program. That is approximately 15% of our annual budget that comes right off the top that cannot be used for any other district needs. If the state support was increased to 60%, it would mean an additional $1.9 million every year for our district. Obviously, that amount does not cover the total cost that we transfer annually, but it would go a long ways to help balance our budget issues, but could be used to the benefit of all other students in our district. If special education was funded at 60%, it would have a positive impact on our financial position without increasing local property taxes. This program, special education, is not only the law, but it is the correct thing to do for these students with disabilities. Having said that, for too long, school districts have been forced to support special education at the expense of other strategic programs. It leaves us only one other option, and that is to request an operational referendum from our local taxpayers. Please include the increase of special education from 30% to a minimum of 60% in the next fiscal budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christine Christensen. I'm a teacher in the School District of Reedsburg and president of the Reedsburg Education Association. I'm proud to be here today as part of Team Reedsburg. And first I want to thank Vice Chair Kurtz for scheduling a meeting in Reedsburg this Saturday to meet with the Reedsburg Education Association and other WEAC local associations. We look forward to continuing this dialogue about school funding back home. Second, I want to continue School Board President Woolever's testimony regarding special education funding to indicate the importance of making this funding sufficient. I am not a school funding expert. I don't pretend to be. However, as a classroom teacher and a leader in my association, I know what it means to students, teachers, paraprofessionals, and our administrators. Because when the resources are not sufficient to meet student needs, the identified supports that students need are delayed or never provided. When we, teachers, paraprofessionals, and administrators cannot provide the support that students need, tensions and frustrations arise. Let me be clear, all of our budgets have been cut in order to help cover what the state does not reimburse us for special education needs. Do more with less has been the education mantra for far too long. No wonder it's difficult to find and retain teachers. The overwhelming stress and unrealistic expectations of doing more with less have great teachers running to alternative career paths, further hurting our students. Yet it doesn't have to be this way. Many of these tensions can be removed when special education funding becomes sufficient. Thank you for your time, and please support the governor's budget.
You know, when it's a
4 o'clock to speak on one day felt long. I can only imagine what rounding out 4 days of this is like, so I appreciate your fortitude and your endurance. My name is Roger Rindo, and I'm proud to serve as the superintendent in the school district of Reedsburg. I'm equally proud to stand in front of you today to say that based on your own biographies online, 15 members of the Joint Finance Committee are graduates of public high schools. Clearly that education gave you a great start. Now, you're all aware that the state stopped indexing revenue limit increases to inflation in 2010. To put that into some perspective, the last time that occurred in the state budget, Aaron Rodgers was just entering his 3rd year as starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. And over the last 15 years, our district has fallen over $7 million behind inflation. To be clear, we're very grateful for the $325 increase that was provided in the last budget. But to be equally clear, that did not begin to close the gap that was created over the last 15 years. Over the last 4 years, our school district has closed 2 elementary schools. We've changed insurance providers and made plan design changes to lower costs. We've continued to delay critical maintenance in our buildings. And we've eliminated 15 teaching positions, 2 administrative positions, and 10 support staff positions across all categories. The continued limited support for public education is real and it's significant. It's why, that was it? Holy cow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Todd Snett. I'm with the Disability Service Provider Network, and we thank you for your time today. We thank you for your collaboration in the past, the present, and the future with many of our members, of which you've heard from many of them today, the ones that truly do the work. So we're here today to ask to ensure the availability of long-term care services and support in Wisconsin. We ask you to please approve Medicaid's cost to continue budget in its entirety. This includes a combination of funding that impacts all service providers: direct care workforce funding, state-directed rate increase, initially funded through ARPA funds, minimum fee schedule funding. As a combined package, these 3 funding streams have been a lifeline for home and community-based service providers, offsetting the gap between stagnant rates and necessary wage increases. In addition, these funding streams ensure there is adequate funding for the full array of home and community-based services. Without these community-based services, people with disabilities have no choice but to rely on institutional settings to meet their needs. Also, it allows individuals receiving long-term services and supports to do so in the least restrictive and least costly manner. Institutional rates are 10 times that of community-based services, which is the likely alternative should funding not be approved. Even by passing the current level of investment in home and community-based services, providers will struggle to pay adequate wages and benefits because rates and investments have not kept up with inflation and the severity of workforce challenges. We thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, thank you all for hearing us today.
My name is Elsa Duranzo. I am the founder and executive director of 3CWI, also known as the Childcare Coalition of Wisconsin. I am also the chair of the Lincoln County Dream Up Committee, which is a group of Lincoln County leaders with a mission to increase childcare availability in our communities. I am here to ask you all for your support of the childcare industry. In 2021, I worked for the North Central Wisconsin Workforce Development Board. We were tasked to identify the top 6 industries most negatively affected by the coronavirus pandemic shutdown. Not only was the childcare industry #1 on that list, it was also the top barrier for employers, having a devastating ripple effect to industries such as education, healthcare, and government. The lack of childcare availability is still a major issue today. So I ask you for your support to allocate $480 million to the childcare industry, specifically to continue funding for the Child Care Counts program for at least 2 more years. Ending the program will lead to 1 in 4 providers to close their doors, which will have a catastrophic effect in rural Wisconsin. We know that we cannot only rely on the government to save the industry. That is why I also ask you to support innovative solutions to the crisis, such as giving tax credits to employers and families that invest and participate in 3CWI's new infant care reservation system, which aims to bridge the gap for the costs that providers incur for the infant care. Together, child care counts and the reservation system have the real potential to stabilize the industry and give us time to find additional solutions. So thank you for your support of families and workforce development.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dominique Stewart. I am a school board member in the school district of the Menominee area. And I'm very proud of our school board because we unanimously approved a resolution, which I think may never have happened in the history of where we're from, but that's okay. So I'm going to read that resolution to you today. Whereas an increasing number of Wisconsin school districts have gone to referendum and asked their local communities to financially support operational costs of the district, and whereas every public school district in Wisconsin has a moral and legal obligation to provide equitable services to all students and incurs the financial burden of providing special education services, and whereas school districts in Wisconsin receive approximately 30% some certain special education reimbursement, and the school district of the Menominee area transfers $5 million general fund dollars annually to their special education fund. And whereas increasing special education categorical aid benefits all districts, since all districts provide special education services and have special education costs, and whereas increasing special education categorical aid benefits all students, as a reduction in transfers from Fund 10 will allow districts to prioritize spending on priority needs across the district. And whereas Governor Tony Evers calls for an increase in special education reimbursement to 60% sum sufficient with an eventual 90% sum sufficient reimbursement rate, be it resolved that the school district of the Menominee area calls upon lawmakers to pass a state budget bill that significantly increases special education categorical aid with an eventual goal of reaching 90% sum sufficient reimbursement rate. We've heard rumors that some people are in support of a 5% increase, and I want to clarify that that is not significant. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the Joint Finance Committee. Thank you first and foremost for your patience through this process and the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Bill Chang. I'm the village administrator for DeForest, Wisconsin, and I'm here today to urge you to support the funding allocation for $6 million towards the intersection work at Interstate 39, 90, 94 and County Highway V in Dane County. The interchange supports a high growth area which will significantly be impacted in the upcoming years. Currently, the village has garnered interest from a national retailer which will bring an estimated 5 million visitors to this intersection annually. The visitors are expected to spend more than $30 million in annual gross taxable sales at this establishment, resulting in over $1.5 million in sales tax and $3 million in fuel tax. Additionally, this interchange impacts other developments in the immediate area. The village anticipates over 1 million square feet of industrial construction within the next 3 years, some of which has been approved and other that are going through the entitlement process. The traffic impact analysis shows that an improved interchange is needed to support the growth of the area. Quite simply, this interchange arrangement will fail the required DOT level of service requirement with the anticipated growth, which would cause backing onto the interstate. This is an investment that will substantially increase economic growth and bring additional tax revenues to the state of Wisconsin and hopefully help resolve some of the questions that we had this evening. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Chamomile Stevens. I am a resident of Milwaukee. I am the vice president and the media person for Madtown Mamas and Disability Advocates. And most importantly, I am a mom to 3 kids who have special ed support needs. You've heard over and over the reasons why we need you as our Wisconsin legislators to step up right now
So I'm not going to go into that. I'm going to explain to you what happens when we don't. So you see that I'm standing here with this statue, and usually I'd be standing here with my son, Zave. Zave passed away in July. He was 19 years old. He spent his entire life asking for the bare minimum. He spent his entire life asking just to get the same things that everybody else does, and he spent his entire life getting crumbs and having to treat it like a feast. Special education reimbursement funding is vital. Before Zave passed away, he was in high school, and due to lack of funding, in part, his school administrators had to make people be in positions that they never should have been. And in turn, in order to catch an employee who was doing something that they thought was wrong, they aimed a camera at his bathroom where he laid and he got changed. Anybody in his school who had access to that camera could have seen my son naked. That level of harm is unacceptable. It cannot happen, and it is a real example of what happens when you do not fund schools. They make impossible choices, and real people get hurt. He should not have spent the last bits of his life being absolutely bereft because he was taken advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Martha Saravo, and some of my roles include being a proud mom to my daughter, who's here with me today, president of Mantel Moms and Disability Advocates, and the newest Madison Metropolitan School District Board member. I'm here today to urge you to support changing the special education reimbursement from a sum certain to a sum sufficient funding model. Why is it acceptable to remain in a stagnant budget that doesn't reflect the growing and evolving needs of our children? We are not seeing an over-identification of disabilities. We're seeing a better understanding of what students with the most needs require to thrive in our schools. That includes both our advanced learners and those receiving special education services. Since I began attending these biannual meetings 6 years ago, reimbursement for special education has crept from 24% to just over 30%. Meanwhile, vouchers, which redirect public dollars to private schools, are reimbursed at 90%. How can you justify that disparity? How can you continue to underfund the public schools that are committed to serving every single student who walks through their doors? Now ask yourselves, do your constituents realize how much of their tax money is being siphoned away from public schools and into private education? It's time to adjust the needle, and it's time to put public dollars back into public schools where they belong. Public education should not be caught in the crossfire of partisan politics. Every one of you has the power and the responsibility to do what's right for all of our kids. Make the funding sum sufficient, fund what our students actually need. And I want to leave you today with a quote that inspired me today from our legendary icon Prince, who I just was inspired today to share this with you, and I hope you carry it forward. Can you imagine what I would do if I could do all that I can? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin, we're going to call another group.
Jasmine Serraro, S-I-R-A-V-O. Scott Hickey. Deborah Cramiller, C-R-A-M-I-L-L-E-R. Dr. Matthew Minu, M-I-N-E-A-U. Ryan Peterson. Megan Strupp, S-T-R, I think it's O-U-P, Fond du Lac School District. We got and that was a group with also Katie Motor, Nicole Hawkins. We have another group, Rebecca Lawson, L-A-W-S-M. Danielle Tolzman, T-O-L-Z-M-A-N-N. Mark Alden. Tracy Case. Sean Galvin.
Sarah Knutson? Something like that?
Jane Graham Jennings. Shannon Jarkey, J-A-R-E-C-K-I. and Hannah Balder.
Good afternoon. Please.
Good evening, I think, at this point. Thank you so much. Imagine if your constituents had a location to visit for primary care that also offered dental services for a kiddo to get an annual checkup. Imagine if that was a local nonprofit. That is the work of community health centers here in Wisconsin, regardless of your insurance type, whether it is Medicaid, Medicare, or nothing at all. If you're uninsured, you have the same opportunity to receive care at a community health center, also known as a federally qualified health center. Those organizations here in the state also provide care to the uninsured according to a sliding fee scale based on household income. So it should come as no surprise that I work for the community health centers here in the state that served about 300,000 patients last year, including about a quarter of all of the dental visits for Medicaid patients in the state, plus behavioral health outpatient services, therapy, and counseling. So as you consider the state budget this year, we ask you to double down on primary care. I think everyone in this room is interested in bending that cost curve, looking at how much healthcare costs, primary care, and prevention are the way to do that. Especially when you consider primary care, you must consider also workforce investments. That is the major limiting factor that health centers have in serving more patients and meeting more needs. We must invest on the training and pipeline infrastructure along the way. The last time I was in this room was for the signing of the dental therapy bill in January of last year. What you all did in the budget last year to provide funding, along with enacting legislation for the tech colleges to start training programs and expand hygiene training, that is exactly the type of work that the Finance Committee should consider this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jasmine Strabo, and I love my school, friends, and teachers. And I love seeing my teacher. Her name is Miss Savano. She's my special ed teacher. And I just love my school the best because I'm going back to school tomorrow to see my teachers and friends. And then my favorite thing to do at school is recess and science. And my friends at school are so awesome. My favorite class is math class. Tomorrow I'm going back to school because it's fun and I just love my Hamilton school. Because my teacher, Miss Savano, she's very nice. I usually send her pictures, but I don't call her because she's a teacher, and I like to be silly with her, and I said, don't call me, and I'm like, I will, and she's like, don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to share the budget priorities of the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. I'm Deborah Cronmiller, the Executive Director. These top priorities serve as a snapshot of the many legislative and budget priorities we hold. I will be brief today, and then I will submit longer written testimony that is much more detailed. The League encourages a budget that would fund elections, especially since our local election officials can no longer accept grant funding from outside the government to offset election administration costs. The League also encourages a budget that fully funds K-12 education and higher public education. We hope the state stops diverting public tax dollars from public education to private, unaccountable voucher schools throughout the state. Water quality and quantity are of high importance to the League. We encourage a budget that addresses PFAS contamination in well water and other water systems with adequate testing and remediation resources. We hope the state continues to steward and preserve lands through the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program, and we strongly urge continued participation in the Great Lakes Agreement and Compact. The health of all Wisconsinites is a high priority for the League. We encourage a state budget that expands access to health care by expanding critical safety net programs such as Medicaid and Badger Care. We strongly urge you to defend family reproductive rights. Since health is both physical and mental, we encourage the expanding access to the Community Support Program for people with serious mental illness by replacing the requirement for county match of the non-federal Medicaid share with state funding. We encourage increasing per-pupil funding for school-based mental health services to the level recommended by the governor, and we hope your budget addresses behavioral task force. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to allow Wisconsin voices to be heard. Our district has waited 7 hours and 17 minutes to bring our message to you, and we appreciate it. My name is Megan Stroop, and I am an elementary school teacher in the Fond du Lac School District, as well as vice president of the Fond du Lac Education Association. I'm here today with high school art teacher Nicole Hawkins and Katie Motor, our school board president. Recently, Fond du Lac made big news as being one of the top districts in both reading and math growth. We are the top in the state for reading growth. At Parkside, the school where I teach, we went from 1,099th place to recently 269th place. The magnitude of this growth has been due in large part to excellent teachers taking on the challenging tasks of changing outcomes for our students. However, we come to you today to point out inequities of educational funding across the state. I know you guys have heard it all day. Thank you very much. Of Wisconsin and how it has negatively impacted our district. Fond du Lac recently underwent an operational referendum. Through our work in educating our community, we learned that while the per pupil state average is $15,000 to $16,000, Fond du Lac only receives $12,174, which includes special education funds. Without those special education funds, it's $11,321. Unfortunately, with the failure of passing our referendum, we are now facing cuts to programming as well as 83 district positions. 27 of those positions are actual people we need to continue the trajectory of growth we have been seeing in the past few years. If we do not pass the next referendum, we will have to cut more programs and even more educators. And to be honest, I don't know how much more we can cut. A significant reason why our referendum failed was because Fond du Lac voters are aware of the underfunding our district receives through the current state budget, and they want our state to do more. Asking our local taxpayers to foot the bill is simply not sustainable. There are large disparities in the amounts that Wisconsin gives each district. When one district is given $12,000 per student and other districts receive significantly more, that is a broken system. What if we started seeing students in our state as Wisconsin students, not by district? I respectfully urge you to raise Fond du Lac's per student amount to the state average, but really the same can be said for all districts across Wisconsin. Doing so would not only be more equitable, it would mean that districts like ours wouldn't have to cut any more programs or teachers. That is why we are here today, to support the governor's budget proposal. The growth we have seen in Fond du Lac must continue, and with your support in this budget, it will. And now, here's Katie Motor.
So imagine stepping in as school board president right after the referendum fails. Not an exciting day for us. I'm here as school board president, but I'm also here as a teacher and a principal and a regional special ed network director. And so we are Wisconsin educators, and like Megan said, we are here to educate Wisconsin students. As a principal, I saw students transfer from school to school, from outside of district into our district. Those students had many barriers, sometimes homelessness, sometimes mental health, and we need to teach every student in Wisconsin, and therefore, it doesn't matter where you're coming from, students get to have a great education. Each child deserves a great education, including those with disabilities. As educators and families, we create educational plans together. I don't know what your background is in the area of special education, but we come together as educators and families to say, what can we do for kids to increase their abilities so they can achieve and do whatever they want to do in life? I'm also coming to you as a mother of a child with a disability that, due to our amazing school district, he not only graduated with a scholarship, became a welder, and before age 21 bought a house because of the great things our public education does for our students. Please continue to support public education so that each child, every child, gets to have an amazing education in Wisconsin. Thank you.
I know I don't have much time left, but I just want to say that teachers have been footing the bill in terms of finances and the emotional bill of meeting ends meet for generations.
Thank you.
Do the right thing. Thanks.
Good evening, committee members. I'm Rebecca Larson with Wisconsin's private nonprofit colleges and universities, and we're here to speak to you in support of the doubling the Wisconsin grant appropriation for students in our sector. Our current appropriation represents just under, well, about 1.47% of funding for all of higher education. If we doubled it, that would still be under 3% of all of higher education funding. And we produce about 23% of the undergraduates, 33% of the graduates, all without operating support from taxpayers. So we ask for your support, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues at our institutions to tell you more about how this helps their students.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Eichhoff, and I serve as the Director of Financial Aid and Educational Funding at Lakeland University. It's great to speak to you today at the campus of one of the state's many technical colleges. In addition to serving students at our primary campus in Sheboygan County, Lakeland has some of the longest standing transfer agreements with the entire Wisconsin technical college system. Lakeland has center campuses located directly on the campus of Mid-State Technical Colleges, Wisconsin Rapids, Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton, Waukesha Technical College, and Northeast Wisconsin Technical College in Green Bay, and also offers courses and staffing at many of the other campuses throughout the state. By offering a Lakeland degree on these campuses, these students can seamlessly transition to the next level in their education right in their own communities at a campus that already feels like home. Lakeland believes it is critical for private and public institutions to work together for the common good of helping our students achieve their educational goals while aligning with regional workforce development needs. The Wisconsin Grant is a critical financial aid component for many Wisconsin students. This year, 545 Lakeland University students benefited from receiving a Wisconsin Grant. I ask that you support the request to increase the Wisconsin Grant and join us in investing in the future of our students who, through their talent, hard work, and dedication, will be the future of our regional workforce.
My name is Mark Quistorf. I'm the Director of Financial Aid at Marian University. Marian is committed to ensuring that it has programs that meet market demands. These programs prepare our students to be in-demand and competent professionals. One example is the construction management program. We listened to the industry about the skills they were having a hard time finding in the workforce. We partnered with them to create an innovative program that ensured the students gained these specific skills and were ready to work for these companies. Another program is our radiological technology program. This program has a lot applied learning components where our students are on the floors of hospitals, gaining that real-world experience. Marian listened to the hospital professionals about their needs and responded accordingly. The Wisconsin Grant is a vital resource for students. 304 students at Marian University received a Wisconsin Grant. Without this funding, many likely could not afford their education. This is especially true of students just outside of Pell Grant range. The Wisconsin Grant is a vital resource for them. It breaks down financial barriers and allows them to strive for their dreams and goals.
My name is Penelope Boone. I'm with Wisconsin's private nonprofit colleges, and I'm reading the statement of Kevin Sheridan at Concordia University, Wisconsin, who couldn't be here with us today. WICU schools have always been market-driven, adding in-demand majors and removing outdated ones. Low-income students attending WICU institutions rely on the Wisconsin grant to help make school more accessible and affordable. Yet, the grant for our students attending colleges in Wisconsin, the lowest in the Midwest. Illinois is nearly double, and Minnesota's is nearly triple the current maximum of the Wisconsin grant. Concordia serves approximately 6,300 students in total. Many of these students are veterans, and Concordia was the first college in the U.S. to have an on-campus American Legion post. Among our students, 780 resident undergraduate students were eligible for the Wisconsin State Grant, receiving $2.6 million. For the same group, Concordia provides over $8.5 million in institutional aid for these students of its own resources. The Wisconsin Grant Program is not kept up with inflation and is worthy of this investment, as it is a critical public-private partnership for the state of Wisconsin. Thank you for the opportunity to submit these statements in support of doubling the Wisconsin Grant for low and middle income students attending Wisconsin's private nonprofit colleges and universities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Danielle Tolzman, Executive Director of Family Voices of Wisconsin. For 30 years, we've supported the families of children with special health care needs. I wasn't sure if this was going to be the right time to ask for something new, but a colleague pointed out that we still need to ask for what families need. And in that spirit, I wanted to share what we've been hearing. Children continue to wait to access long-term supports. These are kids that meet a hospital level of care, and here in Marathon County, the current enrollment delay is almost 8 months. Statewide, over 1,100 kids are still waiting. While we are grateful for a new state initiative, there is more that this body can do. Some sufficiency of CLTS would assure counties that when they serve these families, the resources for reimbursement will be there. Accessing sedated dental care continues to be a huge problem. When preventive care is not able to be accessed, the need for more costly emergency care goes up. The proposed budget includes a focus on this area. I urge you to please consider it. Dental care is health care. Private duty nurses provide care for our most medically complex children in the family home. Independent nurses who are willing to do this work in communities that agencies cannot or will not serve are compensated at a significantly lower rate but are held to the same expectations. This needs to change to meet the needs of Wisconsin families. Lastly, I ask that you eliminate the statutory obstacle to allow a parent of a child with complex needs to be compensated for caregiving. Several states, including the most conservative ones, have adopted programs under Medicaid to do this. I recognize that no one should be paid for raising their kids. That's not what we're asking here. These parents are not parenting, they're nursing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and sticking around. At noon, I was thinking you guys had to be spiking that coffee with Red Bull or something. And by now, I figure you've switched over to whiskey and rum in that bottle, or whatever it takes to put up with us. Anyways, I want to talk to you about something that goes right back to one of Senator Mark Lyon's babies, ARIP, or agricultural roads. And along with that would be the local roads initiative as well. Welcome to the neighborhood, Eric. Appreciate you moving in our area in Oconto County. My name is Mark Alden. I'm with Oconto County Farm Bureau. In Oconto County, we have about 1,500 miles of local roads. That doesn't include the state or county roads. Of that, about 300 or 400 miles are actually going to be what we consider agriculturally intensively traveled. And that's what we really need to make sure we can get rebuilt. The equipment's getting bigger, it's getting heavier, it's more efficient, it's more comfortable to operate. As much as I'd like to go back to some simpler times with my old WD-45 and a hay rack, I don't miss the sweltering heat in the summer, nor having to spread manure in the winter, now that I have a cab. Come this weekend, I'm going to start spreading manure. My tractor loader, my spreader loaded, is going to be around 30,000 pounds when I pull out the driveway onto the road to my field a half mile down the road. That's an awful lot of wear and tear, but that's nothing compared to the guys across the road that are bringing in the manure tankers that are going to be pushing 90,000 pounds. When they come in with their equipment to plant and tillage, that stuff's going to be in the 30, 40 to 50,000 pound range easily. And then when they harvest that crop, with the feed trucks coming on and off, that's that much more weight as well going all on semis. So what we need to do is stop getting into just putting down 2 inches of blacktop, which may only cost $100,000 or $150,000 a year. We have to talk about rebuilding these roads and the structures that are underneath. You wouldn't put a nice new floor on a flimsy set of joists in your house, and therefore we can't go through and... Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jane Graham Jennings. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Community. It's a victim advocacy agency located here in Wausau, so welcome to Wausau. If you weren't aware, April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month as well as Child Abuse Prevention Month. So you're here with us today on our last Teal Tuesday, raising awareness about the epidemic of sexual assault and removing shame from survivors of this crime. I think you're all aware of the current crisis that victim services are in the state of Wisconsin. When we learned late last fall that there would be a 70% decrease from the federal government for the Victim of Crime Act funds, you all leapt into action and created Act 241 so that we could sustain our services until June of this year. That's not going to do it because VOCA is being cut 70% still. Those funds are not there. I appreciate the work by Senator James and Representative Snyder on creating a budget motion, thank you, a budget motion that would support the Department of Justice budget that would have a $66 million one-time funding over the next biennium for victim services in our state so that we are able to make sure victims have a place to go, that they're supported. You might not be aware, I'm not just worried about Marathon County that we serve, I'm worried about every victim in the state of Wisconsin. They deserve dignity. They deserve to know that when they need help, there are people there that will help them. We are a 24-hour operation. When a sexual assault victim presents to the emergency department, we are there. 2 a.m. doesn't matter. We need them to know that they are supported and cared for. That's what victim advocates do. We partner with our law enforcement so that when there's domestic abuse victims, sexual assault victims, we work with our law enforcement to make sure we can do the same thing. We're all trying to keep people safe.
Thank you. We're going to call the next group, please.
Okay.
Jarnette Dement. Carol Lenz, I think it's L-E-N-Z. Melissa, I think it's S-K-A-L-E-C-K-I. Scott Zimmer, I think it's Z-I-M-M-E-R. Nathaniel Carrier, Larry Springer, Alex Spalding, Angela Fenning, Susan Boschaman, B-U-C-H-A-N-A-N, Hannah Alden, Tara Drager, D-R-A-E-G-E-R, Sarah, it's B-E-U-E-R-S-D-A-R-F, Kevin Stellman, Lucille Harvey, Grace Howell, and Tom Hoffman.
Good evening.
Thank you. I am Shannon Jarecki, Domestic Abuse Program Coordinator with the Women's Community, where Jane was from, so I just wanted to follow up on her comments, sporting my teal. And I thank you for being here, and the timing on calling our group was perfect because I went to court to support a client and then came back. So Jane outlined the numbers for you, and just to reiterate that victim services aren't a 9-to-5 job, right? We are on call. We had an advocate respond to the ER during the tornado warnings last night. We want to be there for clients. And we know that some of our rural programs are in crisis mode right now. We are fielding a number of those calls from victims who are desperate for support services and willing to reach as far as they have to have access to support when those services aren't available immediately in the communities where they reside. We know this can cause a huge issue for access as they're having to commute for services or seek support county that is not their home county. But I think the other part of that is knowing the need that's out there, right? It's the teachers that are calling me on their commute home from work to talk about a student in their classroom who they're worried about. They know something's going on. They want to make sure that that student's connected to support. It's the very nice, very chatty gentleman who sat next to me at a concert last weekend talking about his daughter who is a doctor and now serving patients who are victims and how to get them connected. It's navigating trauma with our friends, our family, protecting them, offering them services, and getting them connected to support. What we know is that everybody knows someone, and not restoring the funding to these programs and victim services is going to be devastating and is going to cause loss of life, right? What we're working towards is really getting families violence-free. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Carol Lenz from Appleton. Please address the following 4 K-12 public education issues. Number 1 would be the revenue limits. Increase the low revenue limit $1,000 per pupil to bring low spending districts closer to the state average, and also index that to inflation. Number 2, special education. The reimbursement rate is still only about 29%. Increase it to at least 60% and make it some sufficient. By my count, you've heard that over 50 times today. And then remember, this would probably eliminate the need for many operating referendums, which has also been brought up many times today. Number 3, honesty. It was repeated over and over again that the last budget increased public school funding by $1.2 billion, the largest increase in state history. But that is a half-truth. The MacIver Institute called this the dirty little secret because much of the so-called increase was the school tax credit, not in educational resources. Camouflaging tax credits as school funding is not being honest. Also, taxpayers have a right to know what we are spending on private schools, that whether it's in property taxes or GPR. And number 4, responsibility. Every legislator took an oath to uphold Wisconsin's constitutional promise of a quality public education. 16 years of not even funding up to inflation doesn't cut it. It is your responsibility to learn and understand the inadequate funding situation facing our public schools. And please, leave your egos at the door and put kids first.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Alex Spalding. I am a farm worker at Red Door Family Farm, a diversified vegetable operation in Athens. I am a constituent of Representative Karen Hurd and Senator Jesse James. In the 2 years of its existence, farmers in Marathon County participating in the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, or LFPA, received over $575,000. I'm proud to say that my farm participated in the LFPA program in both 2023 and 2024. My farm provides fresh, quality produce that is higher in nutritional value and lower in transportation costs to pantries in my community. Those pantries have repeatedly told us that they toss 0% of the food they purchase from us, unlike the half-rotted vegetables purchased through supermarkets with produce shipped in from California. Less waste and more people fed makes better fiscal sense to those doing the purchasing at the pantries. LFPA was a win-win-win program, good for the farmers, pantries, and the consumer. Hungry people need to be fed one way or the other, and I, for one, would like to see Wisconsin farmers feeding our Wisconsin vulnerable. The LFPA program was the leg up that small, diversified farmers needed to get their food into this wholesale market. From being able to put up season-extending high tunnels to hiring additional employee help, which was what LFPA gave my farm the security to do. This year, my farm was expecting around $50,000 from the LFPA program. Thankfully, we will be able to pivot the produce we had earmarked for LFPA purchases down other avenues, but other farmers at more vulnerable stages will feel the loss of LFPA funding deeply. And so, I implore you to support LFPA in the 2025-2027 state budget. Thank you.
Hello, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Melissa Skalecki, and I am with the Wisconsin CASA Association. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. And what we do is champion the needs of abused and neglected children by supporting and expanding CASA programs throughout the state. We want every child who has experienced trauma through abuse or neglect to have a voice in Wisconsin. CASA serves children up to the age 18. Judges appoint CASA volunteers to advocate on the child's best interests. Judges get information and reports from our CASAs so they are able to make well-informed decisions for each child. Currently, there are over 6,000 children in out-of-home care in the state of Wisconsin. CASA in 2024 served 960 children with about 573 advocates. So we have a long ways to go. Today, more than ever, we are asking the Joint Finance Committee to support CASA as they have been drastic and significant cuts to our federal funding, impacting local programs and making it increasingly difficult to support program growth and expansion, to hire additional staff, which then can support more children here in Wisconsin.
Good evening. I'm Christy Keel here from Marathon County, and I, as a guardian ad litem, as well as the current executive director from CASA of Marathon County, which is the newest CASA program in Wisconsin, have seen firsthand the life-changing impact CASA volunteers have on children in the foster care system. The CASA statute was created 25 years ago in this state with the vision that every child in care would have a dedicated advocate. Yet as of just 2 years ago, when our program was created as the 11th program in the state, serving just the 15th county out of 72 counties, we have a long way to go. CASA volunteers are more than just advocates. They are consistent, trusted adults in a child's life during an incredibly traumatic time. They support not only the child, but also the family, the social workers, and the broader care team. In Marathon County, our judges have already recognized the positive impact that CASA makes and are now seeking CASA's involvement even on criminal cases involving child victims. When a CASA is on a case, they are the eyes and ears of the court and the hands and feet of the team. Now you'll hear from one of our CASA advocates.
How a society treats its most vulnerable population is always a measure of its humanity. I'd like you to imagine that you are a child in foster care. You've experienced abuse or neglect. There's been substance abuse and mental illness in your households. You're on your 4th social worker, your 7th placement. Everything feels uncertain until a CASA is assigned to your case. Your CASA takes the time to get to know you as a person, not just your file. They stick with you through every placement, every court hearing, and every hard moment, advocating for you as a whole person. Research indicates that children with a CASA volunteer are more likely to find a safe, permanent home, spend less time in foster care, are more likely to be adopted, and are half as likely to re-enter the system. One caring adult can truly change a life. CASA volunteers advocate holistically. Of course, in the court system is our number one, but we also work closely with schools, with doctors, with therapists to ensure that children get the services that they need. They focus on one case at a time, getting to know each child and caregiver deeply. I think of a teen in a group home in our that we serve. She has no family. Her CASA is the one person who shows up for her every week. Or the youth who believed college was out of reach until her CASA helped her to believe otherwise, supported her, connected her with resources, and she's going to be starting college this fall. I know the power firsthand. I was once a child who experienced poverty, parental mental illness, and substance abuse. But because of the care and concern of a few loving adults who believed in me and supported me, I was able to overcome some of those adverse childhood experiences. Today, I dedicate my time to supporting vulnerable children and families and to break the cycle of generational trauma, not just in my family, but in my community.
When we invest in a child, we don't just change one life, we create a ripple that strengthens families, neighborhoods, and the future of our society. As author Josh Shipp said, every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. We urge you to please support increased funding for Wisconsin CASA so that every child can have someone in their corner throughout our state. As she said, there's 6,000 children in out-of-home care, and we want each of them to have an advocate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Angela Fanning. I'm Executive Director of Tri-County Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, serving Forest, Oneida, and Vilas counties in the North Woods. Nearly 1/3 of all of us that were sitting in the room today have been a victim of domestic violence or sexual assault in our lives. Just imagine the ripple effect that has on our communities, including families, resources, and the intersections of systems across Wisconsin. I speak to you today both as a leader of this vital organization and a survivor, someone who sought refuge and found safety within the very walls of Tri-County Council years ago. For nearly 50 years, our agency has been a lifeline for victims of domestic and sexual violence. An important service we provide is prevention and education in our communities, all in the name of homicide prevention. Back in October, devastating became our reality with a 77% reduction in federal VOCA funding to our program, which was nearly $400,000 that we lost. This forced us to face the real possibility of closing our doors forever in an attempt to not give up completely. We had to make some very drastic changes for our program. As they talked about earlier from women's community, there was the Act 241, which, although we appreciated this emergency funding, supplemented only 10% of what our agency lost in VOCA funding. And as I speak today, that funding is spent. Without significant support for funding, there's a very real threat of shutting down victim service providers in Wisconsin, especially ours. This backfill is not enough, and survivors deserve better. Together, we can break the cycle of abuse, save lives, and create a safer, stronger Wisconsin. I feel privileged to be heard by you and honorable members to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Hannah Alden. I'm a first-generation farmer who owns a diversified vegetable farm in Clark County. One way I've been selling my produce is through the Wisconsin Local Food Purchase Assistance, or LFPA, program. Over the past 2 years, the LFPA program provided over $4 million in local food across all of Wisconsin's 72 counties. 289 farmers partnered with food banks and transportation partners to provide fresh local food such as veggies, meat, and honey to those in need. When I first started my farm, I knew I wanted to be able to somehow make fresh food more accessible to my communities. Prior to farming, I had worked as a journalist in rural towns, and I remember seeing the inside of food banks when I was on assignment. Much of the time, the offerings can be dismal: boxes of sugary cereal, canned vegetables, packets of ramen noodles. Now, instead of that image, picture the fields of a vegetable farm in Wisconsin. At peak season, many colors of the rainbow are represented, from ripe red tomatoes to vibrant green lettuces to purple potatoes. The LFPA program took much of that beautiful, nutritious food and made it accessible to those who need it most in our state. Prematurely pulling the plug on the LFPA program, which was designed as a 5-year strategy but was federally cut after just 2 years in, halts successful progress and wastes previous investments. It gave farmers fair prices and predictable income with stable contracts set before the growing season. The LFPA program also reduces supply chain vulnerabilities and reliance on out-of-state food distributors from Mexico, Canada, California, and Michigan that drive up costs. I strongly encourage you to support funding the LFPA program in the upcoming state budget, allocating $2.25 million per year to continue this good work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for your perseverance. My name's Larry Springer. I'm from Eagle River, Wisconsin. I'm here representing the town of Washington in Vilas County and friends and riparians of the Deerskin River and Scattering Rice Lake. In 2001, the DNR, without consideration for downstream impact, removed a dam, and it unleashed a torrent of sediment and silt on the lower river. In places, it's 3 feet deep. It's destroyed the spawning habitat, the fishing habitat. It's interfered with navigation. It's interfering with people accessing their docks and lifts, and it's impacting property values. In October of 23, after 3 years of contacting the DNR to come out and look at the project, they've been slow walking this thing all the way through. They finally sent a biologist out and he looked at the situation and he declared that basically it was the department's water and our problem, and nothing could be done without a study. So funds were raised to contract with an engineering firm, Interfluve, out of Lodi, to conduct a geomorphic study. The survey was conducted in July of 24, and a tech memo was issued with recommendations for remediation and estimated cost. Hydraulic dredging was considered to be the best method for remediation. I have sent this information to each member of the committee with other supporting documents. I've been communicating with Senator Filkowski's office and her incredible staff. She came out and visited the site. Her policy director is going to submit a budget proposal for the project, and I respectfully ask that you consider supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Sarah Beversdorf, and I work as a community health analyst at Aspirus Healthcare. We have 13 hospitals in Wisconsin and 18 total. I've been part of the non-governmental public health community for over 30 years, and Wisconsin is very fortunate to have a cadre of dedicated public health professionals in all sectors across the state. In the work that I do every day, one of the key infrastructures is the local health department. I work in many counties and can tell you that the health departments that are robustly staffed with a diverse set of skills and talents are an invaluable partner to healthcare's community health efforts. Having said that, there is inconsistency across the region because of the way local health departments are funded. It makes it more difficult to conduct community health improvement efforts in those communities. There needs to be dedicated state funding at approximately $50 million, please, for local health departments so that across our rural communities there's a stronger base level of services and capacity. Additionally, in the current environment, our other core community partners are suffering. Every day there's a program that has been newly cut. Recovery coaches who are working with individuals hoping to defeat their addiction. Health navigators helping assure people can access health insurance. Efforts to assure drinking water is safe. When these programs are removed, more and more of our community members are going to suffer. Funding public health is smart. Public health services promote healthier communities and can reduce overall health care and other costs through prevention. For every $1 invested in local public health interventions, more than $4 is saved. We all know the familiar saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything, and it's true. Let's give all Wisconsinites the best opportunity to be healthy by funding local health departments and their community partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joint Finance Committee, I want to thank you for your guys' time today. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Grace Howe with the Wisconsin Agribusiness Association, WABA for short. WABA represents around 230 members across the state of Wisconsin in the businesses of agronomy, feed, seed, grain, fertilizer, and ethanol. I'm here today to talk to you about two items that are extremely important to Wisconsin's $116 billion agriculture industry, those being transportation and workforce. WABA asks that you fund the Ag Road Improvement Program again at $150 million. The continuation of this program will allow Wisconsin to rehabilitate ag-specific roads that are directly serving farmers and agribusinesses. Looking at workforce, WABA believes there's no better workforce training than the FFA. FFA cultivates leaders in the industry and represents the future of Wisconsin's ag workforce. WABA requests funding for FFA to ensure our industry and rural Wisconsin remain strong. Another issue within workforce is the lack of CDL drivers. Our association supports continued funding for the CDL training grant program so our members can more efficiently transport the 15 tons of ag products across the state. I want to thank you for your guys' dedicated support of Wisconsin's robust ag industry. And as you work to develop the state's budget, I ask that you keep in mind the state's largest industry, agriculture. Thank you.
Before I get started, I'm going to have the clerk read off the next list of names.
Julia Nguyen, David Burnett, B-U-R, I think it's N-E-T-T. Christy Nelson, Joe Durana, D-O-R, I think it's A-U-A. John Robson, Andrea, it's Z-A-S-T-R-O-W. Katie Stuber, S-T-U-B-E-R. Ryan Ruggles, R-U-G-G-L-E-S. Clara, S-E-R-R-A-N-O. Larry Meyer. Cassandra Schultz. John Duham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Casey Beyerdorf, B-E-Y-E-R-S-D-O-R-F. Danielle Beasley, B-E-L-S-L-A-Y. Susan Anderson. Angie Servi, S-E-R-V-I. Mary Ann Lippard. Mary Ann Lippard. Olivia R-A-S-M-U Rasmussen. You should be saying. Dylan Gretzkin, G-R-E-T-Z-I-N-G-E-R. Michael Racette, R-A-C-E-T-T-E. Kennedy D-O-M-E-R-C-H-I-E. Dick Larson. Andre, it's C-A-R-R-I-V-E-A-U. Matthew Barnes. Scott McFarren, M-C-F-A-R-R-A-N. Brooke McFarren. Tracy Prost, P-R-O-P-S-T. Roberta Mark, M-A-R-C-K. Lynn Lawson. Carly Sebon, S-E-B-I-O-N. Dave Ring. Susan, I think it's O-H-L-K-E. Olkey. Daniel Pico, P-I-C-K-O, or C-O. Lee Shipway. Deborah, P-A-T-E-L. Mandy Roberts. Angela Laidlaw. Deanna, W-A-L-C-I-S-A-K. We got one. Julie Stern, S-T-R-E-N-N.
Julie Stern, she's gone.
Okay, she's gone. Marvin Van Kekerin. Luke Servert, Severt. Phil, Valitchka. Christine Von Pagel, Vonpagel. Wayne, Cozzzoline. Kim Larson. Courtney Olson. Marcus Nelson. Kathy Gerst, Gorst. Ann and Larry Graham. And Ruth and you're the last one. That's all the slips.
All right, we're coming down the wire, folks. Welcome.
Just to show you how optimistic I am, my speech starts with, "Good morning." And thank you for your willingness to actually hear us. I know people talk about listening, but I really feel that you have heard the people here today, so thank you. The other thing I've heard is the dreaded bell. So I'm going to give you my concluding paragraph first so that bell doesn't go off. We've heard a lot about agriculture today, so I'm going to ask you to bend the twig and see how the tree will be inclined. And I would like you to bend that twig in the right direction through funding early childhood education as proposed in the governor's budget, $400 million in the coming biennium. Thank you for your deliberation and twig bending work that is a critical investment in Wisconsin's future. That's my final paragraph. Got it? Okay, and how did I get interested in early childhood education? When we lived in Milwaukee, I participated in Head Start, and I found it to be an absolutely wonderful program. And that is the kind of education that we need our early children to have, because as you've heard, 90% of brain development happens in the first 5 years of life. Okay, then I helped it with a board of directors. My children were in the Milwaukee public school system, so I value public schools. And then from an economic standpoint, I needed my children to be somewhere so I could go back to school and go back to work. So we know that's important to get those taxes paid, and you're gonna buzz me, I know. So thank you all, and fund that early childhood education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for still being here and hearing us drone on. My name is Julia Wynn, and I'm with Code.org, an organization that supports computer science and AI education for every student. We are just one of over a dozen tech organizations, nonprofits, education institutions, and companies supporting funding for computer science in the budget this year. In an age of AI, computer science is essential for student success. By teaching computational thinking, problem solving, data analysis, and more, computer science is not only relevant for every career, it shows students how to think creatively about any problem. Some of Wisconsin's strongest industries, like manufacturing and agriculture, increasingly require computing and technology skills. These are no longer the skills of the future, but the skills of the present. In order to remain competitive in an AI-driven economy, we must continue to invest in the computer science teacher pipeline. Wisconsin is below the national average in almost every neighboring state in access to this subject. This ranking has only decreased since 2023. We estimate that fewer than 10 individuals are becoming computer science teachers every year, with these challenges hurting small and rural schools the most. Students in these areas won't have access to the foundational computing skills that lead to many in-demand jobs. Businesses right now are paying to upskill their employees on AI,
but more K-12 computer science could ensure every high school graduate already has these skills going into the workforce and giving them a competitive advantage. We want to invest in Wisconsin's AI future, and it starts with computer science for our students. Our budget request maximizes fiscal responsibility by funding what will have the most direct impact, direct support to rural and small high schools without computer science for teachers and instructional partnerships with industry. $6 million could theoretically reach every one of the 283 high schools not currently offering computer science. Computer science is still a newer subject, and so the teacher pipeline requires dedicated investment, but this investment will pay dividends for both Wisconsin students and the state economy. Thank you very much.
Good evening. First, thanks for your patience and listening skills. The funding model for schools at the state level, first I should say I'm Dave Burnett. I'm from Sparta Area School District, where I'm on the board of directors. The funding model for schools at the state level is broken. We need to see it get fixed. Nobody wants more operating referendums than we do. We're facing an operating referendum probably again next year unless we get some relief. We need to make an investment in our children and our school and our teachers. We need to increase the special education reimbursement rate. In Sparta, we receive 29 cents on the dollar for special ed from the state. It needs to be increased to 60% for all schools. You've heard this previously as well. Just a few interesting facts. In 6 of the last 10 years, revenue limits for Wisconsin public schools have remained unchanged. This has led to a growing gap between revenue and rising expenses, especially with the inflation that we experienced. School district revenues lag inflation by more than $3,300 since 2009. For 2023 and 2024, per pupil funding increases were the following. Public schools K through 12 got $325. Voucher schools 9 through 12 got over $3,300. Voucher schools K through 8 got almost $1,500. That was wrong. We need to fix and fund our public schools. We need to provide a sustainable, inflationary responsive revenue limit increase. Please support indexing future adjustments to changes in CPI. This balanced funding approach would help meet the needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Stieber, and I own Mama Bear's Childcare in Marshfield. We often say that children are our future, but we must also recognize who is shaping that future. That's our early childhood educators for children under 5. 90% of brain development happens before the age of 5, which you've heard today. Every second, children are forming 1 million new neural connections, laying the groundwork for future behavior, future learning, and future health. And yet we continue to underfund and undervalue early childhood education and the educators who make that possible. We are not just watching children. We are guiding emotional development, fostering language skills, and helping children learn how to interact with the world. But we're doing it while earning an average of $13 an hour, with few or no benefits and without the behavioral supports we urgently need as more young children face complex challenges. If we truly want quality early learning, we must provide livable wages, a benefit package, and classroom resources to those doing this essential work. We also need resources for the centers and the children, such as healthy meal reimbursement, behavioral supports, counselors, safety upgrades to be prepared for emergencies, and affordable supplies. We can't build strong communities or a strong future without strong early foundations, and those start with well-supported early childhood educators. Investing in early childhood education should be done as a partnership, and I'm here to tell you as a center owner that we want to work together to become a more stable industry, and we have promising ideas to make that happen, but the system is broken, and we need your help to bring these sustainable solutions to life. We need the help now. If we wait, 45% of Wisconsin providers said they are likely to close or very likely to close by the end of the year. So I ask you to please consider allowing all childcare centers to offer 4K by uncoupling 4K from the school district, supporting investments that result in higher wages for our teachers, and most importantly, in everything that you look at in this budget that considers K through 12 children and the resources that they need, ask yourselves, why don't our children deserve these resources until they turn 5? Why is childcare a heavy financial burden when K through 12 is an investment in your future?
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi,
I'm Andrea Zastro, and I'm a screenwriter from Rib Mountain. I'm here to advocate for providing tax incentives for film productions and establishing a film office in this state. While other creatives this morning touted the economic impact of feeding and housing the casts and crews while filming, along with other incidental spending along the way, I'd like to focus on the economic boon that can continue long after filming wraps. I've lived in Wisconsin for 11 years, but I was born and raised in Iowa, so allow me to use movies filmed there as examples. The 36-year-old movie Field of Dreams, filmed in Dyersville, Iowa in 1989, is a remarkable example of a movie that's a gift that keeps on giving to that community and state as it continues to get upwards of 300,000 visitors per year for tours, professional baseball games, and concerts. The Bridges of Madison County was filmed in Winterset, Iowa in 1995 for 42 days. Well, that's 42 days of spending by and for the cast and crew. 30 years later, Winterset, Iowa, a town of 5,300 residents, still gets an average of 150 tourists per day in the summer to see charming covered bridges. Just think of what Door County alone has to offer. When I saw the movie Green and Gold starring Craig T. Nelson, which was co-written by my friend Michael Graff, who's in my Madison screenwriting group, I was in awe of the beautiful landscapes filmed in Door County. Films can influence where people want a vacation, and Wisconsin has so much to offer. Let's show the world that we're much more than a flyover state, and an exciting way to do that is to put ourselves on the map as filming friendly and not let the other states that offer tax incentives to filmmakers reap all of those economic benefits. It's prohibitively expensive to film in LA. Let's encourage filming in Wisconsin by providing film incentives. Money talks, and word will spread fast. The arts are important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I'm humbled to be among all the hundreds of people who have spoken already here today on many really important topics. My name is Clara Serrano. I'm currently serve on the City Council of Eau Claire, the City of Eau Claire, but I'm here just as a private citizen today. So what I want to talk about really has to do with the economy, because I do worry a lot about this, just even as a private citizen. First of all, I'm going to make a plug for a few very local needs that we have that your committee should be quite familiar with. The $15 million for healthcare that was allocated in the previous budget that we're still waiting for, and also $125 million for PFAS remediation that I just urge you to find a way forward with those two things. And finally, I do kind of want to make a general comment about how our communities are really sort of very, very too highly burdened with property tax, with supporting public schools and having to do so much with property taxes. We really, referendum after referendum is really a problem model for us. You've been hearing about it all day. But zooming out, I'm looking at that our national economy is really getting scrambled right now. Both in terms of businesses and what gets done offshore and what's going to get reshored perhaps. And also tourism is undergoing a very, very dramatic change. So I really want to see us do everything we can to really boost our local business environment. And a huge piece of that is our public schools, both early childhood. Having great public schools really is what's going to bring businesses and makes Wisconsin very business friendly. And finally, tourism. The more we invest in our higher education and universities, the more we're going to be able to create really vibrant communities that are going to be very attractive for tourism dollars. So thanks very much.
Good evening. My name is Larry Meyer. I'm from Whitewater, Wisconsin, and I'm here representing the Wisconsin Trappers Association. And I can tell you the Wisconsin Trappers strongly support the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund. There's many reasons I could tell you why we have to support it. But one thing is the Department of Natural Resources, especially our Fish and Wildlife account, is operating in a deficit. And having this fund at $100 million annually would help a lot to take off the stress of that for our natural resources. Also, I'd like you to consider one other thing. This problem would come up year after year, and I think we should go to a 1/8 of 1% sales tax to fund our natural resources in Wisconsin. Minnesota has done it, and now Missouri has done it, and you can talk to them and they'll tell you how successful it's been. I think it's time to do that. I can tell you that the hunters, trappers, and fishing license that we pay, and we're asking for an increase, still will not cover the deficit that's got it in the Natural Resources Department, especially the Fish and Wildlife count. So I ask you to consider that. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Schultz. I live in New London, Wisconsin. I'm a constituent of Dave Murphy in the 56th District of the Assembly and Rachel Cabral Guevara, I always say it wrong, 9th Senate District. I have two children. One of them receives speech therapy services through the New London School District. His name is Paxton. He loves Bluey, the Transformers. He plays hockey. The speech therapy services he's received through the public schools have made him incredibly more confident. He communicates better, and he's only been receiving the services for a little over a year. All day, and I'm sure throughout this process, you've heard fund our public schools, fund our public schools, fund special education. That's really what I came here for today. I have a whole sheet on it. You don't need to hear the numbers from me. You've been hearing it all day. You've been hearing it for the past month. I particularly find it a little bit shameful that we are reimbursing private schools 90% of their special education funding when they do not have to follow any of the same standards that our public schools do for special education. They do not have to even accept children. They're not required to implement any specialty things like ramps or lifts for children that have physical disabilities. Yet we are reimbursing them 90% of their costs and only about 30% of our public schools. 60% is even not enough in most people's opinion. This is what people want. This is what we've been talking about the last month at all of these and here today. This has to get done. It's a priority for every constituent in the state, and I really urge you guys to focus on it. I think it would make a lot of people really, really happy and encouraged by the people that represent them in the state of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you to the members of the Joint Finance Committee for holding these listening sessions near my home county. My name is Casey Beiersdorf, Highway Commissioner for Waupaca County. I have also had the privilege to work for Shawano County Highway Department for 10 years, and am proud to have served and serve as the chair for the Wisconsin County Highway Association Safety and Training Committee. Along with me is my supervisor, Lee Muck. Our county appreciates the continued support for local transportation programs, as in recent budget cycles, increased funding to programs designed for local roads has resulted in addressing transportation infrastructure needs in Waupaca County and across the state of Wisconsin. In looking at the current budget bill, AB 50, SB 45, particular items that we're hoping for support are the proposals related to the routine maintenance agreement, RMAs, and general transportation aids, and LRIP, particularly the LRIP supplemental funding. On the RMA, Wisconsin is unique in fact that we are the only state to contract with the state to perform routine maintenance, including snow and ice management, mowing, weed control, and maintenance activities along the state highway system. The RMA is the agreement with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation that reimburses the counties for their work on the state transportation system. Over the years, these reimbursements have struggled to cover the cost to perform this work. On general transportation aids, Waupaca County relies on this critical funding to assist in maintaining the county trunk highway system, which are essential in linking the state system as a whole. Locally, property tax limits, inflation, mandated services on local governments have made it a challenge to meet the needs of the system in my county and many across the state. The result is deferred maintenance. GTA is a strong tool in our toolbox that helps keep the infrastructure reliable and safe. Again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you, members of the Joint Finance Committee, for being here in overtime and listening, and to everyone who showed up today. As a faith leader and a member of the Wisconsin Poor People's Campaign, I am really deeply concerned about the 1.9 million poor people in our state who are one emergency away from financial ruin. Our $7.25 minimum wage has been in place since 2009. We'd like to see a task force developed to make a clear decision in 3 months' time from convening on what living wage is appropriate in Wisconsin. We believe it should be $20 per hour, adjusted annually for inflation, which is based on the data from living wage calculators. We'd ask that you keep Governor Evers' proposed $480 million for child care counts. It's already been discussed. We ask you to accept federal Medicaid dollars however you can for poor folks, for folks with disabilities, for folks like me who don't have the $12,000 to $15,000 a month to pay for a skilled nursing facility should we need it. We ask this legislature seriously address poverty, the fourth leading cause of death in this country. 7 billionaires increasing their wealth here in Wisconsin by 28% last year, while 1.9 million struggled is deeply immoral. It's time to stop blaming people for poverty. Their poverty is complex. I urge you to hire some people living in poverty as consultants, pay them, provide child care, accommodate their work schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Danae Walsasak from the referendum team of the Prentice School District. Thank you for hearing our testimonies. All the topics spoken here today are of great importance. We are looking at you to be critical thinkers, team players, and difference makers. I imagine a lot of you have in common a foundation and motivation that stem from the public school systems. Right now, our future is sitting in those classrooms waiting for you to invest in them and properly fund them now. So as a society, we have a glimmer of hope and a chance to solve problems, make a difference, and perhaps change the course of history. Can we start with simply funding low-revenue districts by 1,000 more per pupil? Public schools unite a variety of cultures and backgrounds under the same roof for the same goals. The persistent lack of state funding has led to referendums that pin municipalities against one another. Our community was backed into a corner not only to save our school, but our way of life. The broken formula has created inequalities amongst schools. Opportunities and services are being denied from this. My son is one of 15 on a speech therapy referral list waiting for someone to be hired. A whole school year has gone by now. Recently, our school was able to get someone to do 2.5 hours a week for the already 42 enrolled. 17% of students at Prentice are in special ed. Please close the gaps. We can't afford to keep up with your mandates. Let's get 60% reimbursements for public school special education. With mental health reimbursements, with mental health issues on the rise, our schools need more qualified specialists and counselors on staff to provide adequate services for these children, which can make classroom environments more sufficient for learning for everyone. Public tax dollars need to stay in public schools for these reasons. Public schools aren't attractive anymore. Wisconsin used to be the standard. Do you see us? Please see us. We aren't looking at you for all the answers. Our future is counting on you for help. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kennedy Domershi, and I am the Outdoors Development Manager for tourism agency Visit Eau Claire. I also lead an 8-county initiative in west central Wisconsin focused on growing outdoor economies and expanding outdoor access across urban and rural communities. I'm here in strong support of 2 priorities: making the Office of Outdoor Recreation a permanent part of state government with 3 full-time staff, and renewing the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program at $100 million annually for the next 10 years. The Office of Outdoor Recreation is not just helpful, it's essential. It fills a leadership gap no other agency covers, connecting tourism, conservation, public health, workforce, and economic development in ways that power real results across the state. Without it, our outdoor industry's really essential momentum stalls. I've experienced their support firsthand. Through the office's DIY Economic Impact Program, we measured the value of Eau Claire's 57-mile paved trail system, finding it drives $4.1 million each year into our local economy. That data is already shaping grant applications and local decision-making, and without the office's leadership, efforts like this would simply be over the capacity of many communities at the local level. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program is equally critical. Since its creation in 1989, it's delivered almost 7,000 grants across the state, with 445 of those in my 8-county region, delivering over $31 million altogether. Many of those properties acquired are cherished and remain a deep part of our region's identity to this day, and I know that's the case across the state. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program has become the building blocks of strong rural communities and resilient rural economies and resilient communities in Wisconsin. A 10-year reauthorization at $100 million annually gives our communities the stability they need to think big, plan boldly, and protect Wisconsin's outdoor legacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marvin Kickriggs. I am still, I think at this point, the Provost and Vice Chancellor of UW Extension Emeritus, and have been for a few years now. I come before you to seek support, continuing support, for public media in Wisconsin, and in particular to draw your attention to a couple of areas that are of particular importance. One of them is the support provided to the Educational Communications Board, which operates the 28 transmitters that are part of the delivery system for much of our media. So those people need the support. One of the things they provide is the alerts for weather, no alerts. So when you see an alert come up, that's been transmitted through that system. And so it's a part of keeping people safe. Public media also provides a lot of programming. And earlier in this meeting, Wisconsin Public Radio and Wisconsin Public Television were both mentioned. I would say, too, that Wisconsin Public Radio and its 2 news channel and its arts and music channel provide a variety of programming that's available widely. And one of the important things about that is it means there are common sources coming. And then finally, I want to draw attention to a single program which illustrates something which has to do with Hometown Stories Stevens Point. One person in that's featured in that is a woman named Carrie Grant. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening.
Hi. Hey, Christine Vorpagel, Supervisor, Lincoln County. Man, we thought we had long meetings. You guys got it. Somebody once said the brain can absorb only what the backside can endure. You guys are in a league of your own. I'm here, close the gap, shared revenue. You guys issue mandates and money doesn't come along with it. No one wants to be on the Social Services Committee. Everything's mandated. And then the money, we have to go find the money for it. Someone covered the justice system is broke. Yeah, Forest County already talked about it. I sort of threw the first sheet away because you heard all these facts. They talked about you get 79% or 80% of the revenue. The counties get 20%. Yet, it's exactly the opposite in the expenses. It used to be more 50-50 when you pass that. Guess what? It's the other way. The county is paying the majority, all the heating, the utilities, the salaries, except for you do cover the judges and the DAs, and now you're talking about the assistant. Waukesha County also is talking about their, 30 assistant DAs short. So, justice system needs to be fixed. You need to up your part of the bargain. The last one is more Medicaid funding. That impacts a lot of our budgets, everything from the child care, the social services. It's kind of like one of them, pay me now or pay me a lot more later. That's what many of these early childhood care people talked about. So I wish you well. I guess we'll let the rest go, but I'm on the board of the health.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lane Cosolino, and I'm a constituent of Senator Teston, as well as Representative Vinnie Moresi. And I'm here today to talk about the Wisconsin Local Food Purchase Assistance Program. I'm a proud UWM and UWSP graduate with a master's in sustainable and resilient food systems. I'm a longtime local food advocate, an employee and member of the Wisconsin Farmers Union, and a Wisconsin business owner who sources key ingredients for my products directly from Wisconsin farms. Supporting and investing in the local food economy has been at the heart of my work for 16 years, my business for the last 7, and my passion for much longer. During that time, I've been a part of many efforts to grow and support local food, and yet I'm astonished by what the Wisconsin Local Food Purchase Assistance Program has accomplished in just 2 years. I'm going to call it the Wisconsin LFPA from now on. In 2023, this program set out to strengthen food and agricultural supply chain resiliency, support Wisconsin farmers, and distribute fresh, nutritious foods to underserved communities throughout the state. As of March 2025, the statewide program has delivered $4.18 million worth of local food to communities in need across our great state. It's contracted 289 farmers to produce more than 250 different types of products. They were distributed to 254 food access partners across 72 Wisconsin counties and tribal nations. It was designated as a 5-year strategy to maintain and improve food and agricultural supply resiliency. Yet, despite a signed contract with DATCAP, continuation funding was canceled by the USDA in March, just 2 years into building our state's effort. Losing this has halted progress and destabilizes the systems and infrastructure created by the federal investment. The WLIFPA represents decades of food system development work by cross-sector players of our state. The true connectedness of our network made it possible for Wisconsin to immediately leverage that federal money to build WILFPA into a robust food-to-farm access program in those 2 years. This is owed to our strong network of farmers and food access organizations and the Food Hub Cooperative. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is, thank you for your kind attention today. My name is Kathy Gorst. I'm a veteran from Marshfield, Wisconsin. I'm a member of the largest VSO in the state, the American Legion, and I'm also on their legislative committee. We're looking for you to approve the WDVA budget requests without cuts, which support the Wisconsin homes at Kings, Chippewa Falls, Union Grove, that provide long-term care to veterans and our aging veteran community, as well as maintaining the VORP outreach program for homeless and for interventions for at-risk veterans. In addition, I did attend the Veterans Day at the Capitol, and I'm sure you all heard from us about our support for approving the veterans for the credit for disabled veterans from reducing it from 100% down to 70% disabled, so that veterans between 70 and 100% can receive tax credits for their property tax and remain in their homes. The other thing that we were looking for specifically was continued funding for their UWMIA recovery program, which is, there's a federal program for it, but if we fund it in Wisconsin, those funds can go directly towards recovery of Wisconsin veterans. We have over 1,000 veterans who are still missing, and a focus on those is imperative because as time goes by, the chances of identifying and recovering them decrease. So I thank you for your kind attention today.
Thank you. Good evening.
Apologies, I thought I signed up for karaoke. My name is Marcus Nelson. I know, I was going to sing Elvis, but Pat Snyder is my guy. I'm a Wausau native. I grew up here, left in 2007. I had pitched an idea similar to what I'm about to tell you guys right now. In that time, 12% of manufacturing jobs have declined. We've lost 1,900 young people. We've just closed 4 elementary schools, and so Wausau's suffering from an issue right now of being able to adjust with the times. Now, I pitched this 18 years ago. I'm going to do it again because I think now's the time. The idea is for a tech and innovation center. My background is I've started 3 internet startups in Silicon Valley. I've raised $23 million in venture capital. I just wrote a best-selling book on AI. Although it was only a bestseller for 4 days, I'm going to take it. So it starts out with 20,000 square feet right downtown. There's fiber right outside the front door. We've got power about 7.5 megawatts. The idea is to build a AI data center for downtown Wausau to accommodate manufacturing. We've got manufacturing 4.0. We want to teach other individuals about AI and help them develop their existing systems. And then on top of that, we want to create an environment for startups. That's my background. I actually have a startup, and I will be the anchor tenant, so that's me. Just want to ask for $4 million, and that's going to just be, that's not for programming, that's just for the infrastructure to get started. We're going to create, within 3 years, we'll create about 80 jobs. Those jobs will generate about $2.3 million of revenue downtown. That includes like events, that includes creating jobs for lawyers and corporation and accountants and all those other things. So I'd like you to consider it, and there's my bell. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience. And I'm Ruth Rezinski from Rib Mountain, an educator for 39 years. And if you were in my 7th grade classroom, I'd have you stand up and do some running in place or some jumping jacks. If you were in my high school classes, I'd have you go out and drink a water or get a drink of water. If you were in my college classes, I'd also give you a break, and you're going to get one in 2.5 minutes. So I'm here to speak of the education budget that Tommy Thompson has proposed, and in particular special education as well as funding per pupil. You've heard the facts, you've heard the figures. I want you to think for a minute as I mention some of these outcomes, which of these you'd like to see in classrooms that your children have been in, your grandchildren are in, or you yourself have been in. Money doesn't solve everything, but student outcomes increase, and it matters more to the lower and socioeconomic disadvantaged kids, because those outcomes increase more. They help, in some cases, eliminate that education gap. We want to recruit good teachers. We want to keep good teachers. We want to mentor those teachers that stay in education for 5 to 7 years and then they leave because they don't have that mentorship or they don't have programs to keep them there. My education didn't stop with my degrees and my master's. It continued. It continued because of funding that came from the federal government in terms of alcohol, drugs. Kids stay in school. There's less poverty. There's less crime. There's kids that learn to think better, problem solve. They increase their wages by that education that they get. Every child deserves that opportunity for a wonderful education, no matter their socioeconomic background, ethnicity, gender, their zip code. So I hope that you can consider giving as much money as you can pour into education, because Wisconsin benefits from that. Thank you for, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
That concludes our public hearing. Safe travels home tonight. The committee's adjourned.